Today's London mirrors yesterday, another dreary, rainy day. Outside the window, the soft drizzle patters against the glass, creating a faint splashing sound. In the apartment's front hall, Lorian gently dusts off the resume in his hand and looks at the applicant seated opposite his desk. Elsa Lentz. Present. The applicant, a young woman with a single ponytail of light chestnut hair and eyes as dark as ink, holds a file folder and appears somewhat uneasy. From her resume, it is evident she is a recent university graduate, brimming with potential and aspirations, yet lacking in social experience. A learned individual, why would she apply to be a detective? She could be a doctor or lawyer. Lorian silently muses before asking, "What position are you applying for?" "Agent," Elsa murmurs. "I wish to apply for the agent position at the agency." She had submitted her resume to 5 agencies, most of which didn't even get her past the first round of screening. Only the detective, before her, agreed to an interview, hence her nervousness. Seeing Lorian's lack of immediate response, she nervously fidgeted with her hands. "Is there any problem?" "No significant issues." Lorian clears his throat. Although, in London, female employees in detective agencies typically occupy roles like analysts or assistants, I have no such strict requirements here. The only concern is, he carefully phrases his words, "What is your expected salary?" Elsa ponders for a moment. "I haven't thought about it much, but it seems that an ordinary agent's weekly wage is around 20 shillings. 20 shillings, equivalent to £2 or 200 pence, comparable to the weekly wage of a skilled worker in a textile factory." Prepared for a lower offer, Elsa resolves to accept anything not below 12 shillings. "That is the current rate," Lorian nods, then shifts the conversation to highlight her issue. "But you mentioned this is the wage for a regular agent, and you are different." He continues gently. "Given that you are a recent graduate, lacking relevant professional experience, it means that for a significant period after joining, you might not contribute to the agency's revenue. Instead, I will need to invest time and effort to guide you." Choosing to overlook her university degree to foster a spirit of endurance and resilience, he remarks. "So I believe our relationship should be one of training, not employment." Lorian unveils his true intention. "In short, it's not that I should pay you, but you should pay me a training fee." Elsa, grasping the advanced capitalist logic, stammers in stunned disbelief. "Please allow me some time to consider." 2 minutes later, Lorian watches the door close softly, sighing quietly. Judging by previous applicants, this consideration period would likely be indefinite. He glances at the calendar on his desk, noting the date, September 11th, 1888. Counting the days, today marks his 7th day here. His identity, now akin to a British detective, much like those Japanese high schoolers or American drifters transported from another world. Instead of playing the hero in a dramatic tale of crime and conspiracy, Lorian finds himself a nameless, third-rate detective. To secure government subsidies for private detective firms, his predecessor had invested heavily to obtain an agency license and placed a job advertisement in the paper. If he could hire 3 employees within 2 months, he could rise from a third-rate detective to an agency chief. Despite the lack of funds to pay even 2 employees, the title alone sounded prestigious. Upon inheriting this body, Lorian found no savings to support even 2 employees. "Was I planning to starve along with my employees?" he sarcastically thought. With no savings, acquaintances, or means to earn money, an average person in this situation might soon turn to urban exploration. Fortunately, alongside his primary occupation as a detective, he now has a secondary one: vampire. Opening a drawer, he retrieves several transparent glass bottles containing abnormally large ants. These changes occurred after he fed them his blood. Picking up a steel pen, he opens one of the bottles and inserts the pen tip. Two larger ants approach, opening their mouths to bite. Crunch. The delicate sound of chewing fills the air as the pen tip is slowly devoured into metal fragments. Number 1 and Number 2 have grown stronger since yesterday, granting me environmental awareness. Despite individual differences, even with the same amount of blood, the final effects vary. Among hundreds of ants, only Number 1 and Number 2 meet his expectations, but it's still not enough. Observing briefly, Lorian removes the pen, reseals the bottle, and rolls up his left sleeve, revealing a crimson mark on his wrist. The curved mark resembles a human eye, with tear-like streaks extending downward, resembling a crying eye. After transforming into a vampire, this eye-shaped mark secretes a limited amount of blood daily, about 0.5 milliliters. This blood can induce mutations in ordinary creatures, placing them under his control. The simpler their minds, the more absolute his control. The more blood given, the greater the changes and the benefits he receives. For instance, the environmental awareness he currently possesses came from the two most significantly mutated ants. Additionally, he could choose to separate a more potent blood, imbuing the recipient with greater abilities, though it would weaken him and deplete his spirituality. These innate abilities became clear to Lorian upon his complete transformation. Although he has only experimented on ants, theoretically, humans could be affected too. However, transforming a human would undoubtedly require more blood. As he ponders, a sudden flash of lightning illuminates the window. Amidst the thunder's roar, a shadow appears at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Someone is at the apartment door.
Lorian paused, put the glass bottle back into the drawer, and turned to look at the clock on the wall. It was 6:41. Then, he looked out the window. London in autumn was still rainy and foggy. The damp water vapor and greasy touch hit him, and the big uncrowded city was covered in a dark gray curtain. The gray and white mist on the street ruthlessly engulfed every passerby. The sun had completely set. Although this city has the same name as London, England, in Lorian's opinion, it is more like Gotham City in DC. In this gloomy and serious city, criminal activities and violent societies emerge in an endless stream, and from time to time a secret society that promotes a certain evil god will emerge. The people are very simple, therefore, few people are willing to go out after dark. It has been a while since Elsa Lance left, and he didn't expect that someone would come to his door. He stretched out his hand and shook it, feeling the abundant strength in his body. He was not as nervous as he was in the first 2 days, fearing that a character like the Exorcist would come to his door. So he shouted, "Wait a moment," and immediately stood up to open the door. The person knocking on the door was a tall, unseen middle-aged man. He had a ruddy face, a standard mustache, a bowler hat on his head, a well-cut dark formal suit on his upper body, and a gray shirt without a chest decoration inside. Lorian moved his eyes to look at him. His image is quite good, and he can be regarded as a standout among the residents of East London who can't even get to full meals in 3 days. His appearance can also be considered good. However, there is always a gloomy atmosphere between his eyebrows. How to say? He doesn't look like a good person. This ability to judge people with one's nose cannot be performed without more than 10 years of experience as a dogleg. "Who are you?" Lorian asked without moving away. The man coughed lightly, raised his chin slightly, and said in a controlled tone, "I am Mr. Oliver Winston's butler, one of the agents of the Oliver Housing Company, and the sponsor of many charities in London." Dong. The door closed heavily, and the detective's words came faintly from behind. "Sorry, there's not enough room for so many people here." "Hey!" Bang, bang, bang. The rapid knocking sounded again. After more than 10 seconds, Lorian opened the door a crack and stared at him expressionlessly. "Please go ahead. I want to issue you a commission," the man said quickly. It's beyond my business hours now, so you have to pay more. Deal. Half a minute later, the two sat across the desk from each other, and the freshly brewed black tea was steaming hot. Lorian took out a small hourglass from the drawer and placed it on the table, squinting his eyes and smiling. Consultation time is also charged. 5 shillings per hour. Well, it was originally 8 shillings per hour, but you are my first customer this week, so I'll give you a discount. The middle-aged man waved his hand nonchalantly to show his understanding, and then asked, presumably, "You are Detective Lorian?" Yes, Lorian nodded in affirmation. Although this man doesn't look like a good person, he doesn't have any moral cleanliness about this. As long as he doesn't violate the principle, he will load the money in every customer's pocket equally. After all, in this world of intrigue and deception, there is nothing purer than a simple exchange of interests. Besides, vampires also need to eat. Hearing his answer, the other party smiled and went straight to the point. I am Mr. Winston's butler. You can call me Rudolph. As he spoke, his 2 small mustaches curled up and down with his upper lip. Because he was smeared with some kind of oily substance for maintenance, the mustache shone under the light. Hello, Mr. Liu, my last name is Hill. Rudolph corrected his address. So it's Mr. Hill. Lorian nodded suddenly. No wonder he has an outstanding temperament. It turns out that he comes from a wealthy family. At first glance, he is a senior lapdog, but he has always treated everyone equally and would not discriminate against others because of their status. He smiled and asked, "Excuse me, what type of commission do you want to make?" Judging from the commission records left in the apartment, most of the clients who came to him were for daily commissions, such as investigating cheating and looking for a job. But Rudolph, who visited late at night, obviously could not be for such trivial matters. As he expected, Rudolph leaned forward and said in a heavy Eastern accent, "My employer, Mr. Winston, wants you to investigate an accidental death case." Oh. Lorian didn't answer, motioning Rudolph to continue. Anyway, the consultation was charged by the hour, and the longer he talked, the more money he made. He wished that the other party could talk all night. Unexpectedly, Rudolph sped up his story, which disappointed him greatly. The deceased is an employee named Jack Arnold. He was Mr. Winston's personal valet. This afternoon, he was found dead in his room by another servant. The first person to discover his death was Louisa, a laundry worker in the manor. There was also a suicide note at the scene of death, signed by Jack Arnold. After preliminary comparison, it was indeed Arnold's handwriting. However, Mr. Winston still has doubts about this, so I hope you can investigate the specific situation and issue a formal investigation report. By the way, Rudolph said carelessly without any butler temperament, "Believe me, the reward will be a number that will satisfy you." Professional detectives in London are an indispensable supplement to the security force after the Industrial Revolution. In fact, the largest source of business is the police department. The investigation report issued by professional detectives registered with the police station has a considerable reference weight in the case judgment process. Although Lorian usually does not receive any serious commissions, he is indeed a professional detective who has passed the assessment on the police department. Even though he was not clear about these things now, he knew that the good things that fell from the sky would not happen to him. He glanced at the butler, who bowed his head and said, "Why did you come to me? I think you should have better choices." Based on his many years of experience, this kind of thing that was obviously wrong would most likely be a trick. If there was such a good thing, would it be my turn? Rudolph seemed to have known that he would ask this question, and lied with his eyes open. "I have heard that Detective Lorian has first-class professional qualities and is quite capable." Lorian chuckled without comment. He believed that he might have some reputation in obscurity, so he shook his head and prepared to refuse. "Come to me, you are." Before he finished speaking, Rudolph seemed to have predicted what he would say next. He reached into his tuxedo and took out a bulging wallet and put it on the table, and then pushed it in front of Lorian. Judging from the thickness and the oily green banknotes exposed on the side, it was enough for him to continue talking for a day and a night without eating or drinking. You found the right person to come to me. Rudolph Hill drove to the apartment building and parked downstairs. Get in the car, Mr. Detective. He was very considerate and helped Lorian open the car door, attracting the attention of several residents downstairs through the windows. Lorian did not delay deliberately. He said, "Come and sat in the back seat swiftly," patting the leather cushion under his butt. Oliver Winston's residence is located in the suburbs, a long way from Lorian's apartment. The brown-red car sped on the foggy gravel road, and the gradually sparse lights on both sides of the road were dragged into flowing light and shadow. Rudolph put one hand on the steering wheel and drew his attention to add more details about the case to Lorian. Jack Arnold is from Plymouth, and he is 27 years old this year. He has been serving the Winston family since 1883, he said with some emotion. In fact, he is an old friend of the master. I didn't expect it to end like this. Rudolph sighed and returned to the topic. Arnold is always taciturn and not good at socializing. He prefers quietness to noise and is cold, but he is very efficient and has a hobby of reading. He is very appreciated by Mr. Winston. He became the head butler of the manor last year and was also Mr. Winston's personal butler. In the first half of this year, due to some external factors, the profits of several companies under Mr. Winston's name declined. He fired more than half of the servants in the manor, but Jack Arnold still received a weekly salary of 150 shillings, or 15 pounds. Upon hearing the news of his death, Mr. Winston, who was nearly 70 years old, was very sad. In grief, his old illness relapsed and he was sick in bed for a while. He had to hand over this matter to me. He specifically told me to properly handle Arnold's funeral and not to be careless. Lorian listened silently, wrapping his hands in the pockets of his windbreaker. Several ants that had swallowed his blood stayed quietly, motionless. Of course, he took this commission not entirely for the commission fee, but more to personally touch the human corpse. According to his experiments a few days ago, even dead ants can regain vitality after swallowing blood, but their state will become very strange. Number 2 seconds who fed him. Environmental perception was a dead ant. About an hour later, a private manor hidden in the night appeared in sight. According to Rudolph, this small manor named Tepish Manor was purchased by Oliver Winston and was transformed for residential use only. Most of the industries have been abandoned, and at least 10 people can maintain daily operations. The shadowy black shadows faded away, and a piece of bright light extended from the end of the road to the building complex. Through the human silhouette behind the window, you can see the night watchman standing guard in the guard booth. Swish! The car stopped in the yard in front of the mansion, and Lorian was the first to push the door and get out. The slate floor was a little wet because it had just rained. The magnificent Victorian-style buildings decorated with pointed arch windows, beautiful reliefs and cornices, lace windows, and stone carvings were extremely conspicuous at night. Your house is quite beautiful. Lorian said this, but his face showed no expression. Rudolph came from behind and said with a smile, "This is not my house. I am just a loyal servant hired by Mr. Winston." He led the detective and said as he walked, "Come with me, Mr. Lorian. Time waits for no one." Lorian fanned his nostrils and inhaled a breath of air mixed with a little rust. Without stopping for long, he silently followed Rudolph's footsteps. Jack Arnold died in his room, number 104. After the incident, the entire staff dormitory was cordoned off by eye-catching yellow and black cordon tape. Employees such as servants, cooks, and laundry workers were temporarily isolated in the next room, waiting to be investigated. At the door of the dormitory stood 2 police officers in dark blue police uniforms, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was very tall, almost up to Lorian's eyebrows, about 1.8 meters tall. The lady was shorter, but only relatively speaking, about 1.7 meters tall, considered tall. They stood at the door, talking in low voices, and saw Rudolph approaching, and came forward to say hello. Mr. Butler, sorry for the wait, both of you. Rudolph apologized. No, you are just in time. We just learned about the situation. The male detective waved his hand. Rudolph turned sideways to introduce Lorian. These two are the on-duty detectives sent by the police department, Officer Vincent and Officer Winnie. Then, he turned to the two detectives and said, "This is Mr. Lorian, an experienced professional detective. He will investigate this case with the two of you." "Hello, Mr. Detective." Detective Winnie had a ponytail and a very fair complexion. She did not look like a patrol officer who was often exposed to the wind and sun. She was very cheerful and took the initiative to come up and shake hands with Lorian. "Hello." Lorian politely held the front of her palm. He was not good at dealing with strangers. He responded lightly and then withdrew his hand. Officer Vincent stood beside him with his hands folded happily. He pretended to cough when Detective Winnie glanced at him and started a topic. "Let's get started first." This was exactly what Lorian wanted. He asked about the current progress of the investigation. He learned that the two detectives only registered the personal information of the employees present, so he proposed to go to the crime scene first. "Okay," Detective Winnie nodded in agreement, and Vincent had no objection. Crossing the cordon, several people pushed the door and walked into room 104. The bloody smell and faint corpse odor hit them in the face. HMPH. Even though he was prepared, Lorian almost lost control of his expression. He raised his hand to cover his nose, and it took him more than 10 seconds to barely adapt to the smell in the room. He moved his eyes and began to observe. The body was lying on the ground, facing the ceiling. The only visible external injury was at the neck, which was a narrow gap of about 3 centimeters. The blood that flowed out spread in a fan shape on the ground and had turned black and solidified. The weapon that caused this wound was a common fruit knife in the kitchen, which was held in the hand of the deceased. The furniture in the room was neatly arranged, with no obvious signs of damage. It looked like a perfect suicide scene. There was a clock and a black and white portrait on the bedside table. The protagonist was a short-haired young man with an indifferent face, wearing a black vest and a white shirt, and the background was the grass outside the manor. Lorian did not have much experience in contact with corpses. Based on these, he could not judge the specific time and cause of death. He could only speculate that suffocation or excessive blood loss ultimately caused this person's death. "What do you think?" Detective Vincent touched his chin. "From the current point of view, it seems to be just an ordinary suicide case. However, before finding definite evidence, we cannot easily draw a conclusion to avoid misjudgment." He said it very rigorously, without any mistakes or omissions. Detective Winnie observed carefully for a few minutes before replying, "I think so too." Lorian nodded and did not express his opinion. He glanced around, taking in the whole room, observing briefly, sniffing again, and after careful identification, he had some guesses in his mind for the time being, but he was not sure. So he walked closer, squatted down, and touched the body with his fingers. The touch was very different from that of a living person, cold and hard, like tilapia being thawed. His Detective Vincent got goosebumps just by looking at it, and was immediately in awe. Huh? On the other side, Lorian's fingers had just touched the skin of the corpse, and before he could release the blood-eating ants from his sleeves, he noticed something wrong, and his head shuddered, and he subconsciously pulled his hand back. His eyes changed, and under the strange looks of several people, he stretched out his hand again, touched briefly, and then withdrew it immediately. "Did you find anything?" Winnie asked curiously. This was the first time she took over a criminal case since she joined the police department. She was a little excited and observed every place with serious eyes, hoping to show her skills. By then, other people in the police department will be amazed at the ability of Detective Winnie and admire her greatly. Well, at least they will not call her a rookie officer anymore. Lorian coughed to cover up the change in his expression. A little bit, but I'm not sure yet. He took a deep breath and put his fingers on the exposed skin of the deceased again. At this moment, the mark on his left wrist seemed to be stimulated by something and became restless. What really made his face change was that when he touched the corpse, an intermittent voice came from the corpse to his ears. It hurts. It hurts so much. My head hurts so much. Every time he pulled his hand back, the voice disappeared inexplicably, leaving only a few reverberations to prove that it was not an auditory hallucination. Lorian tried a few more times in disbelief, and without exception, he could hear the vague human voice every time. A corpse. He stared slightly. Judging from the performance of several people in the room, only he could hear the voice, probably because of the special nature of vampires. The abnormal reaction aroused Lorian's vigilance. He thought for a moment, carefully withdrew his hand, and did not continue to try. He maintained his facial expression, temporarily suppressed his emotions, and prepared to quickly solve the case and come back to investigate later when no one was around. Then he pried open the corpse's stiff fingers and picked up the kitchen knife to observe. Judging from the weight, brightness, and color, it was probably made of silver. Detective Winnie, who was carefully recording the scene, stopped when she saw him using the tip of the knife to pick up the skin at the wound and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" "Of course, investigating the cause of death." Lorian asked curiously, "What else can you do?" Detective Winnie was still confused. "Why?" She pointed to the bloody neck of the deceased. Lorian observed the wound carefully and explained casually, any action of the human body requires the participation of muscles and bones, and the angle of the action completed with the help of the arm must be limited to a certain range. What does this have to do with the case? Detective Winnie lowered her head and thought about it, then suddenly nodded, with wisdom flashing in her eyes. "I know." "What do you know?" Vincent blinked blankly, a little confused, and wanted to ask, but didn't dare to speak. Winnie glanced at him, feeling that she was ahead of her partner in IQ. She hummed and explained very kindly, due to the limitations of bones and muscles, any movement of the human body has a rough range and will not be too tricky. For example, it is difficult for you to reach your chest from behind. When you punch yourself, the trajectory must be different from the trajectory of others punching you. Vincent also understood and suddenly realized, in other words, from the details of the wound, it can be inferred whether it was caused by the deceased himself or the murderer. Thus, it can be judged whether it is suicide or homicide. The female detective nodded with satisfaction. "That's right." At this time, Lorian put down the kitchen knife, clapped his hands and stood up, and asked Rudolph for the suicide note found at the scene. "How is it?" Rudolph came over and asked. Lorian returned the suicide note to him after a quick glance, shaking his head and saying, "The suicide note is forged, and it can be confirmed that it was a long-planned murder. The scene was deliberately covered up by the murderer, and the method was quite crude. The other party should have no experience in committing crimes, and he was an acquaintance of Jack Arnold." "Oh." Hearing his confident answer, the housekeeper was a little surprised. "You got the result so quickly." Lorian pushed the non-existent glasses on his nose. "I am more professional than you think." He looked at the two detectives and said, "Let's go to the next door and see. If nothing unexpected happens, the murderer should be among them." "Okay." Detective Winnie was eager to try, his eyes shining. "It's finally my time to show off." At the same time, in the next room, 2 maids, a cook, and 4 male servants, a total of 7 employees, were gathered here, excluding the few people who were not in the manor at this time, and the dead Jack Arnold. These are all the remaining employees of Tepish Manor. For a manor, it is a number far below the normal level. Since the news of Jack Arnold's death came out, they have been asked to stay here, and no one can leave without permission before eliminating their own suspicion. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open from the outside. The fragmentary discussion suddenly disappeared, and everyone turned their eyes to the door. Looking up, a tall and thin man wearing a black turtleneck windbreaker and a dark gray scarf, who looked difficult to get along with, led the way in. He has sharp eyes, deep facial features, slightly pale skin, and black leather gloves on his hands. Under the cold light, the gray-blue eyes appear emotionless, followed by two uniformed detectives. Butler Rudolph Hill hung at the end of the team slowly. "Louisa, you come and explain to the gentleman the scene when the body was found." He pointed to a maid with light brown hair. "Ah, okay, Mr. Butler." Louisa stood up reflexively and twisted her hands together. There are many calluses between his fingers. He is not tall, estimated to be about 1.6 meters tall. There are no obvious signs of exercise on his body. The threat level is very low. Lorian made a judgment subconsciously. Under his unconscious and concealed scrutiny, the maid named Louisa said nervously, "At that time, I was cleaning the staff dormitory. I happened to walk to Mr. Arnold's door and saw that the door was half open. I greeted him, but no one responded. So I looked inside through the crack of the door." She covered her chest with lingering fear. "I didn't expect to see Mr. Arnold lying on the ground, surrounded by blood, a lot of blood. I was scared and accidentally fell when I stepped back." Louisa lifted her sleeves to reveal the red marks on her elbows. "I didn't dare to go in. I left the staff dormitory in a panic, found the housekeeper, and told him about it." Detective Vincent raised his eyebrows. "What time did you find the body?" "Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon." 4 o'clock. Winnie took over the conversation and asked, "Did the deceased offend anyone before his death?" Louisa shook her head. "No. At least not as far as I know." She pursed her lips and added rigorously. Winnie frowned slightly, but didn't find anything unusual. She asked a few more questions, but the results were all normal. She suddenly felt troubled and had no idea where to start. No, according to her idea, she should have seen through the clues at the scene and caught the criminal on the spot. So she subconsciously turned her gaze to the silent detective next to her, but saw him walk to the sofa and said to a male employee who was sitting with his head down with a sigh, "The murderer is you, right? This man has a good appearance and can be considered handsome, but there is a gloomy aura all over his body." He was stunned at first, then his face suddenly changed, and he moved his Adam's apple, pretending to be puzzled. "What are you talking about? Didn't Mr. Arnold commit suicide? How could he be related to me?" Lorian moved the corner of his mouth and said, "If you can get rid of the relationship by denying it, there will be no criminals in the world." The man's forehead was sweating, and his eyes were darting around in panic, but he still denied it. "You must have found the wrong person, sir." The detective ignored him and continued to say to himself, "You should have prepared for this murder for a long time. I guess you approached Jack Arnold under the pretext of work when he was resting, and then attacked him unexpectedly. You are still a little smart. After committing the crime, you disposed of the murder weapon and fingerprints at the scene. But as long as it exists, it will inevitably leave traces. Even if you try your best to cover it up, there will be negligence. Whether it's going to the kitchen to steal the blade, or checking Jack Arnold's schedule, studying his handwriting, and forging a suicide note." He paused for a moment and said slowly, "I once heard a well-known law professor say that the real, perfect crime can only be an impromptu crime without any warning. The more steps, the more mistakes there are. The detectives will find concrete evidence patiently later." At this, he shook his head. "If you choose to escape and leave Tepish Manor as soon as you commit the crime, you may increase your chances of survival. After all, there are only a few people in the entire manor, and it won't take much time even if you check them one by one. I think your colleagues will be happy to cooperate with the work of the police department to prove their innocence. The moment you choose to disguise it as suicide, the result is already doomed. 5 points of this are his guesses based on the existing information, and 5 points are obvious facts. The remaining 90 points are detected by the ability of environmental perception. I'm already a vampire, and I'm still reasoning with you slowly. Then wouldn't it be in vain? When he concentrated on observing, fingerprints, smells, and footprints at the scene were all visible. Of course, for others, he needs a more reasonable explanation. At least it has to sound like that. So, facing Detective Winnie, who was stunned and repeatedly asked, "How do you know this?" And, "I have a question," he looked around at everyone, smiled, and decided to give them a little famous detective shock. "Everyone, have you heard of deductive reasoning?" Deductive reasoning? Rax and Vincent were stunned. For some unknown reasons, Conan Doyle had not yet written the first chapter of the famous Sherlock Holmes series of mystery novels, A Study in Scarlet. So they had not heard of the deductive reasoning method often used by Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Under the gaze of several employees, 2 detectives and a housekeeper, Lorian cleared his throat and explained, "Deductive reasoning is a method of argumentation that derives individual conclusions from universal conclusions or general principles. In short, it is to raise questions through observation and analysis, and to propose hypotheses to explain the problems through reasoning and imagination, and then to conduct deductive reasoning based on the hypotheses, and finally to test the conclusions of the deductive reasoning through experiments." Then, he combined the deductive reasoning method with this case. Although the scene was arranged as a suicide scene, if we first assume that the deceased died of homicide, and then combine the marks on the wounds, we can conclude that the deceased was murdered. Moreover, judging from Jack Arnold's room layout and clothing, he is probably a person who pays great attention to details and cares more about his face. Even if he wants to commit suicide, he will not choose such a rough way. He is more likely to die in a more decent way. He actually has only a vague understanding of these theories, and has even only heard about them from others. But according to the answer, he can easily analyze the specific process of the crime by reversing the process. At least, it is enough to fool these laymen. Detective Winnie was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes gradually brightened. She tried to connect the deductive reasoning method with her thoughts, and with Lorian's reasoning just now. The originally vague and unclear clues suddenly became clear, and the whole process of the incident unfolded clearly in front of her eyes. She felt as refreshed as if she had drunk a bottle of ice soda in the hot summer, and couldn't help but raise her hands to applaud. "So that's how it is." She immediately asked another question. "Then how did you determine who the murderer is?" Lorian did not answer her, but stared at the male employee, gently fanning his nose, and said, "The bloody smell on you is too strong." The man's psychological defenses were gradually broken down as he told the story. He couldn't help but turn pale when stared at by the serious and emotionless eyes. Detective Winnie on the side was stunned. Smell. She didn't smell a strong bloody smell on this person, but seeing his trembling performance at this time, it has silently confirmed the detective's guess. The smart IQ occupied the high ground again. The female detective regained the dignity of the police officer, looked at the suspect sharply, and said coldly, "Do you have anything else to defend yourself?" What a shameful guy. Not only killed his colleagues, but also tried to cover up the crime, which is simply unforgivable. The man stammered several times, and finally admitted helplessly, "I killed Arnold." The several employees in the room were in an uproar, and there were waves of deliberately suppressed noisy discussions. It turned out to be Evans. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Detective Vincent, who had been paddling for a long time, skillfully took out handcuffs from his police uniform and stepped forward to control Evans. "Please let me see your hands, sir," he said in a relaxed tone. "Now that things have come to this, Let's not cause trouble for everyone. Evans' face was gloomy, and he struggled for a moment in his eyes, but in the end he did not have the courage to resist, and his hands were handcuffed obediently. Detective Winnie frowned and said, "Why did you kill him?" "Because I was jealous of him." Evans wanted to cover his face and cry, but when he found that he couldn't do it, he curled up in pain. "He has less experience than me and joined the company later than me, but he was able to get Mr. Winston's favor, step by step promoted to a high position, standing at the top and looking down on me. Maybe the position of butler will eventually fall into his hands." He shed tears of regret. "Originally, I just secretly sabotaged his work and fabricated some false information to get him fired. The idea of killing was only in my mind. It takes a lot of time to forge a suicide note." Lorian ruthlessly exposed. "At least it can't be done in a day or two." Beside him, Rudolph looked inexplicable. "The ethics shaped by society will never be as good as the natural desires. This is the tragedy inherent in human beings." Such familiar words. Why do I seem to have heard it somewhere? Lorian glanced at him strangely. "The case has come to an end here. It only needs to take Evans back to the police station for interrogation to make a final conclusion." Detective Winnie is in a good mood. She feels that she has once again struck evil, made a great contribution to the security and stability of East London, and helped the deceased clear his grievances. It was a close call. If there hadn't been a detective present, she would have been fooled by the cunning murderer. She said to Lorian seriously, "Thanks to you today." Lorian waved his hand. "Since I've received the money, of course I have to do a good job. There's nothing to praise." Detective Vincent was also sincerely convinced by the detective who solved the case in just a moment, and hoped that there would be more such things in the future. "It doesn't matter if you are a tool, as long as you have performance." He put Evans up, took Winnie with him, and said goodbye to Lorian very politely. By the way, he asked for their contact information, indicating that he could contact them directly in the future. "It's okay to walk around more when you have nothing to do." Lorian agreed one by one and said he would definitely do it next time. After appeasing the servant, Rudolph sighed and returned to normal. He readily paid the remaining commission. He didn't expect the detective to be so efficient and save a lot of trouble. For them, time is money, so they generously paid an extra part of the tip, which was £200 in total. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. In the past, a detective might not be able to earn this much even if he worked very hard for half a year. No, it should be said that he definitely could not earn this much. "You are the most professional detective I have ever seen." Lorian accepted the commission, and his dry wallet finally became full. With money in his pocket, he walked with more confidence. He said happily, "You are welcome. I'll take Mr. Lorian back to the apartment." Rudolph said, "Okay." Lorian agreed, but he had not forgotten the business. "Before I go back, I need to check the crime scene again and add some details for writing the investigation report." He rejected Rudolph's proposal to go with him, saying that someone present would interfere with his judgment. After solving the case just now, Rudolph did not question his words, but said that he could find him outside after the inspection. After getting the promise, Lorian returned to Jack Arnold's room alone. He covered his mouth and nose and looked around roughly, his eyes fixed on the body in the center of the room. The corpse was motionless, lying straight on the ground, with the right hand holding the kitchen knife stretched out, and the left hand resting on the chest. The eyelids were not completely closed, leaving a small gap, and the dark pupils could be seen. The slightly curled black hair was stained with bright red blood, and the lifeless skin was black and purple. He turned around and closed the door, then walked to the side of the corpse and squatted, staining the blood on the ground with his fingertips. Nothing happened. When he carefully touched the exposed skin of the corpse, the feeling that appeared just now appeared again. It seemed that some invisible connection had been established between him and the corpse, and a series of vague and indistinguishable mumblings echoed in his ears, like a call from a distant place, which was not real. I hurt. This time, Lorian did not pull his hand back. The blood vessels under the rocks and flesh were silently restless, and the heart was pounding. Facing such a special corpse with some kind of activity, the instinct of the vampire restlessly conveyed its desire to the master, the desire to spread blood and create more of the same kind. This was the first time that Lorian felt such a clear and distinct desire with a certain tendency from this body. Transform Jack Arnold into another vampire. Those ants that swallowed blood can at most be regarded as blood-sucking creatures, and only those who can spread blood autonomously downward are real vampires. Lorian stood alone and remained silent. He weighed the pros and cons of this matter. After a long time, he made a decision, stretched out his hand to the corpse on the ground, covered Jack Arnold's face, and gently stroked it, making the dead man open his eyes. In the dark pupils, reason has been peeled off, and madness and anger are growing. On Lorian's outstretched left hand, the eyes with tears and closed eyes at the wrist opened upwards, and the flesh was torn to reveal the surging blood vessels, and the blood was boiling. Are you willing to die like this, or become the devil's claws? The black car sped on the muddy road, and the splashed mud stains wet the chassis and wheels. Fireflies were undulating outside the car window, and the engine sound broke the silence of the long night. Rudolph held an unlit cigar in his mouth, turned on the car radio, and moved his fingers slowly to the music. He glanced at the rearview mirror. The detective who had just solved the case had been listless since he checked the crime scene. At this moment, he was sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed, his arms folded, his body slightly tilted in the bumps, and he seemed to have fallen asleep. London County, Whitechapel area, police station. Detectives Vincent and Winnie, who had left the manor first, had taken Evans back to the city. They took the man to the interrogation room, reported the situation, and then a special person took over and conducted a criminal interrogation on him. Name: Evans. Age: 31 years old. Gender: male. Place of origin: Plymouth. Okay, then. The police officer in charge of the interrogation paused for a moment. Do you have any objection to the fact that Jack Arnold was killed? Evans looked at the small, closed interrogation room, shrank his neck, and whispered, "No objection." Yes, the recorder nodded and wrote down the interrogation report. Perhaps knowing that there was no room for struggle, Evans confessed to all the criminal facts, and in the subsequent interrogation, he confessed the motives, the process of the crime, and the subsequent acts of faking the suicide scene. Combined with the specific physical evidence found by the two detectives in his room, this vicious murder case was successfully solved. After the 24-hour detention period, he will be transferred to the court for trial. Before that, his personal freedom will be strictly restricted, and he will be prohibited from contacting all irrelevant people except lawyers. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be sentenced to death by hanging for the crime of first-degree murder. Accident means that he was diagnosed as a mental patient. According to the Nathan Ordinance, if a person who commits a crime but suffers from mental illness is found by the court after trial to be acquitted and at the same time has a high risk, the court will order the defendant to be forced to accept restricted medical treatment. Of course, the final right of interpretation belongs to the court. The powerless Evans probably won't have this opportunity. During the detention period, you have the right to make a phone call and meet with a defense lawyer. After the detective sent Evans to the detention room, he read out the legal rights granted to criminals by law in accordance with the procedures. Are you clear about the above rights? Yes, then enjoy your last peaceful night, Mr. Murderer. Another detective who accompanied him joked, "I hope you don't dislike the environment here. After all, the maintenance funds approved by the upper level are used to repair the private residences of superintendents and inspectors." You can't expect them to still care about these leaking detention rooms. After that, he took out the key and locked the iron door of the detention room, and turned to leave with his colleagues. Evans sat on the cold couch helplessly, with many emotions accumulated in his heart nowhere to vent, scratching his fluffy hair in vain. He knew that he was completely finished. With irrefutable evidence, even if he hired a well-known lawyer at a high price, there would be no turning point. He would be tried as scheduled and then sent to the execution ground. The scene of himself being covered with sackcloth and pushed to the gallows by the executioner unconsciously emerged in his mind. The more he tried to suppress it, the clearer the picture became. Looking at the cold iron window, Evans suddenly felt unreal. Woo! The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time burst out at this time. He raised his hand and wanted to slap himself, but thinking of the burning pain, he didn't dare to slap it. Instead, he slapped his thigh, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind. When, at this moment, the light bulb in the detention room suddenly flickered for a moment. Then, the noise from other compartments in the corridor disappeared suddenly, and the surroundings became dead silent. Huh? Evans raised his head alertly and looked around. The window of the detention room was very small, only the size of a palm. The vents on the iron door were sealed with iron bars, and the cold light from the corridor came in through the gaps, casting dark shadows in the room. There were only 2 wooden single beds in the room. The walls were full of scratches. Most of the outer layer had fallen off, and the floor was black and mottled. Strictly speaking, this violated the minimum standards for detention facilities required by the Criminal and Public Security Control Protocol, and it might be required to make corrections if inspected by the inspectorate. But in actual implementation, flexibility has always been very high. 鼓动, only then did Evans notice the creepy environment. He was not a brave man, and he felt a little tingling on his scalp. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His palms were sweating faintly, and the erect peely muscles on the exposed skin contracted, and the hair stood up. I don't know if it's an illusion, but there seems to be something unknown peeking in from the shadows outside the detention room. No, it's not an illusion. According to the first law of horror movies, when you think something is an illusion, it must not be. Evans widened his eyes in horror and stood up with tense muscles. Outside the iron window, a sticky black shadow surged, stretching out, tentacles and greedily licking the gap of the tightly closed detention room door. What? The absurd scene hit his nerves, and the sense of disobedience became stronger and stronger. Evans suddenly suspected that he was actually dreaming. He did not murder Jack Arnold at all, and the body was not found by anyone, let alone the subsequent detective investigation and arrest. Ha, it must be like this. Maybe I will wake up after a while. Evans thought so in his mind, but his body did not listen to him. Under the control of instinct, he shrank to the corner of the detention room and leaned his back against the wall. The cold touch gave him a little more sense of security. The monsters that devour people in the alleys, the killers wandering on the streets, the demons crawling out of hell, the scary girls singing nursery rhymes, the slit-mouthed women holding scissors, the noble ladies wandering with their heads lifted. The urban legends that he often heard during casual chats kept appearing in his mind, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Snap! He stretched out his hand and hit his cheek hard, hoping to wake up from the bed in the next second. But the reality did not change because of his thoughts. He still stayed where he was. His last fantasy was ruthlessly shattered, and he finally collapsed and lost his voice. It's not a dream. Evans slowly sat down on the floor against the wall. The horror scene that seemed to be a nightmare reflected in reality continued in front of him, and the sticky black shadow had spread to his feet, and he didn't even have a quilt. Tap, tap, tap. The heavy footsteps from far too near broke the silence and stepped on his pounding heart. Evans raised his head with a pale face. A deep voice sounded outside the shadowy iron gate. Don't be afraid, it's just haunted. With a loud bang, the tip of a black and red knife inserted into the crack of the door and violently cut off the locked bolt. Creaky. The dilapidated iron gate made a teeth-grinding sound. Without the last barrier, Evans finally saw the person outside. He was an unusually tall man who needed to lower his head slightly to pass through the door frame. His body was wrapped in a black coat, a cloak, and a wide-brimmed hat, giving people a strong sense of oppression. When he came to the door, he suddenly stood still. On the other side, Lorian silently felt the wonderful experience of possession. Although his body was still in the car, a wisp of consciousness followed the connection in the blood and attached to this new body. Sensing the anger brewing in the body, he released the last bit of restriction and began to be a pure spectator. After receiving the special blood, Jack Arnold, who was resurrected from the dead, felt the terrorist will in his body disappear, and he breathed a sigh of relief silently. Vampire. There was a struggle in the corner of his eyes, but it disappeared quickly. In any case, he has been reborn, freed from endless confusion, and gained the opportunity to walk the world again and take revenge with his own hands. You. Who are you? In the detention room, Evans huddled in the corner trembling, waving his arms in fear at the weirdo in front of him. Are you afraid? While adapting to his body that was now filled with bloodthirsty instincts and crazy desires, Jack Arnold slowly stepped forward, holding the sharp blade that reflected arc light in his right hand, and walked straight towards the murderer who killed him. Yes, you should be afraid of me. After all, it was you who personally put the blade into my neck and took my life. He took off his wide-brimmed hat, revealing a terrifying face that had changed greatly but was still recognizable by acquaintances. The flesh was close to the bones, a brass-toned light flashed in the pupils, and the skin was as pale as a corpse, outlining a gloomy and terrifying face. Ah, Arnold! Evans recognized the face that always appeared in his dreams at a glance, and opened his eyes in disbelief. The dead appeared in front of him, even the people he killed with his own hands, and now they looked like a ghost asking for his life. This is far more absurd than ordinary ghosts. It is also more terrifying. Aren't you dead? Yes, I'm dead. Jack stepped forward, the shadows around him dancing and gathering at his feet, like a call from another world. As you wish, he said in a low and hoarse voice. I am now a dead spirit returning from hell, a minion of the devil. Fear permeated every inch of Evans' mind. His collapsed reason made his eyes turn white and his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. No, no. He had already anticipated what he was about to face. At this moment, he was somewhat eager for the trial from the court. Even the gallows that deprived people of their lives became amiable. Please, he struggled and said, for the sake of our years of friendship, just kill me. He didn't naively hope that the other party would forgive him regardless of the past. He just hoped that he could endure less torture before leaving this world. Jack answered with his actions. When he stepped forward, grabbed Evans' head with his big hands, lifted it up easily, and then slammed it against the wall. His hair was a mess, and the flowing blood covered his pale and bloodless face, leaving winding red marks on the mottled wall, which continued to spread downwards. After several heavy blows, Evans, who had no power to resist, was almost knocked unconscious. With his arms hanging down like a rag doll in the wind, Jack pressed him against the wall and swung his right hand. The forearm-long knife pierced through his shoulder and cut across with unstoppable force. The ruptured artery spurted blood like a fountain, dyeing the vision red. The detention room instantly turned into a microcosm of hell, with organs and blood covering the ground. Jack Arnold, with red stains on his shawl and coat, closed his eyes. The vampire blood was restless and excited, feasting on death hungrily, turning fear into nourishment and craving for more. Evans was no longer able to speak. His two eyeballs bulged out of his eye sockets, and the consciousness in his body quickly disappeared, and he was about to usher in the end. He looked at the old acquaintance who harvested leaves in front of him in a trance, and suddenly saw a deep, impressive, and merciless cold gaze. At this moment, he thought of the person he had just met not long ago, the black-clothed detective, the devil. His pupils suddenly shrank, and the discovery that was more shuddering than death made him squeeze out the last words. "Forgive me." Police station, office. Detective Vincent, who was vividly describing the detective's case-solving process to his colleagues, suddenly heard a faint shout, but when he stopped and listened carefully, it disappeared, and he did not notice anything unusual. "What's wrong?" the colleague on duty asked. "There seems to be some noise over there in the detention room." "Hey, all new prisoners are like this, shouting and yelling. They will be fine once they get used to it. Then he may have to wait until the next life." "I almost forgot." The colleague laughed and shook his head. "The crime of murder is enough to send that man to the gallows." "Ha ha ha. Go on. Why did you stop halfway?" "What is deductive reasoning?" several people urged, but Vincent was not as relaxed as them. He pricked up his ears alertly, and at this moment, another scream came from the detention room, louder and clearer than the previous one, so that he was not the only one who heard it, and the shrill scream made people feel cold in their hearts. "Huh?" Everyone looked at each other, stopped what they were doing at the same time, and quickly rushed to the detention room. When they walked through the dim corridor and saw the broken iron door, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The prisoner escaped from prison. This smell. The detectives on duty in front took out their guns and signaled their colleagues behind to slow down and be alert. The closer they were to the detention room, the thicker the smell of blood in the air became. The detective walking in the front raised his gun and walked to the iron door. When he saw the scene inside, his face changed suddenly. "Hiss!" The others quickly caught up, and the hellish scene filled everyone's vision. The prisoner who was just arrested tonight has lost his breath. He lay in the corner of the detention room. His abdomen was cut open. His left hand was almost completely broken. Only part of the muscle tissue was connected to the shoulder blade. His organs were scattered outside. His eyeballs were out of the eye, sockets under heavy pressure, and red bloodshot was bulging high. There were faint signs of struggle on the body, but it obviously didn't work. Most of the room was stained red by the splattered blood. The strong smell of blood was unbearable even for experienced detectives. A young detective couldn't help but retching. On the wall behind the dead man, a name that had never been heard of was written in blood: Jack the Ripper. Swish minus a brown red car stopped downstairs of the apartment building. The door opened, and the yawning, sleepy detective got out of the car. Rudolph stuck his head out of the car window and said with a smile, "Thank you so much, Mr. Lorian. If it weren't for you, this matter might have been delayed for several weeks." "You are welcome." Lorian patted his wallet happily. "Next time there is such a thing, remember to come to me." Rudolph sweated. It's better not to have such a thing. Again, he rolled up the car window, waved goodbye, and then started the car and left. Lorian waved his hand and turned back to the apartment. Room 204. Snap! He pressed the switch on the wall, and the shadows scattered. The incandescent light turned on and gave people a warm illusion. Walking to the office chair and sitting down, Lorian spoke to the air. "How does revenge feel?" "Not bad." A pool of black shadows gathered into a human shape in the center of the front hall, and finally froze into Jack Arnold with a black shawl in blood on the corners of his clothes. He looked around for a moment and said, "I thought all the devils lived in hell." "That's your stereotype. I am considered to be a very bad devils," Lorian said modestly. "Other devils live in big villas where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and they don't have to pay taxes. Only a down and out devil like me needs to rent a house by myself, and can even only afford this kind of cheap apartment. When it comes to being a vampire, those capitalists are much better than him." Jack Arnold fell silent. Lorian closed his eyes and began to feel the changes in his body. The abilities fade back from Jack, both in quality and quantity, far exceed those ants that have been feeding for many days. They are shadow manipulation, flesh and blood regeneration, and sharp blade. He hooked his finger, and the shadow suddenly became real in reality, winding up and being able to touch it directly. It is very suitable for creating an atmosphere for the appearance. At the same time, it can spend a lot of physical energy to wrap itself with these shadows and walk through the darkness. And this, Lorian reached into the interlayer of his clothes, squinted his eyes and groped up and down, slowly pulling out a forearm-long blade. As long as it is out of sight, he can easily pull out a sharp blade. The Reaper did not die with bare hands. This is unscientific, but very mystical. Now it is certain that although the name is the same, this vampire is definitely not the same thing as I thought. Lorian rubbed his eyebrows, and the guess in his heart was confirmed. Spreading blood, cultivating clans. There is no classic vampire weakness such as fear of sunlight, only being able to move at night, and having to suck blood regularly. If you say this is an evil god, I will believe it. In the game, it must be a regional boss. I should be more low-key in the future. I always feel that this world is not as peaceful as it seems. Besides me, there may be other monsters. He shook his head slowly. Unlike Jack Arnold's devil walking in the world, Lorian still has some self-knowledge. He is just a newborn vampire. The devil is pure slander. After setting the goal of wretched development, he looked back at Jack Arnold, who was standing in the same place. You will be my first henchman in the future. I hope you like the name, Jack the Ripper. Lorian smiled, and his pupils emitted a brassy tone like a jet of flame. Jack was silent for a while. To be honest, he was still a little resistant to becoming a henchman of the devil. He accepted the olive branch thrown by the devil only for revenge. But he was also a decent man in his life, and he would not go back on his word after receiving benefits. Looking at the devil disguised as an ordinary detective in front of him, Arnold's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the skin and see the terrifying, hideous and inhuman nature underneath. Your will is my will, and your enemy is my enemy. He lowered his head obediently. Lorian was very pleased with this. He was worthy of being a lackey appreciated by his old boss, Oliver Winston. He was very conscious. Tell me how you feel now, Jack Arnold said slowly. I seem to be able to share my blood and transform the other party into a vampire. But it will fall into a weak state for a certain period of time, and the transformed vampire must be weaker than me. The earlier it is born, the stronger it is. Lorian rubbed his chin and thought quietly. According to the existing information, he might be the source of all vampires, which sounds quite high. Although his ability is limited now, he can look forward to the future. He temporarily called Jack Arnold, who was transformed by him personally, the first-generation vampire. The vampires that the other party continued to create were the second generation of vampires, and so on. As for those who only swallowed part of the blood, they can only be called blood recipients. Judging from tonight's actions, vampires seem to be able to enhance their abilities by devouring fear and spreading reputation, which is a bit like ghost stories and urban legends. At least it seems so for now. After completing his revenge, Arnold received a little feedback, and after a while, he received a bigger wave of feedback. It seems that the traces left at the scene were discovered. Thinking of this, Lorian suddenly remembered an important thing. Where is Evans? Jack did not speak after hearing this, but raised his hand to summon a black shadow, which condensed into a pale, naked body on the ground. He has gray skin, scarlet pupils, sharp teeth, and a nose that shrinks downwards. He does not have the characteristics of a living person such as breathing and heartbeat. It is the dead Evans. Ugh. He fell to the ground, lowered his head and wanted to vomit, but after noticing a cold gaze, he forced himself to hold it back. He has become my corpse servant now, and everything is under my control, Arnold said. Corpse servant? A servant transformed from a corpse. Lorian chewed on these 2 words, thinking about something, while Evans greeted him angrily. Your humble and loyal servant greets you, great Mr. Devil. After being killed, Evans was transformed into a corpse servant, abandoned his original body, and condensed a new body from the darkness. The process consumed a lot of Jack Arnold's spirituality. Evans didn't care about his embarrassment at the moment, and his eyes couldn't hide his enthusiasm and excitement. Lorian asked directly, "What's the difference between you now and when you were alive?" Evans said frankly, "It seems that you are a little afraid of light. The strength is a little stronger than before, and I'm a little hungry." He listed several characteristics including thirst for blood. Lorian's face suddenly looked a little strange. "Why does it sound like you are the real vampire?" As Evans was talking, he suddenly thought of something, and a look of jealousy appeared on his face. He said hurriedly, "Mr. Devil, I have something to report to you." "Speak." Evans looked angry. "It was not my intention to murder Lord Arnold. Someone hypnotized me and instructed me to do all this. After death, the influence disappeared, and I recalled these scenes. Apartment, front hall." Lorian found an old piece of clothing for Evans to wear. At first, the other party was very frightened and would rather be honest than blaspheme the clothes of Lord Devil. Only under the strong request did he timidly put on the clothes that did not fit well and were too big for him. Under Lorian's urging gaze, Evans scratched his head embarrassedly, thought hard, and then told a memory that had just recovered in his mind. Winston Manor, late at night. The cold moonlight poured in through the window, leaving behind a cold white arc of light. Staff dormitory, room 111. The desk lamp was dimly lit, and Evans lay unsteadily on the bed, tossing and turning from time to time, as if he was having a nightmare. Knock, knock, knock. A dull knock on the door sounded, very clear in the quiet night. Evans was awakened from a light sleep, half asleep and half awake, and looked towards the door. He shook his head to dispel the remaining sleepiness, and then spoke in confusion. "Who?" "It's me." A hoarse, old response came, and Evans was stunned with a bewildered look on his face. "Mr. Winston? Why would he come to me at this time?" Oliver Winston has a daughter and 2 sons. The eldest son and daughter live with him in the manor. They, Mr. Winston that the servants talk about usually refers to Oliver himself. Evans was surprised, but did not dare to delay. He hurriedly put on his coat, got up, walked to the door of the room and opened it. Outside the door, Oliver Winston appeared here alone in a wheelchair, silently staring at the surprised Evans. He had gray hair, a thin face, and was wearing an expensive gray silk shirt. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was always dozing off. "Good evening, Evans," he said in a dreamy voice. "Anything, Mr. Winston?" "Oh, nothing." Oliver Winston woke up as if from a dream, opened his dark eyes, and murmured, "Just came to see you, my servant, Evans." "Come to see me? What does that mean?" Before Evans could react, Winston suddenly raised his hand, dropped a silver pocket watch, and shook it gently. The pocket watch was engraved with intricate decorative patterns, the main body of which was the outline of a hanged man, surrounded by a group of people with their hands raised high. "Evans, my servant, you should listen to the advice of me, your employer, Oliver Winston." Evans' eyes were attracted by the patterns with a strange beauty. His pupils gradually lost their luster, his mouth slightly opened, and his eyes were dull. Then he took a few steps forward without noticing and approached Oliver Winston in a wheelchair. There was only a body length between the two. "Jack Arnold, that despicable Plymouth man. You have always resented him because he took away what should have belonged to you. Power, status, wealth, honor, the envy of everyone." Oliver opened his eyes wide and slowed down the speed of shaking his pocket watch. Desires were roused, resentments were magnified, and the vague ideas in Evans' mind gradually condensed and took shape, and continued to grow wildly and uncontrollably. Cowardice is hindering you from completing your real career. Throw away those cowardly and weak ideas, Evans. After Oliver repeated it several times, he squinted and stared at Evans, who was drooling at the corners of his mouth, with a fatal temptation reflected in his pupils. You should have more. Oliver Winston. Lorian whispered the familiar name. He knew that the world was not so simple. He didn't expect that his first employer was not a normal person. On the one hand, you hypnotize and instigate murder, and on the other hand, you hire a detective to investigate. You are playing left and right. Lorian didn't understand why Oliver Winston did this. Jack Arnold was originally just a servant on the other party and could be dismissed at any time, without having to instruct others to kill. What are you trying to do? Do you have any clue, Jack? I don't know. Jack also found it difficult to accept this fact. He did not expect that Oliver Winston, who had worked for him for many years, was the culprit of everything. In his impression, that gentleman had always been very kind to servants, never condescending or overbearing, even if the other party had a completely different status from him. Wait, he suddenly remembered something. The original Winston Manor was only inhabited by Oliver Winston and his unmarried eldest daughter, Anna Winston. A few months ago, his eldest son Richard Winston suddenly came to live for a long time. At the same time, Oliver dismissed most of the servants in the manor on the grounds of poor company management and financial difficulties, leaving only those who could barely maintain daily operations. But this could not explain why Oliver Winston ordered Evans, who had been resentful for a long time, to kill himself. Jack frowned and thought hard, checking every suspicious memory, and suddenly looked up. Oliver is nearly 70 years old and can no longer take care of himself. He needs someone to pay attention to him all the time. That is, me, his personal butler. As the person who spends the longest time with him every day, I can't help but notice some of his peculiarities. Don't hide it, tell me more, Lorian urged. Jack's tone paused, and he continued after a while. I once accidentally saw Oliver Winston mumbling in the room, as if talking to the air. The distance was too far, and I didn't hear what he said clearly. When I walked in, he immediately stopped this behavior. At that time, I just thought that Oliver might have Alzheimer's disease or was too lonely. So I told him to take a rest and told the butler Rudolph Hill about it. After that, I didn't pay much attention to it. When did that happen? Last week. This old man is really not a good person. Lorian touched his chin and speculated maliciously. Being able to do something like hypnotic murder shows that he has certain special abilities, and his moral bottom line is quite flexible. Maybe he doesn't have any at all. In short, he is not a good person. The muttering in your eyes may be that he is cursing some unlucky person, Jack added. It is also possible that there were more than just me and him in the room at that time, but I couldn't see the third person. Yeah, Lorian thought about it and nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense. Then we should, of course, we should keep a low profile first. He looked at Evans and Jack, who were eager to try, and shook his head. I have a hunch that even if you become a vampire now, you may not be able to kill him. After all, you know nothing about him. Of course, this doesn't mean you give up revenge. Lorian narrowed his eyes. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. Since you are now the devil's claws, the devil must make him pay for his actions. No one can offend the devil. He turned his head and looked out the window. Gray and white mist spread out. Under the shining silver moon, the night was vast. Before that, let's say hello to this world first. The east end of London is also known as East London, on par with South London, North London, West London, and the City of London. It is close to the port and has a huge floating population. It is a natural hotbed for cultists and criminals, and has bred many major riots and brutal public security incidents. It is the most chaotic and mixed area in the entire county of London. Members of Congress have repeatedly proposed bills to regulate and develop East London, trying to save this area with industrial blood flowing, but in the end they all came to nothing. Today, it gathers the largest number of underground gangs and cults in the entire county of London, and most of the time, the two are inseparable and intertwined. Illegal beliefs, rampant contraband, gun trafficking, and violent crimes together fill the dark gray background of this century's metropolis. In East London, the words of gang members may be more deterrent than those of the police department. After all, the latter can only arrest you and lock you up for a period of time, while the former is really open-hearted with you. Havering an unknown coffee shop, the disguised detective and Jack Arnold pushed the door open and walked in, choosing a seat in an empty corner. Lorian wore a deerstalker hat, and his exquisite woolen coat and pure black scarf set off his aura of keeping strangers away. Because he searched the apartment for a long time before leaving but couldn't find his pipe and cane, his idea of playing Sherlock Holmes was helplessly shattered. Arnold has returned to his original appearance. If he removes his disguise, he is almost the same as when he was alive, except that his face is paler. He lags behind half a meter, following Lorian's footsteps, playing the role of bodyguard and attendant. It was lunchtime, and there were more than a dozen people sitting in the coffee shop, and many people were attracted by this strange combination. "Sir, what are we doing here?" "Of course, we are here to work." Work. After picking a seat by the window and pulling out a chair to sit down, Lorian stretched out his hand to call the waiter, and said to him, "Here we come to harvest some evil leaves. And by the way, see if anyone is willing to sell their souls too." The devil. At this time, the waiter came over with a menu. "What do you two want to order?" He naturally cast his eyes on Lorian, who was obviously in a higher position, and asked for his opinion. "Well," Lorian took the menu, which was full of common dishes in the East District. 1 serving of beef stew with potatoes, 2 servings of fried fish, fried bacon, and pea soup. Oh, and 2 glasses of beer, and another. Although they are called cafes, the main business of these street shops is actually to provide cheap food for laborers and dock workers. And sometimes they also serve as bases and contact points for certain gangs. Okay, the waiter wrote down one by one and turned back to the counter after confirming that they were correct. After the waiter left, Lorian looked around and asked Jack in a low voice, "Speaking of which, do you think Winston will doubt the whereabouts of your body?" Although Evans abandoned his original body when he was transformed into a corpse servant, Jack Arnold still used his original body. After Lorian transformed him into a vampire, he waited for him to leave first before letting him go to the police station for revenge. Arnold considered, "Although you went to the crime scene alone again later, you were not the last person to touch my corpse." After Rudolph sent you away, because the case had been solved, hired workers came to collect my body, so they should not associate it with you. However, since Oliver is not an ordinary person, he may find some details that ordinary people can't see from the scene. When talking about his own body, he always felt awkward in his heart. Lorian had a similar view. He also felt that this matter would not be so easy to uncover, so he hoped to improve his strength as soon as possible before trouble came to him, so that he could deal with it more calmly. At worst, he would take the 200 pounds and leave London directly. Thinking of this, he suddenly changed the question. "Do you have any inheritance from Oliver?" Jack didn't follow his jumping thoughts and was choked. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" "Just curious." "Okay," Jack thought for a while and said, "Part of my salary is stored in the Swaffham private bank, and part of it is kept in the room of Winston Manor. If nothing unexpected happens, the butler should mail this part of the cash and my personal belongings to my uncle and aunt. They live in Doverport and are my only living relatives." Lorian's curiosity was satisfied, and he said happily, "It sounds like you have a good impression of the butler." To be honest, his impression of Rudolph is also pretty good, mainly because he is generous and gives money quickly. I hope that future clients will be so generous. Mr. Hill has always had a good reputation among the servants. Jack shook his head helplessly. But isn't Oliver the same? If the truth hadn't been known from Ivan's memory, no one would know his true face. Just like his current boss, he appears to be an ordinary detective with nothing special, but is actually a vampire with extraordinary powers, and sometimes he even plays a guest role as a devil from hell. He has multiple jobs, and is simply a model worker. That's true. Lorian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After about 10 minutes, the meals he ordered were served one after another. The stew was steaming, and the fried fish was golden in color, looking very appetizing. He forked a piece of fish into his mouth and swallowed it without chewing it. It's actually not bad. The taste is not delicious, but at least it is much better than the food he made in his apartment. Even with his picky senses, it is not unpalatable. Compared with the not-so-expensive price, the quality is beyond expectations. Looking at the boss, who was concentrating on enjoying the food, Jack was hesitant to speak. He always felt that as a minion of the devil, he was not doing his job properly. However, he would not question the boss' decision. He was very tactful and kept silent. He lowered his head and puffed his cheeks to push the food in, eating quickly and not rudely. Talk less and do more. Learn while watching. This is the experience he summed up in his more than 10 years of career. Facts have proved that these experiences are very useful. After finishing lunch, Lorian waved again, and the waiter, who had been secretly paying attention to this direction, walked over quickly. Is there anything I need, sir? He said enthusiastically. Check out, okay, sir. It's 8 pence in total. Lorian stood up, took out a shilling with a gray background and white lines from his wallet and handed it to him. The rest is your tip. The tipping culture in Great Britain originated very early. In the 19th century, tipping was already a very common phenomenon. Although it was criticized by many scholars, it was still popular in all walks of life. So Lorian's behavior was not abrupt. Your generosity is impressive. The waiter praised sincerely. So, are you interested in earning more tips? I don't understand what you mean. Lorian took out another shilling, with the queen's head shining and exuding the unique ink fragrance of banknotes. I want to ask you something. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the crescent moon rose, and black replaced gray and white as the main color of London. The streets under the moonlight reflected mottled red walls, the buildings crawling on the ground stretched out branches, and the tireless Thames greedily sucked the night. Lorian lowered the brim of his hat and walked into 1145 Hammer Street. According to the waiter, this is the territory of the Curry Brotherhood and operates a black market. Everything is sold, including those that are not allowed by law and morality. To sum it up in one sentence, you can find anything here, except cautions. The black market is a bar on the surface. It is very dim as a whole. The seats are far apart. Only the general outlines of the customers can be seen. There are only 3 or 2 people at this time. It looks like business is bleak. There is a high platform in the middle, which should be used for performances. Most of them were very exciting programs, but unfortunately, he didn't catch up. Lorian walked to the bar, and the bartender dressed as a cowboy asked, "What do you want? What do you have?" Let's be frank, he actually came to find trouble. Mainly wanted to invite 2 helpful gang members to verify the newly acquired abilities. Think they won't refuse. "Ah, is this your first time here?" The bartender put down the high-heeled glass in his hand and introduced enthusiastically. "Here, you can buy almost everything you can think of, such as guns, hallucinogens, opium tincture, sexual services. So open and aboveboard." Lorian thought he needed to exchange secret codes, verify identity, etc. Your black market is too arrogant. The bartender saw the doubt on his face and asked, "Are you worried that this place will be searched by detectives?" Yes, Lorian nodded. The bartender laughed. "This is East London. They should get out." He then added, If by chance what you want is not available here, you can also pay to publish a commission. We will organize professional personnel to use special methods to obtain it for you. What a frank joke. Besides, the special method you mentioned is not stealing or robbing, right? Luo Liang understood and was greatly shocked. He deepened his understanding of the chaos in East London, thought for a while and said, I need a pistol that is easy to carry, inconspicuous, and has enough deterrence. As a detective, he didn't even have a gun, which was embarrassing for his colleagues. Then you have come to the right place. The bartender turned and walked into the small door at the back. After a brief selection, he moved several small wooden boxes to the counter, clicked the lock open, and in the first box was a gun with a thick barrel, a brown mahogany handle, and simple patterns engraved on it. How about the modified cavalry pistol? It is powerful and has a range 20% to 30% higher than that of ordinary pistols. It uses smokeless fixed ammunition and can hold 7 bullets at a time. The bartender introduced him. This gun was once used as a secondary weapon in the Manchester Cavalry Regiment. Later, it was replaced by Webley's new product due to cost reasons, but it is still loved by many private collectors. In some places, it is called Dragoner Growler. How much? 350 shillings. It comes with 20 rounds of ammunition. If you need to buy more, you can enjoy a 20% discount. That is 35 pounds, not cheap. If it is an ordinary worker, it will take half a year to earn it without eating or drinking. The cost of this gun must be much lower than this figure. Arms are indeed a real profiteering business. Luo Liang also found that, except for some large transactions, Londoners prefer to use shillings and pence as units. He tried it with his hand. The weight is moderate and the shape fits the palm of the hand. It is quite handy. The only drawback is that it is a bit expensive. Of course, expensive is not the gun's problem, but his problem. He is still too poor. Let's take a look at the next one. Okay, the bartender said nothing, opened the second wooden box, and took out a small and unique pure black pistol. The classic tulip fence pistol, developed by Quiet International, has been well received since it was sold. It is a high-performance weapon favored by many agents and private detectives. Luo Liang asked the price politely. 220 shillings. It is cheaper than the Dragoon, but the bullets must be purchased separately, and there is no free service. At Luo Liang's signal, the bartender showed him the remaining 2 pistols separately. How about it? Luo Liang weighed the pros and cons and made a choice. I want the first one. In addition, I need a holster and 50 rounds of bullets. Guest, you made the right choice. The bartender smiled and said, you can doubt the character of those Manchester people, but you can't doubt their aesthetics and taste for weapons. The Dragoon is definitely one of the best weapons of this century. It is the absolute pinnacle of revolver skills. Those other defective products are not worthy of being on par with it. In countries such as France and Prussia, self-loading pistols, that is, semi-automatic pistols, have gradually begun to emerge, but the British arms market is still dominated by revolvers, and this design has been developed to its peak. It can only be said that the British have their own unique taste. Well, Luo Liang nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Jack beside him, who shook his head, indicating that he didn't need such things. The bartender packaged the bullets and pistols separately and turned them upside down on the bar. Seeing Luo Liang took out his wallet to pay, he pushed 2 packaging boxes and a leather holster to him. After Luo Liang got the package, he took out the pistol skillfully and loaded the bullets into the cavalry pistol he had just received one by one. He was very fast, and before the bartender could react, he had already filled 7 magazine positions. Then he swung it to the right with a snap, returning the revolver to its original position. Luo Liang held the bird-beak-shaped gun handle and saw the inconspicuous word Enfield between the fine lines. It's simply a work of art, isn't it? Yes, it's really beautiful. The bartender pointed at the gun, nodded in agreement. He was shocked by Lorian's quick reloading speed, and a drop of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. He didn't dare to act rashly, and gently raised his hand to stop the accomplice who wanted to come forward. Lorian said calmly, "The bar and the money belong to the gang, but your life is your own, don't you think? With such a small amount of money a month, why are you playing with your life?" "You are right, sir," the bartender echoed and said calmly. "The owner of the bar is on the second floor. If you go up quietly now and be careful, you should not be discovered. All the money is with him, including intelligence and personnel information of some gangs. His name is Ron Smith, one of the middle and senior leaders of the Corey Brotherhood. All matters of the bar are handled by him and have nothing to do with us." Luo Liang's hand, holding the gun, paused in the air. "You are too skilled." Luo Liang left Jack downstairs and went upstairs alone. The bartender did not lie. He did not encounter anyone to stop him until he stepped onto the second floor. It is estimated that they never thought that someone would dare to come to the Corey Brotherhood to kick the ground. Corey Brotherhood is a new gang that was established very recently, but it has a strong momentum. Under the management of the twin brothers Ricky Corey and Ron Corey, in just half a year, it used a billiard club as a springboard to grow bigger and stronger, and swallowed up many senior gangs in Heaven. The business has evolved from simply collecting protection fees at the beginning to robbery, murder, intimidation and kidnapping, trafficking in contraband, etc. It can be said that they are doing all kinds of evil, and even Satan would applaud. Generally speaking, the two brothers are now in their prime and have a certain status in the industry. The two are also soaring on the reward list of the police department. The elder brother's reward is 1,350 pounds, and the younger brother's is 1,200 pounds. A group of middle and high-level people in the gang are also on the reward list of the police department. A melodious music came from a room, and Luo Liang looked at it. The house number was 265. If nothing unexpected happened, this was Ron Smith's room. He did not hesitate, walked up quickly, and kicked open the lightly closed door. Wham! The door hit the wall heavily, making a loud noise. "Huh?" On the sofa in the middle of the room, Ron Smith, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed, was awakened by the movement and stood up suddenly. After realizing that something was wrong, he reached out to take the revolver on the table with extremely fast hand speed. Wham! A bullet hit him in front of him, throwing the pistol far away. Luo Liang walked into the room slowly and took a closer look. Ron Smith was a bald man with a fierce look and dressed in a decent black suit. "Who are you?" Ron asked in a deep voice. He cursed his men for being useless in his heart. He probably didn't expect that he had been sold out. He didn't lose his composure immediately. He looked at Luo Liang carefully a few times to make sure that he had never seen this face before. He said calmly, "I don't know when I offended you." "Don't worry." Luo Liang waved his hand and said, "You haven't offended me. I just want to make trouble for you." He took out a crumpled newspaper from his jacket, which he didn't know where he got from, and pointed to the reward photo in the lower right corner and said, "Is the person on it you?" Ron Smith, one of the senior members of the Corey Brotherhood, is mainly active in the Heaven area and has committed many criminal cases such as murder, robbery, and child trafficking. The bounty is 80 pounds. Are you a bounty hunter? Ron Smith saw that although he came with bad intentions, he did not take action immediately and there was room for negotiation. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, "I can give you 2 times, no, 5 times the bounty, as long as you leave. I promise that I will not let anyone investigate this matter and will pretend that I have never seen you." Bounty hunters, aren't they just after money? In a more convenient situation, he can get more rewards. He expected that this person would not refuse. However, Luo Liang said speechlessly, "If I kill you, won't your money still be mine?" "You make a lot of sense." Ron Smith was choked and speechless. After a long silence, he tried to persuade him, "We have no hatred at all. You came here just for the bounty, and I can give you more. Not only money, but also power, manpower, territory. Luo Liang flipped out the newspaper, pointed to the life or death below the bounty, shook his head and sighed. To me, sometimes the dead are more valuable than the living. Seeing that this person was not going to negotiate, Oran Smith instead raised a trace of courage. He suddenly rolled to the side and used the table to block between himself and Luo Liang. At the cost of a bullet in the thigh, he successfully grasped the revolver that had just been thrown away, gritted his teeth, and quickly pulled the trigger. Several consecutive, when gunshots rang out and fireworks exploded from the muzzle of the revolver. Luo Liang had already dodged and hid behind the door frame. Seeing Oran Smith moving towards the window and trying to jump out of the window to escape, he raised his gun and shot under the urging of his muscles, accurately hitting Oran Smith's lower back. Oran Smith was hit in the vital part, and the crazy adrenaline could not save him. He screamed and fell to the ground. Luo Liang did not rush forward, but fired several shots in succession, and stopped only when he was sure that the other party was dead. He felt a certain influence emanating from his body, entangled with Oran Smith's body, and combined with the unwilling resentment, he was about to transform the other party into a corpse servant. However, because the resentment was too shallow, the transformation process was stagnant before it began. Luo Liang tried it and found that he could isolate this influence, so he took the initiative to end the process. People like you should just die. With such a big commotion upstairs, other people should have noticed it anyway. There was a sound of a phone call coming from a room next to him, and they were calling people in a self-proclaimed covert way. He did not delay, put Oran Smith's dead body aside, and quickly searched the room, finding dozens of pounds in cash in total. Since he was here, it would be embarrassing to leave something for others. Then, he found a piece of sackcloth to cover Oran Smith's head and carried the body to go downstairs. As soon as he walked out of room 256, he met two gang members who came after hearing the noise. "Stop! What are you doing? You have no sense." Luo Liang shook his head and shot them to hell one by one. "Everyone is dead. Why are you still out? Don't you see that everyone else is hiding in their rooms, pretending to be dead?" Downstairs, the customers had left in a hurry, leaving only the bartender and his assistant. Jack took the body from Luo Liang and stood aside silently. The bartender looked at the boss, who looked like a commodity, and was extremely glad that he had just made the right decision. Although he might lose a job next, at least his life was saved. He decided to find a proper job in the future and no longer work for the gang. East London is too dangerous at night. If someone asks who did these things, you can just tell him my name. Luo Liang wanted to try whether spreading his reputation would benefit his current abilities. The bartender was stunned. "I don't know what your name is." "You can call me Jay, a bounty hunter who does it for fun." Luo Liang made up a pseudonym, and then remembered something. "Oh, wait, I have another thing for you to do." The bartender smiled flatteringly. "Just tell me, sir. Please write down all the gang members nearby on a list. I will use them." "This." The bartender hesitated. "Is it difficult?" No. He waved his hands repeatedly. "No difficulty, but there are countless gang members nearby. I don't know if you have a more specific scope, so that I can complete this task faster. Whoever is more valuable, write his name first." "Understood. Then do it quickly." Luo Liang glanced at the wall clock. The hands ticked. The time was 8:21. Tonight is still very long. The night gradually faded from the sky, and in the misty morning, the chaotic footsteps sounded at the Eastern District Police Headquarters, 5 miles east of Charing Cross. This is the headquarters of the East London Police Department, which is on the same level as the regional police headquarters in West London and North London, but is much more important and influential. Conference room. The then Police Chief Douglas threw the report submitted by his subordinates on the table. His face, with deep nasolabial folds, was tense. He neither scolded nor expressed dissatisfaction directly. He just scanned every participant with a serious look. Those who can attend this meeting are senior members of the Metropolitan Police at the level of superintendent and senior superintendent. The dark blue high-collared tuxedo, which is more refined than the uniforms of grassroots detectives, and the specially reinforced bowler hat set off the sharp temperament of these police officers. It is no exaggeration to say that these few dozen people in the conference room can mobilize more than 70% of the police resources in East London in a short period of time. But everyone who was scanned by Douglas lowered their heads unconsciously and dared not look at him. I don't know if you understand. In the dull atmosphere, Douglas said in a heavy tone, as of today, the crime index in East London has reached an alarming 71.2. He coughed, put his pipe to his mouth and smacked it a few times, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Smuggling and gang fights happen almost every day. A large number of innocent citizens are involved in criminal activities that have nothing to do with them. Just last month, that is, in the 30 days from June to July, a full 23 people died in murder, robbery, and other illegal activities. There are more than 80 missing persons registered with the police department, and the cause of these is a group of criminal groups headed by Tapeler Family, Razor Gang, Corey Brotherhood, Threepenny Association, and hundreds of underground gangs such as 30 Maniacs and Street Boys. In other parts of London County, this is an unimaginable number. I know that some of these organizations have established connections with some short-sighted rats in the Palace of Westminster to hinder the police from enforcing the law. But this cannot be used as a reason for the terrible and corrupt security situation in East London. At least it is not the most influential factor. At its root, we still have many problems internally. The participants were silent and kept their heads down. Douglas had served in the Royal Navy and was an honorary knight awarded by the Queen herself. He could openly criticize the MPs in the Palace of Westminster, but others did not have the confidence and courage, and Douglas' dissatisfaction with them was understandable. In response to the special situation in East London, when the police detectives in other areas were still equipped with standard police knives and batons, the East District Police Department had completed the full staff gunning and regularly organized professional skills training every month, and the salary was 20% higher than other areas, with many additional subsidies. It can be said that the level of police detectives in East London is much higher than that in other places. The mortality rate is also much higher. Since there is no problem with the executioner, it can only be the people present who have problems. In the silence of the superintendents, Douglas took out a new report. In addition to these long-standing problems, a while ago, a horrific incident occurred in the police station in the Whitechapel area. I hope to hear your opinions. The sound of flipping through paper documents broke the silence, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. According to their understanding of the chief, after scolding, the next step is to let them work. As long as they can complete the work smoothly, they will not be punished again, and they can get some leisure time. The information in the report is very detailed. Manor homicide, extraordinary detectives. During the short reading time, they had a preliminary understanding of the horrific incident mentioned by Douglas, Jack the Ripper, using cruel methods to torture criminals in the police station. Really, well done. Many superintendents had such an idea in their minds. Faced with the high crime rate, the voices in Congress to restore some tortures abolished in the last century have become louder and louder. Some people hope to deter potential criminals and reduce the pressure on public security. This trend of thought is common in the frontline police force. However, at this time, there are also police superintendents who disagree with this and put forward another perspective. This is a blatant challenge to the authority of the police department. Is this another idiot who came out of nowhere and thinks he is upholding justice? It may also be a vendetta. It's ridiculous. However, the detective's ability is worthy of praise. If the police department is full of such talents, Those rats in the gutter will never be so arrogant. Douglas put his pipe on the table and knocked it, signaling them to be quiet. At his request, the participants sat on the other side of the long table, lest someone could not stand his tobacco smell. Everyone, he said with a long-tailed tone, in addition to these text materials, the Whitechapel Regional Police Department also sent a set of photos of the scene. You can circulate them. The assistant took a stack of black and white photos from him and handed them to the superintendents. The meeting room fell into a brief silence again. The background of the photo is a dark and damp detention room, where the remains, corpses, and black blood clots together form a scene like a hell painting. The people who saw it first couldn't help but take a breath, their faces slightly uncomfortable, and at the same time aroused the curiosity of those waiting to be circulated. When the photo is finally passed to them, they will soon show the same expression, and once again arouse the curiosity of those behind them. 7 or 8 minutes later, when everyone has seen the photo, Douglas spoke again. This matter is too sensitive. He concluded the matter and continued, in any case, the behavior of this person who calls himself Jack the Ripper violated many public security laws and criminal laws, and it is impossible to let it go. In my opinion, several experienced inspectors with no conflicts in vacation should be sent to form a special investigation team to properly handle this matter. Oh, by the way, he added, this detective who solved the homicide case seems to be quite capable, and you can consider inviting him to participate in this investigation. What do you think? I think the arrangement of Mr. Director is very correct. Me too. Most of the people present agreed with the plan proposed by Douglas. There was also a small number of people who agreed very much. In short, the director has a good idea. Just as this impromptu meeting was coming to an end, a serious-looking detective suddenly came and knocked on the door. After getting permission, he pushed the door open and walked in, panting, "Mr. Chief, there may be something outside that you need to go and see in person." Several superintendents followed Douglas out of the police station and came to the door. A group of detectives gathered here. When they saw the chief come out, a middle-aged police chief came forward and shouted, "Mr. Chief, what's going on?" Douglas asked. The young detective just hesitated and didn't explain what happened. Douglas simply waved his hand and asked him to take a break and come and see it with his own eyes. The middle-aged police chief wearing glasses reported, "Just now, someone found several sacks at the door of the police station, and blood was still oozing from the ground. It may involve a major murder case. We didn't dare to open it rashly and waited for you to deal with it. Can't you handle it when I'm not here? If everything needs my approval, what do you need to do? Eat dry food." Douglas was not satisfied, frowned and said, "Where is it? Take me to see." The police chief nodded repeatedly and led the way silently. Several superintendents following the chief knew that this sentence also implied their own meaning, and they all lowered their heads. They couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards the chief who had just taken office, but they didn't dare to show it. The location of the East District Police Headquarters is not remote. It is surrounded by professional law firms, psychological counseling rooms, private hospitals, and other places. Opposite is a newspaper, the Penny Press, which is well known in the East End of London. The police chief led the chief and the superintendents forward and came to the door of a residential building next to it. Next to the trash can under the streetlight, 4 or 5 sacks were stacked together, and the black ground was stained with a slightly reddish coating by blood. It was still early. The sky was just getting light. The door of this high-end apartment was closed, and there were few pedestrians on the street, so there was no big disturbance. Douglas took a puff of his pipe and commanded, "Open the bags, be careful, and others should be alert. Coon, you organize a team to search the surrounding streets, act covertly, and don't disturb the citizens. I'll go now." A bearded superintendent behind him left the team and walked back to the police station to gather people. The bespectacled police chief looked around and found that he was the lowest-ranking official among the people present. He had to bite the bullet and step forward to separate several sacks and place them on the ground one by one. Those sacks were really not light, and they probably contained people, so they were very difficult to move. He bent over and was a little out of breath. He had no choice but to call a few detectives from a distance to come over. Several people worked together to move the remaining sacks and then unseal them. The smell of blood filled the scene. Douglas narrowed his eyes, and the leg was exposed from the mouth of the sack. He personally stepped forward and carried the person out with swift movements. It was a man, and he was already dead. There were 4 bullet marks on his body, and most of his body was stained red. The fatal wound was in the lower back, which should have penetrated the spleen. This is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Not to mention being shot, even a heavy blow can be fatal. When the whole person was taken out of the sack, everyone saw that the dead man's hands were tied behind his back, and the white cloth was tied on his head. What is this? The detective who worked with Douglas bent down to check. The white cloth was tied around the back of the head from the eye socket, and it was tied very tightly, causing a large concave area of the skin of the corpse and swelling around it. At the position of the eyes, a line of crooked blood words was written, and the blood soaked the white cloth and spread out a group of light-colored patches, like tears of repentance. Warren Smith, 80 pounds. Warren Smith, a police superintendent, said solemnly. He is a middle-level member of the Corey Brotherhood. Gangster. Douglas took off his blood-stained gloves and smacked his pipe. He made you remember his name, so he should have a reward in the police department. He stared at the 80 pounds and asked, "Is that the number?" The superintendent was not sure. It should be 80 pounds. Even if it is not, it will not be much different. Douglas nodded slightly and asked them to move all the people out of the sacks. A few minutes later, 5 corpses of the same shape were placed side by side, facing up in a row. 3 of them were shot, and 2 of them had only scars caused by sharp cutting. Judging from the cuts, the blades used by the other party were very sharp. On the white cloth at the position of the corpse eyeballs, their rocks and prices were written in their own blood, just like commodities for people to choose at the market. Zafrullah Box, 95 pounds. Jason Whiteman, 70 pounds. Gilbert Johnson, 66 pounds. Robin Sa Donner, 105 pounds. This scene is quite strange. It is clearly broad daylight, but many people present have goosebumps on their hands. Douglas was also a little irritated. Although he had heard about the security problems in East London before taking office, it was not to this extent. It has only been a short time, and there are a lot of old cases that have not been solved. I don't know where Jack the Ripper, who sneaked into the police station silently and tortured criminals, appeared. Now there is a bold person from the local headquarters of the police station who dumped the bodies. None of them are quiet guys. He has a sharp eye and can see at a glance that these people were killed by one person. Judging from the decomposition of the bodies, the time of death is very close, probably just a few hours ago, and they were packaged and sent to the police station right after they were killed. These traces show that this person is very capable, and the targets chosen by the other party are also very interesting. They are all criminals with high rewards in the police station. Strictly speaking, this is an act encouraged by the police department, but the method is a little extreme, and it is completely different from what Jack the Ripper did. At most, it is unlicensed law enforcement. Bounty hunters, like detectives, also need to be certified, and all are registered with the police department. This person uses this method, obviously not intending to show up. Douglas speculated that the other party should not have a bounty hunter license, but as long as there is no criminal record, it is not difficult to temporarily apply for a certificate. Therefore, not only should they not pursue it, but they should pay this person. Douglas was thinking, and the middle-aged sheriff wearing glasses suddenly bent down and took out a crumpled note from Moran Smith's chest pocket. He glanced at it in confusion and handed it to Douglas. "Mr. Chief, please take a look at this." Douglas reached out to take it and found a short message written on it, which should have been left by the person who dumped the body. "Dear Sheriffs, good morning. I'm sorry to disturb your breakfast time, but please allow me to delay you for a few minutes. After all, this is related to whether I will go to the restaurant to enjoy French foie gras next month, or hide in the apartment and eat dry bread. It is very important to me. You should be clear about the identities of these people. The specific names are written on the goods, so I won't go into details one by one. In short, I have completed several commissions you issued, so I hope to get the corresponding remuneration. Please send the reward to this address: Hammer Street, Havering, East End, London County. Also, don't forget to tip. Thank you. A law-abiding and enthusiastic citizen who is working hard to make money. J. Douglas tightened his left hand holding the pipe, and the scar at the corner of his eye twitched slightly. While the message caused quite a stir in the East District Police Headquarters, the detective, who had been busy all night, finally returned to his cozy, cheap apartment. The cold wind blew up his clothes, and the detective, with uncertain eyes, wrapped his woolen coat. Behind him, the sky was pale and the morning light was dim. After returning to the apartment, Lorian fell asleep and did not wake up until noon. Today is a rare sunny day. The sky is bright, and several beams of bright yellow sunlight shine into the room through the gaps in the curtains, hitting the bed that still has residual warmth. Bathroom. Lorian scooped up a handful of water on his face, and after cleaning, he wiped the water stains with a towel. A young face with strong features was reflected in the mirror. Although he had not slept all night, there was no sign of fatigue on his face. Now he has less need for sleep, and he can fully recover his energy in about 2 or 3 hours a day. He has the sleep quality that office workers dream of. After washing up, he found a mid-length windbreaker with a hem that dropped to his size in the closet, hung the leather holster around his waist, then put the revolver loaded with bullets in and covered it with the hem of the windbreaker. He walked a few steps in front of the mirror. When he was walking, he couldn't see that there was a revolver hidden underneath. It was very concealed. Only when standing still could you see a little bulge, but as long as you didn't stare at it deliberately, you wouldn't notice the existence of the holster underneath, which was completely sufficient for daily use. After adjusting the collar of his windbreaker, he suddenly threw open the hem of his clothes, quickly drew his gun and aimed, making a pop sound of metal touching, and then quickly inserted the revolver into the holster. He tried it several times in a row, and nodded with satisfaction after confirming that this piece of clothing would not affect the shooting action. After coming here for more than a week, he can be said to have initially established a firm foothold. Not only does he own a professional detective agency and a loyal henchman, he also has a certain degree of self-protection ability. But the situation is more complicated than before. Lorian clenched his fist and felt a feedback in his body. Several existing abilities were enhanced. It seems that the way of spreading reputation and expanding influence is also useful to him. I don't know if the Metropolitan Police will default on the bounty of those people. After all, my behavior does not conform to the normal process. He silently speculated. Well, those people add up to only a few £100. It may be a huge sum of money for ordinary people, but the London Metropolitan Police is the largest police organization in the world after all, so it is not short of this small money. The London Metropolitan Police, led by British Home Secretary Robert Peel, was established in 1829. It has a police headquarters, 5 regional headquarters, 97 branches, more than 200 police jurisdictions, and provides more than 10,000 police positions. Every year, there is a large amount of financial funding from the Ministry of the Interior. As long as it is not too greedy, It should not default on this bounty. Thinking of this, he moved to the front hall of the apartment and took out a piece of white paper from the drawer. The murder at Tepish Manor, the creation of a vampire clan, hunting criminals. He held the pen and moved it unconsciously, silently reviewing the experience of the past few days, arranging several events in his mind one by one in the order of occurrence, and making plans for the future. The first thing to do is to move out of here and rent a better apartment, preferably within half a month. As for the opening of the detective agency, it can be delayed for a while. He is no longer in urgent need of funds and does not have to worry about money in the short term. In addition, the investigation of Oliver Winston must be put on the agenda. Anyway, he has been involved in this matter inadvertently. Instead of passively waiting for things to change, it is better to take the initiative as much as possible. In addition, you don't have to stay with me for the time being. I have a few tasks for you. Jack Arnold appeared from the shadows. Are you going to start planning London City? Evans, who appeared together, had a bright look in his eyes. He knew that the devil would not be willing to lie dormant for a long time and was finally going to take action. It's just some preparations in advance. I need you to go to East London to recruit some people. Lorian shook his head and reminded, you can use Arnold's ordinary blood to attract some people and establish a base. You must carefully screen the candidates and not reveal your true identity. This part will be handled by Evans. Remember, you must not be too ostentatious. This city is not as simple as it looks in the daytime. Understood. Evans took the 100 pounds of startup funds from him with trembling, and his voice trembled because of excessive excitement. It will definitely be done. It will definitely be done. Lorian glanced at him, and then said to Jack, as for you, well, continue to spread fear as Jack the Ripper. Up to now, he has also touched many corpses, but only when he touched Jack Arnold did he feel obvious restlessness. He vaguely felt that there was a limit to the number of first-generation vampires he could directly transform. Giving the quota to ordinary people would inevitably cause a huge waste of resources. Therefore, in order to maximize the benefits, even if he waited for his body to recover, he did not plan to give blood in a short time. However, we can use ordinary blood to cultivate some blood-eating creatures and see if there will be any unexpected surprises. Perhaps they could not bear the power of the vampire. All the ants, including 1 second and 2 seconds, had died. They were completely drained of their value. He decided to change an ammo this time. Lorian saw carefully for a moment, and after making sure that there was nothing missing, he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the trash can. That's it for now. You act according to the arrangement. Okay, sir. Arnold bent down and nodded, then summoned the shadow and took Evans away. The detective was the only one left in the room again. Gurgle. There was a slight sound from his abdomen. Lorian felt a little hungry, so he got up and tidied himself up, ready to go out for lunch. There are many restaurants around the apartment. They are all simply decorated. They are affordable, large and full, and most of them taste good. As for whether the food produced in this environment will have hygiene problems, for such a small amount of money, do you still want to eat sirloin steak made by professional chefs? Lorian chose a shop with fewer people. The environment inside was not bad. At least it was clean and tidy on the surface. Oh, welcome, friend. The boss was a middle-aged man with dark skin and a strong body. The obvious muscle lines could be seen on his arms with sleeves rolled up. He smiled heartily and said, "What would you like to eat?" This was a bakery. The menu was written on the sign at the door of the shop. Lorian glanced at it and said, "1 serving of eel jelly and butter bread. Thank you." "Okay, please wait." The boss rubbed his hands and walked into the back kitchen. In less than 5 minutes, he came out with a tray. It seemed that he was the only one running the whole shop, so he had to be both a chef and a waiter. Sir, your eel jelly and butter bread. He wiped the bottom of the bowl with the towel on his wrist before putting it on the table, and introduced it to Lorian with a smile. The thick soup is included. No extra payment is required. This is the recipe I just developed. You can give some comments after enjoying it, just as a favor to me. Thank you. Lorian took the tableware and did not refuse his kindness. The boss also said, "Thank you very much," and then turned back to the kitchen with the tray. Lorian blew a breath, then scooped a spoonful of thick soup into his mouth with a spoon, and tasted the mushrooms, bacon, and cream. It was not bad and quite in line with his taste. Thinking that this soup was free, the taste instantly rose to a higher level. Free is the most delicious. He quickly finished all the food on the table and burped very satisfied. The boss came over to pay the bill. Lorian didn't bring a wallet, but only a few shillings and pence in his windbreaker pocket. He took out the banknotes and was about to pay, but he saw an unexpected person at the door of the store out of the corner of his eye. Huh, Detective Winnie. Detective Winnie was wearing a double-breasted tuxedo for women, with well-cut pure black trousers on the bottom, and a police officer's knife and holster on her waist. The person accompanying her was not Vincent, but a strange young police officer. He was tall and indifferent. His uniform was more exquisite than that of an ordinary detective, with more decorations. Judging from the shoulder straps, he was an inspector promoted from the chief of police. The inspectors of the police department usually supervise an independent law enforcement team. They are not in the same system as the frontline patrol officers. They only accept the dispatch of the regional commander, that is, the chief of police, and have a high degree of autonomous law enforcement power. Usually, they are mainly responsible for handling some difficult-to-solve major cases, arresting criminals, protecting royal family members and senior British politicians. When Lorian saw Detective Winnie, the other party also saw him. "Mr. Detective," Detective Winnie asked loudly in surprise from a distance, "why are you here?" She pulled the corner of the inspector's police uniform and walked over quickly. Aaron Hastings, who was pulled by her, twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth like a paralyzed face. "I live in the apartment next door. Isn't it normal to appear here?" Lorian said, as a matter of course. He didn't expect to see this female detective here a few days later. "Live nearby?" Detective Winnie was stunned. Although East London is notoriously dirty, messy, and poor, and the public security is worrying, in the City of London, sewers are divided into different levels, not to mention a city district. This area is considered a chaotic and backward area even in the whole of East London. She thought that, with her detective ability, she would live in relatively wealthy and stable places such as Hamburning Street and Cross Street. "Be polite, Winnie." Aaron Hastings frowned and reminded, a little dissatisfied with her surprise. "Oh," Detective Winnie scratched her head embarrassedly. "I know, brother." Aaron corrected with a frown. "Didn't I tell you that you should call your position outside?" "Yes, Inspector Hastings," Detective Winnie said perfunctorily, obviously not taking it to heart. Then, she pointed at Lorian and introduced him to her inspector excitedly. "He is the detective who solved the Jack Arnold death cases that I told you about last time. He also told me about the deductive reasoning method." Inspector Hastings nodded, changed his serious attitude towards her, and extended his hand to the detective in a friendly manner. "Hello, Mr. Detective. I am the inspector of the Whitechapel Law Enforcement Team, Aaron Hastings. You can call me by my name directly." Although he still had no expression on his face, his tone was much softer. Winnie raised her eyes and glared at him. "Why must I call him by his position? Are these two people siblings?" Although Aaron Hastings and Detective Winnie have some similarities in facial features, their personalities are very different. They don't seem to be born from the same mother at all. Lorian secretly complained in his heart, but shook hands with him without changing his expression. "Hello, Mr. Hastings." He immediately asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" He didn't find any cases nearby that required the inspector to personally deal with them. Detective Winnie straightened her expression. "We received a report that a little boy went missing in this area, so we came to investigate. Actually, the police station sent her to investigate after receiving the report, and Aaron Hastings happened to be on vacation, so he accompanied her to take a look." Luo Liang handed the banknotes to the store manager and nodded in response. "So that's how it is." The store manager gave him a few pennies with a slightly sweaty expression and dropped a coin on the ground in panic. "Excuse me, sir." He bent down to pick up the coin, counted it slightly, and handed it to the detective. "Yeah." Luo Liang stuffed a small stack of banknotes into his pocket and prepared to say goodbye and leave, without any intention of getting involved in this matter. Detective Winnie said expectantly, "Mr. Luo Liang, don't you want to go and take a look?" She wanted Aaron Hastings to see the detective's deductive reasoning method. Luo Liang saw what she was thinking and shook his head and said, "Deductive reasoning method was not proposed by me. I just copied others. Moreover, handling cases is just my job, not a hobby. In fact, it is difficult for a person to turn his hobby into a job. You want me to work without money?" Detective Winnie was a little disappointed, but she also knew that she had no reason to force the detective to participate in this matter. She was about to respond, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Wait, in this case, then someone can pay you to give you a commission, right?" Luo Liang glanced at her. "My commission fee is very expensive." Although the original body was just a third-rate detective, he could not receive any serious commissions, and the commission fee was very low. But with his current ability and savings, he no longer looked down on the commission fee that was better than nothing. Detective Winnie hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth and said, "How much?" £10. Luo Liang said, "A friendly price." "So expensive?" Detective Winnie opened her eyes wide. Although the salary of detectives in East London is about 20% higher than that of other districts in the County of London, the cash that an ordinary detective can get in a week is only 18 shillings. £10 converted into shillings is 100 shillings, which is more than a month's salary for her. She knew that Luo Liang's ability was worth this price. But the most important thing was that she didn't have so much cash on her. The female detective touched the wallet in her pocket with a little embarrassment on her face. "I don't have so much money." Luo Liang spread his hands. "Then there is no way. I wish you good luck in your work." He was about to say goodbye and leave, and Inspector Aaron Hastings, who had been silent and standing next to him like a wax figure, suddenly said, "I will advance this part of the commission fee." When he looked at him in surprise, "When did you become so generous?" Inspector Hastings glanced at her and said, "It's an advance payment, and you have to pay it back." Detective Winnie promptly retracted her gratitude. Damn miser, if Aaron had borrowed money from her, she would definitely not have said such cruel words as, "You have to pay it back." She said angrily, "I will pay it back. Remember to pay it back before next month, otherwise I'm afraid you will forget. After all, your memory has never been very good." Aaron Hastings had a blank expression on his face, then took out a wallet with exquisite elk patterns, pulled out a £10 note and handed it to the detective. At the same time, he explained roughly, "The missing person is a 12-year-old boy, or maybe 11 years old, named Wu. According to the files of the police department, his mother has passed away for many years, probably because of tuberculosis. His father was an employee of Cornwall Company, but he was fired last year and is currently unemployed at home. This morning, he ran to the police station and cried that his son had disappeared since last night. He had no money to hire a detective, so he had to ask for help from the police department, hoping to send an agent to find his missing son for him. The reporter's residence is nearby. If you have nothing else to do now, come with us and see if you can find any clues." After receiving the money, Lorian immediately got into work mode. After understanding the case, he nodded in agreement. Okay. Aaron Hastings, Detective Winnie and Lorian walked to the address of the person who reported the case. The place was very close, just on the next street, and it was also a cheap apartment. The house number was 514. Several people climbed up the stairs, and Detective Winnie took the initiative to knock on the door, a little out of breath. Dong dong, there were faint noises coming from the room. Obviously someone was inside, and the knocking was heard, but no one responded after waiting for more than 10 seconds. Huh? The female police officer knocked again in confusion. Is anyone there? Still no one answered. She thought the other party didn't hear clearly, and when she wanted to continue knocking on the door, Aaron reached out to stop her, and stepped forward and knocked on the door hard. Open the door, police. The detectives in the 19th century were not as gentlemen as those in later generations. Most of their investigations were accompanied by violence and intimidation. Although this British Prime Minister has carried out 2 police reforms after taking office, and these phenomena have been reformed and controlled, the long-standing prestige still exists, and the frontline detectives are still nicknamed Blue Devil and Pillar. Aaron Hastings, who served as the inspector of the law enforcement team, knew that sometimes being too friendly would make the work bogged down and difficult to make progress. 2 seconds later, the door was opened a crack. A man with sunken eye sockets and gray hair poked his head out, saw Aaron's expressionless face, shrank his neck, and quickly untied the anti-theft chain. Sorry, officer. I fell asleep just now. I'm so sorry. He nodded and apologized repeatedly, then remembered that he had gone to see the detectives in the morning, and tentatively said, You are. Lorian was not interested in watching his acting, and said, Directly, we are here to deal with the missing case. You tell me the details. Oh, yes. Fancy immediately complained with a worried face. I don't know where my son went after noon yesterday. This little bastard has never been very obedient. I thought he would come back by himself at night, but I didn't wait until late at night, and then I realized something was wrong. When I wanted to go out to look for him, it was completely dark. I had to wait until this morning to ask someone to look for him, but there was no result, so I had to go to the police station to report the case. When was the exact time of the disappearance? Detective Winnie's eyes became sharp. In view of the other party's behavior just now, she didn't quite believe what Fancy said. I don't know. Fancy showed a trace of embarrassment. There is no clock at home, so I can only judge that it was noon, and I don't know the exact time. Detective Winnie was stunned. Or, is that so? She was not very good at dealing with this kind of thing. After thinking for a few seconds, she said, Is it convenient for us to go in and take a look? This. Vance hesitated. Lorian didn't wait for his answer and walked around him. Seeing that he was not wearing a detective uniform, Vance wanted to stop him, but then he remembered that the other party came with the detective, so his hand hung in the air, at a loss. After entering the house, Lorian took a rough look. The room was very narrow and very dirty. The floor was full of garbage. It looked like it had not been cleaned for a long time, and the air was filled with a lingering sour smell. Is there any problem? Detective Winnie followed Aaron Hastings in. It was a big problem. Lorian glanced at the inspector behind her and didn't say it. He turned to Vance, who was bowing his head and saying nothing. You have been unemployed for a long time, right? Oh, Vance was stunned. Yes, that's right. About 9 months. But does this have anything to do with Walt's disappearance? Since you don't have a job, where do you get the money to support your life? I used to have some savings. Lorian nodded slightly, without saying anything to refute him, but just said, It turns out that the salary of ordinary employees is so high that it can support the lives of 2 people for such a long time, and there is still spare money to buy opium tincture. Fancy sweated slightly. Detective Winnie didn't understand what she heard, but she also noticed some problems. She asked suspiciously, "Are you secretly engaged in illegal occupations?" She thought of theft, reselling contraband, and other things. "How is this possible?" Feng Xi was anxious. "I don't have the courage." He pointed to his left foot and said, "Even if I want to, I can't do it. When I worked at Cornwall Company, I accidentally got my foot crushed by the goods, so I was fired and became disabled. It's okay at ordinary times, but I can't do strenuous exercise at all, let alone stealing. I can't even outrun a child." "Really?" Luo Liang said calmly. "Your son should not have disappeared yesterday, but has disappeared for some time. There are only 2 people's body odor in the air. In addition to Feng Xi, it should be his son, but the smell is very faint." "What?" Fan's expression changed. "He has been missing for a long time, but you didn't go to the police station to report the case until yesterday. If it wasn't for other reasons, you shouldn't care much about this, son, right? But why did you suddenly think of it and seem so urgent?" Luo Liang guessed based on the traces at the scene. "You should usually rely on the money earned by Wall to make a living. I ran out of money yesterday, so I suddenly remembered to find him." "Oh." Detective Winnie was stunned. "Isn't Wall a boy of 11 or 12 years old?" Aaron Hastings interrupted at this time. "In East London, there are a large number of illegal child laborers, and many people start working at the age of 8 to 9. Under the great wave of unemployment, many families even rely on the wages of these child laborers to make a living, because they are difficult to replace and not easy to lose their jobs." The female detective was sluggish. "Is that so?" "That's right," Luo Liang added. "The most common job for these illegal child laborers is chimney sweeping, which means getting into the chimney to clean up dirt and obstructions. If they meet a kind employer, they can get a considerable reward. However, the price is that they usually do not live to be 30 because of lung disease." Looking at the unbelievable Detective Winnie, he sighed and said to Vance, "Wall is a chimney sweep, right?" Vance swallowed. "Well, he did it voluntarily, and the employer also paid for it. You can't fine him for it." "Don't worry, no one will fine you." Luo Liang asked directly, "Where was Wall's last job?" Vance stammered and said a place. "A high-end residence." The gate of the courtyard was now closed, and the 3 of them walked in directly. After crossing the gravel road, they could see the brown-red villa door gently closed. In Great Britain in the 19th century, houses with fireplaces were expensive, and the owners of the houses were also quite wealthy, so they could spend money to hire chimney sweeps. Winnie and Aaron Hastings did not apply for a search warrant before they came, but the latter, as an inspector of the law enforcement team, had certain privileges. "Will the missing Wall be here?" Detective Winnie was in a low mood and was not in good condition along the way. She was not as enthusiastic as at the beginning, but she still forced herself to cheer up. "It's hard to say." Luo Liang walked to the door and was about to raise his hand to knock on the door. Suddenly, he slightly flapped his nose, and then pushed the door open and walked in. Creak, the door made a slight sound, and several people walked in one after another. "Do you smell anything?" Luo Liang asked. The female detective sniffed and shook her head gently. "No, the smell of a corpse." Aaron walked up and said, "It's a strong smell of a corpse. He should have been dead for some time. He is worthy of being a professional." As soon as Detective Winnie's eyes changed, Luo Liang suggested, "Let's search separately." "Okay." Aaron had no objection. He and the female detective each walked to one side, while Luo Liang searched the place for a while before going upstairs. He walked towards a room with a clear goal and pushed open the door. This was a bedroom, and the person was lying on the bed, lifeless. To Luo Liang's surprise, the body was not the Wall they were looking for, but the body of a man who looked like he had been dead for a long time. At this moment, a cold breath suddenly rose from behind him, and a sinister greeting came. "Hello." "Huh?" Luo Liang's eyes changed, and he turned around abruptly, seeing a translucent spirit standing behind him, looking exactly like the corpse on the bed. "Is this a real resurrection?" He subconsciously reached for the gun, but then realized that the soul body would probably be immune to physical damage. So he simply reached into his formal coat and pulled out a forearm-long black blade with several shadows surrounding it. Very intimidating. At the same time, he had communicated with Jack through the connection in his blood, ready to summon him, to protect him at any time. Unknown spirit. The translucent facial features clearly showed surprise, and asked in a daze, "Can you see me? What do you think?" Lorian asked back. "This ghost doesn't look very smart." "His." The spirit looked like he had seen a ghost. "You are the first person who can detect me." He looked at the black knife in Lorian's hand that exuded an ominous aura, and emphasized the word, "person." "Are you the owner of this house?" Lorian pointed at the corpse on the bed and asked. "That's right." The translucent spirit nodded. "My name is Benson. Before I died, I was a lawyer. I saved up more than 3 years of commission to buy this house. As a result, I passed away unexpectedly not long after I moved in, less than a week later." He said with some regret. "The seller told me that this is a haunted house, but I am a staunch materialist and didn't believe it. Seeing that this place is much cheaper than the surrounding houses, and there is a housing subsidy, I bought it. I should not have been greedy for small bargains." After he finished speaking, he walked around Lorian and glanced at the black knife with a little fear. The intuition deep in his soul made him understand that it was not just a show, but it would really take the ghost's life. So he didn't dare to get close, and said in amazement, "Are you an exorcist? Or a magician?" "Before I became like this, I always thought those were legends. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to see it with my own eyes." Exorcist. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be the demon they exorcised. Lorian asked puzzledly, "How did you die?" He has killed so many criminals, but he has never seen anyone turn into a ghost. "To be honest, I'm not sure." Benson scratched his head. "Maybe last week. After I came back from the law firm, I had dinner as usual, washed up and went to bed. When I woke up, I found that I had turned into a soul. At that time, I saw that my body was lying on the bed. I thought there was a thief in the house. I was scared. In short, he died while sleeping." "You died too hastily." Lorian was speechless. He thought there would be some exciting plots, such as earthbound spirits and ghosts demanding lives, but he didn't expect it to be so plain. After thinking about it, he approached the bed to observe the body. It was already smelly. The strong stench of corpses came from here. The skin was dark blue and purple, without external injuries. The whole person looked like a shriveled mummy, the kind that has just been dug out of the grave. "Mr. Exorcist, my body will not turn into a corpse, right?" Benson said with some worry. "It doesn't matter if it's just dead. Anyway, I'm in good condition now. I don't need to eat or drink water, and I won't be hungry. I can save a lot of money every month. But if the body turns into a zombie, it will be bad if I accidentally hurt someone. It's hard to say." Lorian touched his chin and said, "After all, I'm not an expert in this area. I'm better at turning people into corpses than confirming whether a corpse will turn into a zombie." Benson's spirit flashed for a moment. Is this the style of exorcists now? He always felt that something was wrong, and tentatively asked, "You are an exorcist, right?" "No," Lorian looked puzzled. "When did I say that I was an exorcist? It was obviously you who thought it unilaterally, and I didn't admit it." "Then who are you?" Benson swallowed his saliva, if spirits have saliva. "Actually, I am a devil who came from hell to the human world. No, I am an regional vampire. I occasionally trade in human lives. I specifically pick on lucky people who are alone at night and kill them to become my servants." "Ha ha," Benson breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew you were joking." Lorian walked up to take a look at his body, and suddenly said, "Were you a lawyer before?" "Yes," Benson nodded. "I work at the Black Gold law firm. Although this law firm is still quite far from the magic circle. It has some reputation in London. Lorian's eyes lit up. This is a talent, he said. Do you want to continue working? What? Benson looked stunned. I do think about it. After all, it's quite empty if I can't make money, but I'm dead now. Broaden your mind. What's wrong with death? Some people have to be pulled out to work after being buried in the ground. Benson was a little tempted. But other people can't see me. How can I work? Lorian didn't speak. Under his puzzled gaze, he took out a small amount of isolated ordinary blood from his windbreaker pocket. Try this. What is this? He coughed. A very effective magic potion. Maybe it will be useful to you. Benson hesitated, but thought that he was dead anyway. Could he die again? So he reached out to take the blood, and suddenly realized that he couldn't touch the objects now. He seemed to be standing on the floor, but he was actually floating. Sure enough, his hand went straight through the small box. Just as a trace of disappointment appeared on his face, he found that his palm actually came with a cold touch. Feeling a boiling power rushing into his body, Benson restrained his expression and was overjoyed. Watching the blood merge into the spirit body, Lorian asked curiously, "How does it feel?" Benson floated in place and scratched his head. "I feel a little uncomfortable with the corpse." When Lorian thought that his blood had no effect on the soul body, the figure in front of him suddenly solidified a little, from translucent to pudding-like. Benson said in surprise, "I seem to be able to touch things." He tried it and found that he could freely switch between untouchable and touchable. Lorian breathed a sigh of relief. "Then this medicine will be my reward to you. I will give you one every month in the future." "Okay." Benson did not refuse. "But I don't know what you want me to do yet." "You will know when the time comes. Just stay here. Other employees will come to you in a while and arrange work for you." Benson nodded to show that he understood, and then asked, "Are you looking for someone just now?" When he was upstairs, he heard the conversation between several people. "Yes." Lorian nodded and remembered the business. "Have you seen a little boy named Wall before you died recently? He is a chimney sweeper and should have worked for you before." "I have seen him." The ghost lawyer seemed to be impressed by this, and said without much recollection, "He has many scars on his body. He may have suffered domestic violence frequently. I saw that he was very pitiful, so I paid him some more money." "Do you know where he went later?" "After finishing the work, he left with a child older than him. The man was ragged and looked like a street kid." "Street kid?" Lorian lowered his head and thought. Just then, footsteps were heard at the stairs, and Detective Winnie's voice came from below. "Have you found anything here?" Detective Winnie, who had searched the first floor, slowly went upstairs and saw Mr. Detective standing in front of a door. "Did you find anything?" "No living person was found, but a poor ghost was found." Lorian shook his head and said, "There is indeed a body here. It is the owner of this house. He has been dead for some time." "What?" Detective Winnie looked surprised and asked, "Is it a homicide?" "No." Lorian concealed the ghost. "At present, it should be a natural death." He stepped aside to let the curious female detective take a look at the body on the bed. Benson stood in front of her and waved tentatively. Detective Winnie walked into the room and observed for a while without noticing. Although the corpse on the bed has undergone great changes, it can still be vaguely seen that he was a young man in his 30s before he was born. She said regretfully, "What a poor gentleman. No one found him after he died." Lorian looked strange. "Why, if someone finds him, can he be resurrected?" Winnie's expression froze. "It seems not." "What's a pity?" "If there is a pity, it is that he died at a young age. I don't think it's a pity that no one found him after death," Lorian said. Benson, who had already died, stood beside him and nodded repeatedly. "Mr. Exorcist understands me." While the two were talking, Aaron came up from the first floor. After understanding the situation, he looked at the corpse and said, Let's go find the missing little boy first. I will notify the police department to come and deal with the body of the owner of the house." Hearing that his body was going to be dealt with, Benson not only had no objection, but was relieved. The police station would probably send the body for cremation. In this way, at least there would be no need to worry about the corpse turning into a corpse, and he didn't need to rely on the body to continue to exist. He just stayed here because he had nowhere to go. 2 days ago, he went back to the law firm where he worked with great interest, but unfortunately his colleagues could not see him at all, and no one even noticed that an employee was missing, so he had to return helplessly. By the way, Lorian suddenly said, "I found some clues about Wall." "Oh." After work, he probably left with a homeless child. Winnie asked in confusion, "How did you know?" Lorian casually said, "Of course, I observed the scene." "Don't ask. If you ask, it's deductive reasoning." "Okay," the female detective choked. Inspector Hastings interrupted at this time. "If that's the case, he probably joined a gang of street children." "A gang of street children?" "Yes," Aaron explained. "Just like the 40 Madman was formed by a group of female thieves. The members of the Street Children's Mutual Aid Association are all very young street children. Because individual survival is too difficult, people with certain common characteristics tend to gather spontaneously and form small groups. This is also one of the reasons for the proliferation of underground gangs in East London." "So that's it." Winnie opened her eyes wide. In just half a day, she was instilled with a lot of knowledge that she had never heard of before. "Then what should we do now?" "I know where their base is. Aaron Hastings is very familiar with this area. Although the Street Children's Mutual Aid Association is a gang, compared with other organizations in East London, it can be regarded as an excellent citizen. Even the 40 madmen, who were all women, had robbed large shopping malls, and these street kids only asked their employers to pay more when they were working. If they refused, they would be retaliated by the Mutual Aid Association, such as harassing the other party when they were sleeping, throwing garbage into the house, etc. They were not like this to everyone. For example, after knowing that Benson was a lawyer, these people discussed and gave up the idea of blackmail. It was not out of professional ethics, but because they were afraid that Benson would send them all to prison. Of course, with such restrained behavior, the Mutual Aid Association could not make much money. More than 20 members could only squeeze into a few low-rent houses. Lorian and his friends found the landlord and asked him for the room numbers of the street kids. The landlord cooperated very well and took them upstairs personally. "It's here." He pointed to several rooms and said, 212, 213, and 214 have all been rented by them for more than a month. "Yeah," Lorian nodded and immediately glanced at Detective Winnie. She walked up and knocked on the door skillfully. Bang bang. There was silence in the room for a moment, and then a hoarse voice came. "Who?" "It's me," the landlord said in cooperation. The people inside paused for a while, and a few seconds later someone opened the door, revealing a vigilant look. Seeing the police uniform on Winnie, he was startled and wanted to close the door. But Aaron had anticipated his reaction in advance and stepped forward to block it. There was more than one person behind the door, but the strength was far less than that of a healthy adult who had undergone exercise, and the door was easily pushed open. The experienced Inspector Hastings knew that these people would not easily believe the detective's words. If the door was closed again, they would definitely escape through the window. "Ah, it's the detective." The two street kids blocking the door were startled and quickly retreated, but the others inside were very quiet. Their clothes were all tattered, and some were even just a few pieces of spliced rags. They stared at the door with a dull expression and were silent. Detective Winnie's face was moved. "Don't be afraid." Lorian walked in and said, "We are not here to cause trouble for you. We are just looking for a missing boy and want to know if he is here with you." He promised, even if he is here, we will not take him away by force. Everything depends on his own wishes. The two older boys looked at each other and walked up one after another. Who are you talking about? Whoa, Detective Winnie whispered. His father is looking for him. One of the boys sneered. Obviously knowing about Walt's situation, he just found that his wallet was missing. So he is here with you, right? Lorian asked. He didn't have any sympathy for Fancy, and he didn't plan to send his son back to him. He just fulfilled his commission diligently. That's right. Seeing that they had a good attitude, the leading member nodded gently and said he just joined the Mutual Aid Association not long ago, but everyone likes him very much. He turned his head to look inside the room, and the boy, who was much shorter than him, came up timidly. There were many burns and bruises on the boy's bare arms. He looked very panicked and stammered, I don't want to go back. Can I stay here? The two leading men said one by one. We didn't do anything bad. We just let those stingy people pay the due reward. Lorian remained silent. So far, his work has been completed, and the rest is the detective's business. We just came to confirm Walt's situation. Detective Winnie didn't want to send the boy back, and even cursed Feng Xi as a bastard in her heart. Then you can go back. In order to increase his deterrent power, the boy used some methods to make his voice very unpleasant. Walt is living well here. Aaron Hastings, who had been silent, suddenly said, Do you need me to send Feng Xi to prison? What? Several boys were stunned. Seeing Winnie looking at him with wide eyes, Aaron explained, Don't think too much. I don't need to do anything. Just the charge of domestic violence is enough for him to stay in prison for a while. Walt's eyes were dull, and he waved his hands. After reacting, Still, I won't bother you. Looking at the bruises on his arms, Winnie pursed her lips, took out 10 shillings from her police uniform and wanted to hand them to him. But Walt shook his head and refused. I can work, officer. He lowered his head and whispered with evasive eyes, Although the salary is low, it is enough to support myself. After leaving the low-rent housing, Detective Winnie and Aaron Hastings went to Vance to deal with the follow-up, and Lorian quietly returned to Benson's residence. Mr. Exorcist. Benson was sitting on the sofa, putting a biscuit into his mouth. After the biscuit entered his throat, it slowly fell from the translucent spirit and fell to the ground. Lorian's mouth twitched. What are you doing? Benson picked up the biscuit embarrassedly and put it on the coffee table. I want to try if I can taste the food in my current state. Will the soul body feel hungry? That won't happen. Before taking the magic potion you gave me, I can't even touch the entity. Benson didn't know that it was actually a portion of vampire blood. So logically speaking, he should not be called a soul body now, but a vampire spirit. In short, it's not a human. Lorian dispelled his thoughts and returned to the topic. I'm here to check this house. Benson was the first supernatural being he met. First of all, it can be confirmed that not everyone will become a ghost after death. Otherwise, East London would have been filled with ghosts and become a ghost city. So, either Benson is gifted or there is something wrong with this house. If it is the latter, maybe there are some items with extraordinary power hidden here. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to those with virtue. Lorian felt that although he might not have enough morality, he still had plenty of martial virtue. Since I have encountered it, it means that this thing is destined for me. Do you need my help? Benson was also a little curious about what caused him to become a ghost. Well, Lorian rubbed his palms. Then let's look for it together. Think carefully about whether you have encountered any unusual phenomena after moving in. Okay, boss. Benson quickly entered the role of an employee and thought carefully. Unusual phenomena? Well, it seems to be very cold when sleeping at night. Although the real estate agent said that this is a haunted house, I didn't believe in these things before. I just felt that the weather was getting colder. Maybe the time of receiving blood was too short. Benson has not given him any feedback on any ability. To be honest, Lorian is a little envious of this spiritualization state. Even if it is not really completely immune to physical influence, it can at least protect against bullets. Although the flesh and blood regeneration he has now can recover from injuries, it will hurt. And recovery also takes a certain amount of time. Lorian is not an American Superman who can charge forward with bullets without changing his face. As he listened, he focused on using his environmental perception ability, and his sensory sensitivity instantly rose to a higher level. Although the ability's feedback from the blood recipient were all passive skills, the effects of the abilities would be more obvious when he was more focused. With a slight buzz in his ears, Lorian's vision became much clearer. He first searched the first floor, and when he didn't find anything unusual, he went up to the second floor, mainly searching Benson's bedroom. On the gray-white wall hung a decorative painting with a very British classical flavor. On the right side of the room was a balcony and a window, and on the left was a double bed, where the body was still lying. At the head of the bed was a low table with a ship ornament on it. Lorian searched around and finally fixed his eyes on the double bed. "Come and help, lift the mattress." Okay, Benson condensed his spirit body, stood on one side with him, and exerted force to move the dark gray spring mattress away. A small wooden box was revealed under the bed. The wooden box was black all over, only the size of an adult's palm, and there was a brass lock at the opening and closing. Sure enough, there is something. Lorian's eyes lit up. Out of caution, he did not touch the wooden box directly, but found the book from the study next door and touched the box with the corner of the book. Click. As soon as it was touched, the small brass lock fell down, and the lid of the wooden box automatically popped up. Benson came over and took a look. "Is this a ring?" The box was covered with black velvet, and in the middle was a bright silver man's ring, the material of which was unknown. Seeing that there was no danger, Lorian threw the book in his hand aside, picked up the ring, and looked at it carefully. The surface of the bright silver ring was glimmering, and the ring body was engraved with fine lines. Rubbing the ring, Lorian turned his head and looked at Benson beside him. The lawyer's death may have been a simple, sudden death, but his transformation into a soul state must have something to do with this ring. That is, the function of this ring is probably about the soul. "Boss, do you know what this is used for?" Benson asked curiously. "I don't know." Lorian shook his head. Without knowing the specific effect, he did not use it rashly to avoid unpredictable consequences, but put it directly into his pocket. "It's not a big problem. East London is a place with many talented people. There must be someone willing to help him try." It was night. The silver moon was hanging high in the sky, and the night was dark. A warehouse in Havering, East London. Although Evans was jealous, he still had some ability. In just one day, he contacted people to rent a warehouse and recruited more than 10 people. The most important thing is that, in addition to renting the warehouse, not only did he not spend a penny, he even made a lot of money. Even this warehouse, which is spacious enough to accommodate more than 100 people at the same time, was rented at a 20% discount. He stood under the light, and under the gaze of people with different expressions, he took off the hood on his head, revealing a creepy pale face underneath. "We are all children of Golden should be part of the eternal family, but we are separated from the truth because we don't know where to find the truth." He raised his hands and said loudly, "And God is grateful for the suffering of all living beings on earth. Wives are separated from husbands. Children are separated from parents. So he decided to bestow holy blood and gospel so that all people can obtain peace in this world and eternal life in the next world. Those who enjoy the holy blood are believers of God and need to spread the honorable name of God in order to obtain the forgiveness of sins and experience a joy of salvation." Because Lorian had never revealed his identity, he did not dare to discuss his name arbitrarily and only used God instead. In his view, Being able to bring people back to life from the dead and gain extraordinary power is a power that only gods can possess, he said enthusiastically, and I am the blood-granting priest appointed by God who bestowed the holy blood and gospel on behalf of God. Under his ups and downs of speech, the people below set off a wave of enthusiasm. After Evans showed them that he now has strength and recovery ability far beyond ordinary people, these people did not retreat because of his abnormal appearance, and they all expressed their willingness to become believers of God. Besides, Evans told them that his current appearance was the punishment for the sins he committed out of ignorance, and not everyone who drank the holy blood would become like this. Gospel! 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 They waved their arms and shouted enthusiastically. Lorian, hiding in the dark, I asked you to recruit people to build a stronghold, and you set up a sect for me in such a short time. Listening to the fanatical shouting of this group of people, Lorian, who was hiding his body, was dumbfounded and was a little afraid to show up. It's so embarrassing. After thinking for a moment, he continued to hide in the dark, silently observing the blood-giving ceremony in the warehouse. Master Priest, can each of us obtain the holy blood? Suddenly someone raised a doubt. Oh, Ivan said coldly, of course not. After talking about the theory, he should talk about something practical. Although everyone is a child of God, there should be a distinction between the old and the young. Only those who contribute to obtain the gift of holy blood and achieve extraordinary achievements. They are also called blood recipients or blood servant. Evans took out the 2 portions of blood given to him by Jack Arnold. According to his estimation, each portion was just enough for one person to complete the transformation. There was no more, so he could only wait for a while. Green and Michelle, come forward. The crowd parted, and 2 young men came up with excited faces. Master Blood Priest, we are ready. Well, Evans nodded with satisfaction. Green donated 13 pounds and 12 pence to the Eternal Family, and Michelle developed 3 new members for the sect. Therefore, the 2 should be the first to drink the holy blood. He spread his hands and handed the holy blood to them. After Green and Michelle took it, they drank it without hesitation. Their bodies began to change instantly. First, their faces began to turn red, and then their bodies slightly rose, and their pupils flashed with a faint crimson light. This is. Green looked down at his hands. His delicate skin was like that of a baby, but it concealed a power that he had never dared to imagine before. He couldn't help but punch hard, and his sleeves hit the air with a loud bang. Michelle was much more restrained than him, but he couldn't suppress his joy on his face. The effect of the holy blood is real. The others below were excited when they saw the changes in the 2 people who had been reborn, and they wanted to replace them. Why not me? After this blood donation, everyone present lost their doubts about the God in the mouth of the blood donation priest. No matter what they thought before coming, they all hoped to contribute to the church as soon as possible and obtain the holy blood. At this time, someone raised doubts. Master Priest, you haven't told me the name of our sect. Evans stretched out his hand and pressed down, signaling everyone to be quiet. After the conversations in the warehouse faded away, he slowly said, when God came into the world and bestowed the gospel, he also summoned his eldest son, the common father of our clan. It was he who separated the holy blood under the will of God. You don't need to know the name of this adult. You just need to understand that he is your spiritual father and holy blood father, and you should respect him more than your physical father and mother. And I have asked the eldest son of God, and our clan will be called. He dragged out the tail tone and said with full emotion, or the cross. Just like the Lord of the Lord is not my Lord, and the vessel of the vassal is not my vassal. Although Lorian can still receive the feedback from the corpse servants and blood servants transformed by Arnold, he cannot directly control them. He waited for Evans to arrange the next work for the members of the pulled across before he emerged from the darkness. My lord. Evans was still immersed in the frenzy of preaching. Hearing this name, Lorian suppressed his strangeness and said, I have something for you to do. Just tell me. Help me find 3 gang members with murder cases on them. Let the 2 members who have just completed the transformation do it, just in time to verify their abilities. Lorian was going to test what the ring he had just got was for, or whether it could work. Understood. Evans nodded and went out to tell Green and Michelle. About half an hour later, he came in alone with a few bruised men, without letting anyone follow. My lord. He bowed his head and greeted before saying, these 3 are ordinary members of the Threepenny Association. Although there is no high reward from the police department, they all joined the gang because they had committed murders and had nowhere to go. He did not presume to guess Mr. Devil's thoughts, nor did he ask what these people were to do. He just explained, I have asked Green and Michelle to guard outside. No one can come in before they die. Well done. Lorian did not hesitate to praise. Evans was delighted and immediately prepared to turn around and leave the warehouse to give the place to Lorian. You stay here. This. Evans was inexplicably moved. Yes. Lorian then looked at the 3 terrified gang members. Who are you? My lord, please spare me. If the power shown by Green and Michelle just now was understandable, then Evans, with his gray skin and sharp teeth, was a complete monster. In addition, there was Lorian, who seemed to have a higher status and whose background was unknown, as well as the elder mentioned by Evans and the gloomy and terrifying atmosphere of this place. They were already quite courageous because they did not lose control of their bladders on the spot. It's just that I need your help with something. Lorian smiled and said, I think you won't refuse, right? What is it? You'll know in a moment. Lorian took out the ring from his pocket and randomly picked a person. You, yes, you. Seeing that the other party was standing there timidly, Evans stepped forward and pushed him, sending the man to Lorian. Spare my life. Sir, I haven't touched a woman yet. He burst into tears. Lorian was speechless for a while. What, do you still want me to find her for you? Don't worry. He waved his hand. After all, I'm not a demon. As long as I finish this task, I will send you to where you should go. As for where you should go is, of course, it was left to Evans to do the hard work. It just so happened that he had to suck a certain amount of blood every week. What's your name? Vito, the young man cried. Vito Knox. Evans, I'm here. My lord, put this ring on him. Lorian wanted to do it himself, but suddenly realized that this behavior was a bit strange, so he asked him to do it for him. Okay, Evans took the ring from his hand respectfully, then held down the trembling gang member and put the ring on his index finger. The next second, the bright silver ring hummed softly, and the crimson light shone from the inside to the outside. After the crimson light disappeared behind the ring, Vito's body suddenly became erotic, and then a translucent green spirit that everyone could see came out of his body and floated in the air. He looked down at his hand blankly. His eyes penetrated through his palm and directly saw the floor of the warehouse. What am I doing? Vito tried to move forward. His body raised his left foot under the control of his mind, and his spirit was still floating in place. Because he was not used to controlling 2 bodies at the same time, he lost his balance and fell forward, about to hit the ground headfirst. Evans reached out and grabbed his shoulder in time. Okay, take off the ring. Okay, after the ring was taken off, Vito's spirit automatically dissipated, and the body opened its eyes again. The other 2 gang members saw this scene, swallowed their saliva, and looked at each other at the same time, and saw the fear of the unknown in each other's eyes. Lorian took the ring handed by Evans and had a rough guess about its function. It seems that there should be no danger at present, and he plans to test it himself after returning. As for now, I found someone to help you Well, to be precise, it should be a ghost, he said to Evans after putting away the ring. Ghost? Evans' pupils moved slightly. Yes, it's what you think. A ghost after a person dies. After a brief introduction, Lorian told him Benson's address and asked him to bring him over later to shine for the... He was a lawyer before he died. If you see where he is needed, arrange for him to work. I understand. Evans responded in a deep voice, and he had a better understanding of Mr. Devil's ability. Whether it was the extraordinary ring that could make people leave their souls or the upcoming ghost, he could only see it in stories and movies before. Now the latter is about to become his subordinate. In his understanding, since Mr. Devil asked him to make his own arrangements, the other party's status must be inferior to his own. Others may join the simply to gain power, but he really has a devout belief in Lorian. After the explanation, Lorian raised his hand to summon a black shadow, which wrapped himself and escaped into the darkness. Evans bowed deeply and stood still for almost a minute before getting up. Then, sir, can we go? Vito and the other two said eagerly. Of course. Evans took a deep breath, and when the three of them showed joy on their faces, he suddenly stretched out his hand to break Vito's neck, and his sharp nails deeply embedded in the neck, bringing out a series of blood vessels and flesh. After witnessing the true face of the Lord, you should go to hell. Remember to wait for me there. He put his bloody hand in front of his nose and sniffed it intoxicatedly. The other two people ran out with trembling legs and shouting in panic. But before they ran a few steps, they were caught up by Evans with red pupils. Two strong hands grabbed their necks, and the sharp nails were deeply embedded. Then they suddenly tightened their strength and broke their necks. There was still fear in their pupils, and they fell to the ground. Blood flowed out, soaking the silent night. 2 days later, the apartment. It was drizzling again, the sky was gloomy, and the outside of the window was gray and white, with mist rolling. Lorian spread out his palm, and the house ghost spider that had swallowed the blood of a vampire slowly climbed onto the table. The chest and abdomen of this mutant spider were only the size of a fingernail, but if the 8 legs with fine black hair were fully open, they would be a circle larger than the palm of an adult man. It crawled back and forth on the table, and soon wove a large white web between the desk and the windowsill. The window of the apartment was not closed, and a gust of wind blew in, and the spider web swayed back and forth in the wind. Lorian took a book from the table and put it on the table. It was firmly stuck. He continued to pile up books until all the books on the table were placed on it, and the spider web did not break. It was not until he put his hand on it and gradually pressed down hard that the spider silk broke a corner and slid down 2 books. Well, the toughness is pretty good. It's more than enough to restrain an ordinary adult. Lorian picked up the small iron cage at his feet and released several rats inside. Soon, they ran round the corner with a squeak. Under Lorian's command, the mutant spider crawled towards one of the rats at a fast pace, biting the flesh with its mouthparts, and the appendages landed steadily on the floor. It was useless for the rat to struggle. Squeak a few seconds later, the rat injected with toxins stopped moving, only occasionally twitching its hind legs. Then, this mutated house spider used the same method to end the lives of several other rats. It's also very toxic. If it's facing an ordinary person, one spider can probably kill him. Lorian nodded silently, waited for the spider to crawl back to his hand, and opened the drawer. The drawer was filled with dense spider webs and spiders hanging upside down at the bottom of the table, with 8 compound eyes refracting ghost light. The spider that had just been taken out crawled into the drawer and also hung upside down in it. Lorian pushed the drawer back and summarized the current information about vampires. First of all, there is a difference between ordinary blood and special blood. The former does not contain spirituality, while the latter consumes a lot of spirituality when it is stripped. which will cause the owner to fall into depression and weakness for a period of time. Ordinary blood can give creatures souls and make them mutate, which is called blood recipient or blood servant or blood-eating creature. The stronger the thinking ability of the blood recipient, the weaker the vampire's control over it. However, even the few people who have developed from the cross of meditation have no resistance when facing Jack Arnold. They will obey his orders unconsciously, but they cannot use him as easily as ordinary animals. After this kind of existence absorbs the blood of vampires, any growth produced will be partially fed back to the vampire on the previous level. Expanding influence and spreading reputation will accelerate the growth of ability. However, not every blood recipient can produce specific abilities such as environmental perception and shadow manipulation. Most of them only feed back certain physical qualities and sensory abilities. They do not have a strong desire for the blood of other creatures, but they have a certain preference. Moreover, the number of blood recipients that a vampire can directly manipulate is limited. If the threshold is exceeded, it will have a certain negative impact on its owner. The blood containing spirituality is first embrace blood, which can transform the opponent into its own lower-level vampire. In any aspect, it must be weaker than the owner of first embrace blood. Vampires can also increase the growth rate of their abilities by expanding their influence. The other is corpse servant. After the vampire kills a creature, if the latter has a lot of resentment, it can be transformed into this kind of undead creature. But it needs to consume a lot of the vampire's spirituality, which is roughly equivalent to 1/3 of the consumption of stripping off a portion of first embrace blood. There is also a limit on the number. Corpse servant is similar to the vampire in Lorian's memory. It is afraid of light and bloodthirsty. It grows by swallowing blood. If it does not get blood supplement for a long time, it will fall into weakness and its ability will decline, but it will not die. Lorian is currently unable to share a specific ability he has with the blood recipient, but he thinks that he will probably be able to acquire this skill after growing for a while. That's about it. After Lorian concluded, he took out the ring again. He had tested that the ability of the ring is to project a spiritual clone. As long as the ring is taken off, the spirit will disappear immediately without any impact on the body. When ordinary people use it, the spirit cannot touch the entity, but when he put on the ring to test it, he found that he could freely control whether it was contactable and could choose to bring out some abilities from the entity. He has asked Evans to collect information about the previous owners of the apartment, and it will not take long for the results to come out. The cross of the right with Jack Arnold as the core has not developed too fast because of Lorian's requirement for concealment. Instead of blindly expanding, it pays more attention to the screening of members. Thinking of this, Lorian nodded with satisfaction, thinking that the future of vampire is bright. The future is promising. He stood up and prepared to go back to his room to rest, but suddenly heard a brake sound in his ear. He turned his head and looked out the window. A police car stopped at the door of the apartment, and two strangers in police uniforms walked down. "Are you going to invite me to investigate a criminal named Jack the Ripper?" Apartment, front hall. After listening to the two sheriff's words and looking at their serious eyes, Lorian almost couldn't maintain his facial expression. Good fellow, others may not know, but he knows that Jack the Ripper is just the vest of Jack Arnold, and it is even a code name he made up out of bad taste. "You want me to check him?" He had guessed that when Rudolph Hill invited him to investigate the death case in Tepish Manor, it was because he was not famous and happened to be a professional detective, so he could close the case quickly, and he was easier to control and bribe than those well-known detectives and large detective agencies. Moreover, since he is not famous, his ability should not be very good, and it is not easy to be exposed. But how did the police department know me? The two sheriffs who came were actually from the East End Police Headquarters in London. Lorian drank a sip of red tea to calm down, coughed lightly, and pretended to be puzzled. Who is Jack the Ripper? The tall and thin sheriff named Griff explained. Jack the Ripper is a vicious criminal who appeared in the Whitechapel area some time ago. He once sneaked into the local police station and tortured a criminal to death. Later, he committed multiple murders in succession. At present, it seems that he is mainly active in Havering and Newham, and his activities are quite extensive. Another short and fat sheriff named Ward handed over a newspaper. Mr. Lorian, take a look at this. Lorian took the newspaper, and the first thing that caught his eye was a bold headline: Midnight Ghost in London City. Super criminal attacks police hall. Attached below are several unprocessed black and white pictures. The scenes are not suitable for children. The name of the newspaper is marked in the upper right corner. It is a newspaper called Penny Press. Well, Lorian put down the newspaper with a strange expression on his face. I have some understanding of this criminal. I guess no one knows it better than him. Inspector Griff also took a sip of black tea, put down the teacup and sighed. This matter is no longer limited to East London. Even newspapers in other districts of London are making a big fuss about it, using it to criticize the police department. Members of Parliament in the Palace of Westminster have proposed several motions on this. The director has been under a lot of pressure during this period. Speaking of this, he shook his head with a sad face. According to the law of conservation of pressure, pressure will not disappear or increase out of thin air. When the chief of police was under pressure from the Palace of Westminster and the newspaper, he passed the pressure to Douglas, the chief of police in East London, and Douglas continued to pass it on. They are now much more relaxed, but the police chiefs and detectives under them are about to start working overtime. In order to handle this matter well, Griff has not slept well for many days. He has heavy dark circles under his eyes and looks quite haggard. So, in order to solve the criminal as soon as possible, Mr. Douglas specially ordered an inspector to temporarily form a special investigation team, which brought together more than a dozen elite police chiefs in East London. In addition, 2 detectives, including you, were also invited. Oh, Lorian asked in surprise. Who is the other one? It's Detective Herman. This gentleman runs an office in West London and is quite famous. Sheriff Ward took over the conversation and gave a brief introduction. Seeing that he had enough understanding of the case, he tentatively said, then, about the commission. Well, this is indeed a horrifying case, but Lorian shook his head slowly and said, please allow me to refuse. He had originally intended to draw a clear line between himself and the name Jack the Ripper in order to avoid exposing his identity as a vampire, and did not want to participate in this investigation. Sheriff Griff did not expect the detective to refuse. Thinking of his superior's specific request, he hurriedly said, it's not that you work in vain. Mr. Douglas has approved £900 of consulting funds. As long as you accept the commission, £250 of it will belong to you. For a private detective of unknown reputation, £250 is a very generous commission. The last time Rudolph Hill gave him £200 at a time, it was purely because he met a rich man, and there was also a bribe in it. However, Lorian still declined. I have received several other commissions recently, and some of them cannot spare the time. I am really sorry, but there are so many detective agencies in East London. You will definitely find more suitable candidates. This. Griff and Ward looked at each other and did not dare to show dissatisfaction with the detective specially invited by the police headquarters. In the end, they could only helplessly hand him a document. Anyway, you should finish reading these materials first. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to report to the higher-ups. The chief constable is just a slightly higher-level worker in the police department. If he fails to handle this matter, he will probably be scolded by his superiors when he returns. Thinking of himself as a social animal, Lorian did not make things difficult for them. He took the file back and took a look. Detailed crime information of Jack the Ripper. He pulled out several reports. most of which were descriptions of the crimes of Jack the Ripper. It first appeared on September the 11th, 1888, and used cruel methods to kill the murderer. Evan Shaw was arrested that night at the Whitechapel police station. Then he was silent for a few days and committed crimes again on September the 14th, 1888, killing more than 10 people overnight. Most of the victims were gang members in East London. After that, crimes were committed almost every other day. Every victim had his chest cut open, and the death was quite horrible. Therefore, the police department ruled out the possibility of vendetta in the first case. There is no problem so far. Although Lorian can know Jack Arnold's movements directly through the blood connection, the latter will come to report to him in person after each action. However, when Lorian turned to the next page of the report, his eyes suddenly froze. September the 17th, 1888. Jack the Ripper acted again today, but changed his target. There were 2 deaths, both as in the Whitechapel area. Lorian read it carefully several times, making sure that he was not mistaken, and then continued to turn the page. Jana Leeds, Marilyn, and Chapman, Jane Kelly. Starting from this page, the dead in the following reports have all become S in the Whitechapel area, with a total of 8 victims. And Lorian is sure that Jack has never done anything to these people. Wait, I'll take this commission. What? Inspector Griff was overjoyed. Didn't you just say? Lorian narrowed his eyes. I think that in order to bring this unscrupulous criminal to justice, other commissions can be put aside for the time being. After all, arresting criminals is one of my job responsibilities, not to mention that this person is so cruel. As a professional detective in East London, I should have a share of my responsibility. When the 2 inspectors smiled with relief, he added, of course, the commission fee is still indispensable. You can rest assured. Inspector Griff patted his chest and said, the police department will never forget this. Lorian stood in front of the window, watching the black police car downstairs of the apartment building drive away from the street, pulled the curtains, and sat back in the office chair. It seems that someone has used your name, Jack. He leaned back in the chair with a dim look. In the empty room, dark shadows gathered in one place, surging and rolling. A few seconds later, the shadow crawled behind Lorian, and the unusually tall Jack Arnold stood up from it. He lowered his head slightly, holding down his wide-brimmed hat, and blood dripped from the corner of his clothes. Lorian was in a bad mood now. Although this country is called Great Britain and there is a France on the other side of the channel, after his observations these days, he can be sure that this country has nothing to do with the empire on which the sun never sets in history. As for the namesakes of certain cities, people, and historical events, you have to ask Max Planck, the father of quantum mechanics. The answer is quantum entanglement. So, logically speaking, it is impossible for a Jack the Ripper to really appear. In this case, it can only be that after Jack Arnold's reputation spread, someone imitated the crime by using this name. You committed a crime, but you want my people to take the blame for you. There is no such good thing in the world. When he thought that Jack Arnold might be called a killer like Jack the Ripper in history, he felt uncomfortable. After all, he was the first vampire he transformed into, and the strongest combat force he could command at present. This name was too weird. It seems that we still have to find out the identity of the killer first, and then let Jack take revenge on him, so that others know that Jack the Ripper does not like people to borrow his identity, and prevent such things from happening. Lorian touched his chin and thought, because Jack can control a limited number of blood servants at the same time, arbitrarily granting blood to ordinary people will affect the feedback that can be obtained from these people in the end. In the long run, it is not conducive to the development of vampire forces. It will also slow down the growth of his power. Therefore, up to now, the cross of the meditation has only 2 blood servants, Green and Michelle, and it takes the elite route. Only members who show sufficient ability can get blood. However, the number of ordinary members has increased sharply to more than 30. Under the management of Evans, there is a fixed gathering place and organizational system, and it has established connections with some local forces, which is considered to be on the right track. Lorian plans to participate in the police department's investigation of Jack the Ripper and grasp the progress on the surface, and then let Evans lead people to find clues in secret. And by the way, train the members' abilities and screen out unqualified people. Don't go out for the next few days. Manage the cross with Evans. I understand, sir. Jack bowed in response with a cold face. Well, Lorian nodded. He also planned to see how far Evans had progressed, but before that, he had to deal with another matter first. The bounty for the bounty hunter, Jay from the police department, has arrived. 1145 Hammer Street, Havering, East London. This base has been abandoned and the bar has been closed for a long time. At first, when they learned that the gang's base was attacked by bounty hunters and even Oran Smith, who was in charge of managing it, was killed and exchanged for the bounty, the top leaders of the Cray Brotherhood unanimously decided to find this man and teach him a lesson. If they don't get the place back, the prestige of the twin brothers, Ricky Cray and Ron Cray, will definitely be affected. This rumor that is not conducive to the stability of the gang must be strangled in the cradle. As a result, they had just organized their forces and had not yet started to act when they got the news from the insiders in other gangs. Not only them, but most of the gang basers in Havering were swept. Just the ones they knew about. There were 4, and they were all people with certain status in the gang. 2 of them were even unlucky. They were not found until the next day by their subordinates. They disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood in the room. When the senior executives in the Cole Brotherhood who were responsible for handling this matter learned about it, they were immediately scared. After weighing it in their minds, they decided to send a few ordinary members to perfunctorily follow the orders of the twin brothers. There was no need to put too much energy. Let me go against such a ruthless person. You might as well kill me directly. In the coffee shop opposite the bar, several criminal police from the Special Operations Department of the National Police Agency were dressed as ordinary citizens and hid here. Do you think the bounty hunter named Zhou Kang? A detective put down the newspaper covering his face and whispered to his partner beside him. I think so. His partner, wearing black-framed glasses, said, according to the bartender, after the police station puts the bounty here, he will contact Jay, and he will come to pick it up himself. A total of 7 detectives were dispatched for this operation, guarding the important intersections and buildings next to the bar. At this time, they had handed the bounty to the bartender and silently waited for Jay to appear. The police department still had a positive attitude towards this bounty hunter who was extraordinary but arrogant. As long as he did not break the law and just used special means when taking action, the police would tolerate it and would not pursue him. This time, they just wanted to try to confirm the other party's identity. Even if they really saw the bounty hunter, the detectives would not take any other action. In the bar, the nervous young bartender dialed the number left by the bounty hunter. After a few seconds of rustling, a voice came from the other side. Who? The bartender heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the familiar voice. It's me, the bartender who helped you draw up the list of gang members that day, a subordinate of Oran Smith. Thinking of the hunter on the other end of the phone who killed 5 well-known gang members overnight, he couldn't help swallowing and whispered, the police department has sent the bounty and is waiting for you to collect it. Although I only saw 1 person, I guess they must have deployed a lot of people outside. I see. Lorian's deliberately disguised voice was unusually cold and hard. Just put the money in Oran Smith's room. Don't leave anyone in it. I understand. The bartender picked up the black suitcase beside him. Wait, there's one more thing. He paused and put the mobile phone to his ear. Please go ahead. You can take 20 pounds from it as my reward to you. This. The bartender hesitated for a moment, and finally did not refuse. Thank you for your generosity. He walked upstairs quickly, walked into Warren Smith's room, put the suitcase on the table and opened it, took out 2 10-pound bills from it, then closed the suitcase again, turned around and left, closing the door tightly. During this process, the phone remained connected. I have put the money in the room, all in a black suitcase, on the desk. He looked around carefully, lowered his voice and thought, there is a file bag in the drawer on the table. You can transfer the money into it and take it away. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone, returned to the front desk with a natural look, stretched out his hands to signal outside the bar, and left the bar. When he walked to the street, someone came to search him and let him go after confirming that he was not carrying the bounty. As time went by, the fog outside gradually thickened. After waiting for nearly an hour, the head of the police department finally noticed something was wrong. Quick! He frowned and ordered his subordinates, send someone in to see if the bounty is still there. The 2 detectives in the coffee shop received the order, stood up and crossed the street in the drizzle, entered the bar and ran up to the 2nd floor at a fast speed. Standing at the door of Warren Smith's room, they looked at each other, pushed the door open and looked inside. A cold breath drifted by, and the suitcase on the table had disappeared. At the same time, in the lobby of the apartment, a shadow gathered and took shape, and Lorian walked out of it and put the heavy black suitcase on the desk. He rubbed his hands expectantly. Unboxing. The black suitcase opened, revealing a box full of 10-pound banknotes with white background and brown lines, and the pleasant smell of ink slowly drifted out. Lorian took out a banknote and was about to start counting it, but suddenly felt that something was wrong with it. Huh? His heart jumped, and he quickly started to check. Then he found that such a big suitcase had only the top layer of banknotes, and the bottom was a high bulge and dark red velvet. He counted it and confirmed that there were 430 pounds in the suitcase, plus the 20 pounds given to the bartender. It should be 450 pounds. The bounty for the 5 criminals, including Warren Smith, was only 416 pounds. The police department not only did not deduct it, but actually gave a part of the tip. You are a very nice person. However, why do you use such a big suitcase with money that can be put in a wallet? At least change it into small denominations of shillings or pence. Lorian's face darkened. When he first received it, he thought the police department wanted to use the evil money power to buy him off when he saw the full 10-pound banknotes. But now I can finally say that I am a rich man. He stacked the banknotes together and put them on the table, then took out all the money in the wallet, arranged them according to different denominations, and piled them into several thick stacks. When he first came here, he scraped the walls of the apartment and only found more than 20 shillings, which would not last long. Now, with the 200 pounds from the Tapish Manor murder case, the 100 pounds looted from the rooms of Warren Smith and others, and the 430 pounds reward this time, he has earned more than 730 pounds in less than a week. In addition to the 100 pounds given to Evans to develop his power, he now has more than 600 pounds. For a long time, I don't have to worry about money. Lorian planned silently in his heart. After solving the Jack the Ripper issue with the police department, I will move out of here and choose an apartment with a better location. But it is better to be in East London. Apart from the shortcomings of poor public security, high crime rate, underdeveloped economy, and disordered social order, the conditions in East London are still very good. For example, the gang members are very hospitable. Evans specially found a few people to provide him with the blood he needs for daily life. When drawing blood, these people didn't say a word. Just right. Let's go see how Evans is doing. Lorian put the money away. According to Griff and Sheriff Ward, the police department will start a formal investigation the day after tomorrow. Before that, he still has 2 days to prepare. He returned to the bedroom, chose a comfortable position to lie down, and then put on the bright silver ring. A crimson glow flowed, and a dark red solid spirit slowly floated out, flew out of the window, and took advantage of the fact that no one was around to sneak into the sewer. Because when using shadow manipulation to move, the shadow of the object must be used as a carrier. So during the day, he had to travel through the dim sewer environment. Running around these days, he almost got familiar with the surrounding sewer lines. East London, new home. In the evening, the setting sun hung in a corner of the sky, and the streets that had been rained on were dark. On the second floor of the billiard club, Sheldon paced back and forth in the room with a frown, taking a deep puff of cigar from time to time, using tobacco to numb his anxious heart. Haven't you figured out who those people are? His deputy, George, sat in front of the coffee table with his hands crossed, shaking his head with a bad look on his face. This group of people act very secretly and are very vigilant. Every time they finish something, they will clear the traces at the scene, and there are no useful clues at all. The leader seems to have appeared out of thin air, and no one has seen him until now. A group of guys who hide their heads and show their tails. Sheldon impatiently put out the cigar in the ashtray. Since a few days ago, an organization of unknown origin has appeared in his sphere of influence and began to seize the business and territory of the Sheldon family. At first, he thought they were just some ignorant fools, so he sent a few people to deal with them. As a result, they were all beaten and sent back. Sheldon was furious. You came to my territory to cause trouble for no reason. I didn't care much and just wanted to persuade you to leave gently. But you came to warn me. The Sheldon family is not a big force in Newham, but it still has some influence. How could they let them do this? Without thinking much, Sheldon sent a few confidants with more than 20 fully armed members to cause trouble for the other party. Unexpectedly, no one came back this time. Sheldon took a deep breath, sat on the sofa anxiously, and twisted his fingers unconsciously. After careful calculation, it has been less than a week since the group of people first appeared, but they have taken a lot of money from him. The loss of more than 20 family members and several confidants has seriously damaged his power, and he can hardly control the other people under his command. He didn't even know the names of the people on the other side, or who the leader was. He could only guess that they were from other places in East London. The gangs from other places were so rude. Didn't we send someone to negotiate with those people? How's it going? No news at all. George spread his hands helplessly. From the first contact to now, all the people in the family who had direct contact with those people have disappeared. As for where they went, they all had some guesses in their hearts. Damn it, Sheldon frowned and cursed, then took out a new cigar from the cigar box, lit a kerosene lighter, and sprayed a flame, slowly burning along the mouth of the cigar. Just after lighting the cigar and holding it in his mouth, he suddenly moved his ears and stood up with a change in his eyes. Someone is downstairs. George also stood up with a vigilant look and took out the revolver in his holster. In order to avoid conflict with the group of people, this billiard club has been closed for a few days, and the other family members stayed on the second floor, leaving only one person watching downstairs. Now, the noise coming from downstairs is obviously not something that one person can make. He and Sheldon looked at each other, tacitly without making any sound, and moved slowly to the door, looking out through the peephole. When, unexpectedly, the next second, several dull gunshots rang out in succession, and dense bullets shot into the room from outside the door. George, who had just aimed his eyes at the peephole, was shot several times and fell back suddenly. Go! He screamed. A large piece of bright red blood flowed on his face, and then he pushed Sheldon away with force, gathered the last bit of strength, and threw himself on the door to block the bullets for Sheldon. The revolver in his hand had already fallen powerlessly when he was shot. George! Sheldon shouted, and prepared to jump out of the window to escape without thinking. Judging from the dense gunshots outside, other family members had also been taken care of. The other party had been ambushing outside for a long time. The movement just now just led them to the door, which was more suitable for shooting. When, the gunshots stopped for a moment, and someone was banging on the door. After a few hits, the door lock could not withstand it. The door slammed against the wall, and the deputy's miserable body fell to the ground. There are more bullets than flesh. In the chaos, Sheldon was also shot and fell to the ground. Seeing someone rushing in, he raised his gun and shot without even looking. He hit the target, but the sound was not the sound of hitting flesh. What? Sheldon opened his eyes wide and saw a shield on the burly detective behind him. Put down your weapons. Someone reported to us that you are holding an illegal gathering here, and provided sufficient evidence and a list of personnel on the count flow. The evidence is irrefutable. Don't resist stubbornly. Someone outside the room was shouting with a loudspeaker. Surrender your guns and you won't be killed. The detective who rushed in shouted loudly while pulling the trigger. Damn, a bunch of unruly guys. Sheldon was shot into a sieve before he could put down his revolver. He died with his eyes open. It was pouring outside the club, washing the foggy city. On the third floor across the street, Evans stood silently in front of the window, taking in the rainy night and everything across the street. Blood recipient Michelle bowed and handed him a report. Priest, after tonight, the Shelton family will exist in name only. Yes, Evans nodded with satisfaction. When the time comes, send someone to take over part of the industry as the daily source of funds for the sect. Remember to leave a part untouched and let the others fight for themselves. Understood. Thinking of the encirclement and suppression of the Shelton family a few days ago, Evans couldn't help laughing. How can a group of unknown things resist the power of the holy blood and my wisdom? Although gangs are rampant in East London, they are generally under the control of the police department, and a big purge is carried out every year. The reason why they don't take the initiative to attack at ordinary times is that they don't have enough evidence, and the cost is too high. With Evans providing them with sufficient evidence and solving most of the combatants in advance, the police department must be happy to gnaw on this bone. The biggest difficulty is how to make the police department believe his intelligence. At present, it seems that he has done a very good job in this regard. A dark red head quietly poked out from the wall behind the two. Lorian, who watched Shelton's death throughout the whole process, was shocked. I found a genius. After giving him £100 of startup capital, Lorian didn't pay much attention to Evan's development. Jack would only mention it in passing every time he came to report to him. Therefore, he only had some fragmentary understanding of the cross of the right, and didn't know that they had begun to erode the local forces in East London. He took the initiative to show his figure. Evans, who was immersed in his astonishing wisdom, suddenly noticed an indescribable but very familiar power fluctuation, and turned around with surprise. My lord, Lorian's spiritual state was very different from usual. The crimson solid spirit was a circle larger than the body, nearly 2 meters, and the body was wrapped in a pure black robe. The brass-toned eyes seemed to be swallowing and spitting out burning metal, and the whole body exuded a deep and heavy breath. At the same time as Evans turned around, Michel also subconsciously turned his body, and then his pupils suddenly changed. He felt a sense of oppression from the depths of his blood, which made him unconsciously want to bend down and lower his head to avoid his eyes, blaspheming the crimson spirit in front of him. After he became the blood recipient of the church, he had never felt such a violent tremor from anyone, even Evans, who was only one level higher than him in terms of blood level. When he heard the title of blood-giving priest beside him, he immediately knew that this was the God served by the church, at least an incarnation. He buried his face in his chest, his face flushed abnormally, and his muscles trembled uncontrollably. What the priest said is true. The church really serves a God, not just a false rhetoric to win people's hearts and appease believers. Thinking of the power and identity he now has, Michel can hardly be proud of himself and wants to crawl in front of this great existence. Ahem. Lorian didn't expect their reaction to be so big. With a tense expression, he said in a low voice, "You did a good job." "Oh no, I have an idle burden." Hearing the praise from Mr. Devil, Evans felt refreshed in the depths of his soul, and said in a trembling voice, "This is what I should do. How could I be so worthy to see the true body of the Lord descend?" He mistakenly thought that Lorian was a devil walking in the world, and the detective was just a container he created or occupied casually. At this moment, the majestic and terrifying state of the spirit was its original appearance, and that bright silver ring was the prop containing the power of the devil that he brought from hell to the world, which was used to liberate his own power and break away from his weak flesh and blood body. No, how could the Lord's true body come to the world so casually? This must be just a consciousness that has invested some great power and resides in the body. Thinking about it, Evans's suddenly changed, and he shook his head vigorously to dispel the thoughts in his mind, awakened by the idea just now. How can mortals speculate on the thoughts and behaviors of the devil at will? Lorian found that there was a sad and thick barrier called faith between him and them. He could hardly maintain a serious expression and said sparingly, "Tell me about the current situation of the ordination cross." "Yes." Evans kept bending over, took a deep breath and said, "After these days of operation, the ordination crushes a total of 2 blood recipients, Michel and Green." Hearing his name from the mouth of the priest, Michel's breathing couldn't help but become heavier, no longer as calm as usual, and Evans continued to report to Lorian, "Except for the blood recipients, I divide the members of the sect into senior members, ordinary members, and peripheral members according to their contributions and abilities. Only senior members know the existence of vampires. Ordinary members know nothing about other aspects except that someone in there can obtain powerful power. Peripheral members will not know any information that may leak me and Elder Arnold. They are used to handle some high-risk tasks or manage industries under the control of ordinary members, transfer funds to them, and contact the outside world. Up to now, there has a total of 13 senior members, 8 ordinary members, and 15 peripheral members. In order to prevent people with bad intentions from sneaking in, strict screening and examination will be carried out when recruiting new members and members are promoted, and I will do it personally every time. In addition, the now actually controls a billiard club, and currently, it can generate about 40 pounds in revenue per week. It sounds quite professional. It seems that Evans was really wasted his talent as a servant in Tapish Manor. He was simply a cult leader who was delayed by physical work. Lorian was very satisfied with his arrangement and was in a good mood. He immediately thought of the unlucky ghost he met a few days ago. "What job did you arrange for Benson?" "The Lord actually remembered his name," Evans said respectfully. "Benson is now providing legal advice to the. At the same time, he is also participating in the compilation of the Book of Ordination." Cough, cough, cough. Lorian coughed violently in his heart. "What to compile? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have even produced cult books. The Book of Ordination is the holy book of our clan. It should be used to spread the Lord's reputation and the doctrine of the cross of ordination." Even said cautiously, "This is the work carried out under the instructions of Elder Arnold. It is still in the preparation stage. In order to avoid intolerable fallacies, Benson, Elder Arnold and I will review the content many times and finally let you watch it, so it may take a long time. I'm just a vampire, not an evil god." Lorian suddenly doubted whether he would be targeted by the Orthodox and the heretic hunters. Although among the many secret religions in East London, the behavior of taking the cross is extremely conservative, even the extreme conservatives would think that they are too conservative. Not only did they not dare to openly spread the name of the worshipper, but they also hid it within the organization. But in this world, There are several widely spread orthodox beliefs, and they also controls part of the army. If you ask here, how many divisions does God have? The Vatican and the Pope can really raise an army for you. Lorian didn't want to have his door kicked open by a few people wearing crusader uniforms and holding knight swords to check his loyalty to his faith one day. You are too heretical. He maintained the expression on his face and did not directly deny their behavior of compiling the Book of Ordination. In the early days of the organization, this method of winning people's hearts was still necessary. However, you can do this by yourselves, and don't spread the Book of Ordination to the outside world. Just circulate it within the, adhering to the principle that leaders should not make things too clear. Lorian encouraged the two of them in a casual tone without expressing any further opinions. From the time he came here and witnessed Sheldon's house being ransacked by detectives to now, more than half an hour has passed, and it is getting dark. So, in room 204 of the cheap apartment, the detective, who was lying peacefully on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and took off the ring on his hand. On the side of Evans and Michelle, the crimson spirit in front of them disappeared with a bang after speaking, leaving only an invisible echo. Evans bowed for a long time before he stood up, facing Michelle, who also had a fanatical expression and increasingly firm beliefs. He stared out the window with a serious look, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Our night has just begun. Apartment, front hall. Evans took Lorian's instructions very seriously. He had already found out the information of all the previous owners of Benson's luxury apartment and told him when he reported on the development of the Cross of the Meditation just now. Lorian stretched out his hand to take out a piece of white paper from the drawer. When he opened the drawer, he remembered that the things inside had been vacated by him, and the inside of the drawer was now occupied by a dozen blood-eating spiders. He almost forgot. He opened the cabinet door under the desk, pulled out a piece of white paper and put it on the table. While thinking, he made marks on the paper with a pen. The previous owner before Benson was Jonathan Will, a surgeon, currently living in. The previous owner was Guderian Fallon, a professor at Miska University. The information was limited, and he could not analyze any useful clues for the time being. He could only write down these names and identities first, and wait for Evans to find more information to confirm which owner left the bright silver ring. It is also possible that none of them left the house, and the bright silver ring was hidden there before the house was sold or rented out. Lorian put this matter aside for the time being and turned his attention to the changes in his body. A few days later, Benson, who had taken ordinary blood, finally gave him back his ability. The name is Ghost Echo. From the letter in his mind, according to the information, this is a rare offensive ability. By vibrating the mouthpiece, it creates a large-scale AoE mental attack. The specific function is to disturb the opponent's mind and interrupt the casting process. There are many people in the apartment, and it is easy to expose the identity, so Lorian did not think of testing the ability immediately, but just summarized all the abilities he currently has. The first is the environmental perception initially obtained from the 2 seconds blood-eating ant, which can transmit various information in the environment to the owner, which can be called a reconnaissance magic skill. It helped him a lot in the early stage. Then, there are many abilities fed back by the first-generation vampire Jack Arnold, namely, shadow manipulation. The Reaper does not die with bare hands, and blood and flesh regeneration are the abilities that help him the most now, and their importance is higher than the feedback from all other blood recipients combined. The rest are only some scattered basic physical abilities. In summary, his current physical fitness has almost reached the limit that the human body can reach. If he wants to grow again, he must either create another first-generation vampire and break the limit at one time, or proceed step by step by cultivating blood-eating creatures with ordinary blood and developing the Cross of Ordination to cause qualitative changes with quantitative changes. The former is unlikely. Not to mention that the blood-giving skill is still in the cooling period, and no suitable candidate has been found so far. The latter cannot be rushed, and can only be promoted little by little, alas. For some reason, Lorian always has a lingering sense of crisis in his heart, like a thorn in his back, but after thinking carefully, he can't find the source of this feeling. Something is wrong. If it is about Oliver Winston, it was only after I participated in the investigation of the Typish Manor murder case, but this feeling appeared not long after I came here. He tapped the table with his pen and thought of a possibility. Since it was not a change caused by me, it can only be something that existed originally. I did not get all the memories, so I know nothing about it. What bad things did you do? Lorian was puzzled. How could an unknown third-rate detective get into trouble? He was still worried about his death, which almost became an obsession. However, although he did not know what the specific trouble was, he did not take it too seriously. Sometimes, when you reach a certain level, your mentality will naturally change, and your perspective on things will be different. Just like some people who go to high school think that Ultraman and Kamen Rider are too childish, and they disdain to like them and stay away from them. But it is just right for college students. If today, he is not only the king of vampires behind the scenes in London, but also rules dozens of followers. For the original detective, the things that were quite difficult and even possible to lose his life are no longer important to him. He just waved his hand and someone would help him deal with it. I have to say, it feels great. Thinking of this, Lorian put this matter aside for the time being and began to prepare to deal with the police department's investigation of Jack the Ripper. There was no conversation that night. 2 days passed quickly, and the time agreed with Chief Inspector Grief arrived as scheduled. A pure black police car stopped at the door of the apartment. Detective Lorian. Chief Inspector Grief pushed the door open enthusiastically and walked in. I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do I feel that you are a little more handsome? No, Chief Inspector Grief has a better temperament. The two of them praised each other for business and began to talk about business. The police department has completed the analysis of all the victims killed by Jack the Ripper and reinvestigated the various crime scenes and compiled a set of information. Please take a look. Okay. Lorian asked Chief Inspector Grief to sit down, then took the file bag he handed over, took out several paper reports and read. It seems that the police department has indeed made a lot of preparations for this. The report is very professional, expressing all the information about Jack the Ripper in the shortest possible space, and the content is concise and comprehensive. Then let's go and meet up with the others now. Chief Inspector Grief explained again. In addition to you, the other detective is Mr. Herman. He should have arrived at the police department. I have no problem. Lorian got up and prepared to go to investigate with Chief Inspector Grief. They went downstairs all the way. Chief Inspector Grief opened the car door for him. Lorian lowered his head and sat in the back seat. And after the engine started, Grief suddenly remembered something, turned around and said to him, I forgot to tell you that the person in charge of this special investigation team is an experienced young inspector. Oh, his name is Aaron Hastings, captain of the Whitechapel law enforcement team. Aaron Hastings. Hearing Inspector Grief's introduction, Lorian's face suddenly became strange. He remembered that when they met a few days ago, Aaron Hastings introduced himself as the inspector of the Whitechapel law enforcement team, and the place where Jack Arnold killed Evans happened to be the police station in the Whitechapel area. Inspector Grief turned around and saw the detective's expression in the rearview mirror. He asked with some confusion, Why, do you know Inspector Hastings? Lorian straightened his body and said seriously with a very evil taste, I once cooperated with him to investigate a case. Although it was actually the commission issued to him by Detective Winnie, the other party just paid the commission fee. But rounding it off, it can also be said that they have cooperated. Yes, I didn't expect it. Inspector Gleave stood in awe. You are actually an acquaintance of this inspector. This is not a polite remark. He was really surprised by this. Although the new police chief, Douglas, specifically asked to invite this detective, the latter obviously has some ability. But this detective's record in the police department is simply blank. Not to mention major criminal cases, he has not even investigated many ordinary crimes. It can only be said that capable people are low-key. Thinking of this, Chief Inspector Grief said to the detective while driving, Inspector Aaron Hastings is currently the youngest inspector in the police department. It took him less than 4 years from joining as a detective to being promoted to inspector. He was the most trusted subordinate of Mr. Moriarty, the previous police chief of East London. He shook his head and said, if it weren't for the short time he had been in office, Mr. Hastings' merits would have been enough to be promoted to senior inspector. No wonder he is so professional. Lorian recalled Aaron Hastings' keen intuition and rich knowledge reserves when he investigated the last missing case. Speaking of which, there are a few interesting things about this inspector. What are they? The sheriff's words aroused Lorian's gossiping nature. Well, Grief thought for a moment and made sure that this would not offend Hastings before continuing. After Inspector Hastings took over the security management of the Whitechapel area, he summoned all the members of the law enforcement team on the first day, including those who were on vacation. Just when they thought that the new inspector was going to issue some new regulations, Mr. Hastings directly dismissed everyone, saying that they were all unqualified and announced that he would form a new law enforcement team on his own. So decisive. I really didn't see Aaron Hastings had such courage that day, but the inspector of the police department has so much power. Lorian thought silently, without saying much, waiting for the sheriff's next words. This incident caused a big stir at the time and even made headlines in newspapers. But in the end, public opinion was one-sided. Most outsiders criticized the incompetence of the police department employees and supported the behavior of this rising star in the police force. Inspector Gleave smiled and said, and Inspector Hastings did not decide to do this suddenly. He had reported to Mr. Moriarty before and got approval. In addition to the severance pay from the police department, he also paid an extra 10% out of his own pocket for the law enforcement team members. You know, he didn't have any savings at the time, so this behavior is completely legal, compliant, and reasonable, and no one can find fault with it. Yes, that's true. Lorian nodded, and then suddenly asked, does Inspector Hastings have a sister? He was referring to Detective Winnie. It seems that you have a good relationship with Inspector Hastings. Captain Gleave agreed. This gentleman's, he paused unnaturally. This gentleman's sister is called Winnie, and she also works in the Metropolitan Police Department. However, in fact, Mr. Hastings strongly disagrees with this matter and has repeatedly proposed that she resign. He said helplessly, this is also human nature. After all, in East London, being a detective is not a safe job. With Detective Winnie's academic qualifications, she can choose a more decent job. So that's the case. Lorian nodded suddenly, and some weird feelings in his heart were explained. Captain Gleave did not say more. More than 10 minutes later, a black police car stopped in front of the Whitechapel police station. Is this Detective Lorian? A captain wearing a standard bowler hat of the Metropolitan Police Department was waiting at the door. He was upright, his eyes were sharp, and the star of Bath on his epaulets was shining like a star, with one more than Captain Gleave. That's right. Sheriff Gleave, who came over with the detective, nodded. This is Mr. Lorian, invited by Mr. Douglas. He once solved the Typish Manor murder case and also worked with Aaron Hastings. Inspector C has worked with him and is an experienced professional. He then introduced to Lorian, this is Sheriff Coon, who once served in the Sheffield Fleet with Mr. Douglas. Sheriff Coon. He has a dark complexion, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He has a military temperament and his movements are not sloppy at all. He strolled over and briefly shook hands with the detective. "Hello, Mr. Lorian." Lorian greeted politely. "Hello." He was not the first person to arrive at the police station, but he was not the last one either. When he followed Chief Griff into the conference room, a man in his 30s with a face shaped like a bald eagle stood in front of the door. "Good afternoon, Detective." He wore a wide-brimmed hat, a short beard on his upper lip, and a fashionable Chester coat. He straightened his clothes and stretched out his hand to the detective who had just walked over. Luo Liang felt the uncontrollable aura in him and had no intention of shaking hands with him. This is... Oh, Sheriff Griff smoothed things over. "This is Detective Herman, the founder of Herman Detective Company, and this is Mr. Luo Liang. Although he is not famous, but he is also a very experienced detective. You two should go in and take a seat first." Luo Liang walked past Herman and walked into the conference room, and the latter took back his hand without embarrassment. When the person passed by, he said very softly, "This is not a simple commission, my friend. If your understanding of this world is not just superficial, you should know that many things are unknown to ordinary people and deadly." "What riddler?" Luo Liang kept walking, but quietly concentrated in his heart. This tone was too familiar to him, as if someone had been exposed to something indescribable after entering high school, and naturally developed an inexplicable confidence in other, pure classmates. Fundamentally speaking, this is a sense of superiority based on information difference. Finally, I met someone with extraordinary power. Luo Liang followed his words and said, "What do you want to say?" Herman walked side by side to his seat. "What I mean is that you should give up this commission that is too dangerous for you, so that I can have the 900 pounds for myself. Of course, as compensation, I can give you 20 pounds. He was carefree. He leaned back on the chair, took off his hat and said, "Although these two numbers seem very different, the latter can be easily obtained without you doing anything." Luo Liang's eyes changed slightly, but before he said anything, the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and Aaron Hastings, wearing a brand new inspector uniform, walked in with a group of police detectives and Chief Kuhn. He nodded lightly to Luo Liang and immediately sat down in his seat. When everyone was seated, he asked his assistant to distribute a stack of documents. "I'm sorry, everyone. I was dealing with some personal matters just now and wasted a little time. Now, let's get straight to the point." Luo Liang did not continue talking to Herman and took the paper document from Hastings' assistant. This document was much more detailed than the one Chief Griff showed him just now. Not only was it marked the specific time of death of each deceased person, it's also accompanied by black and white photos of the scene and an autopsy report. The London Metropolitan Police Department has a professional forensic team. These forensic doctors are affiliated with the Criminal Identification Department of the Professional Department of the Police Department. Although not many people know it, the salary and benefits are much higher than those of ordinary agents. When the gap is at its greatest, the weekly salary can be more than 3 times that of the latter. Luo Liang took a rough look at the autopsy results of those gang members. It was basically consistent with the report given to him by Jack. But for the remaining victims, he was confused. At this time, Aaron Hastings, who was sitting at the head of the conference table, said, "My name is Aaron Hastings. The current inspector of the Whitechapel law enforcement team is solely responsible for handling the Jack the Ripper case. Everyone here should already know the name, Jack the Ripper, so I won't go into details. In short, this is a very dangerous and evil element. For the sake of the personal safety and public order stability of the citizens of East London, Director Douglas requires us to completely resolve this matter within 2 weeks." After speaking the opening remarks, he continued, "After in the past few days of preliminary investigation, the police department has compiled a list of suspects based on the traces left by Jack the Ripper at the scene and the interpersonal relationships of the deceased. It may not be accurate, but it has certain reference value. His. As soon as he finished speaking, Herman raised his hand. Please speak. Aaron looked at the detective. Mr. Hastings, let's go directly to the scene for investigation. These documents alone cannot solve the case. Don't worry, Detective Herman, Aaron Hastings said without changing his expression. We will go to the scene to investigate later, but for now, let's hear everyone's opinions on this case. Okay, Herman shrugged. It's all according to your wishes. There was a sound in the conference room. There was a slight chatter, and the detectives exchanged opinions among themselves. Lorian turned to the last page of the document and saw what Aaron called the list of suspects. Elijah Martha, the ex-boyfriend of one of the victims, Jana Leeds, is also a regular in the Whitechapel area. He is a burly man and used to be a butcher. Joseph Spin, used to be a psychiatrist, was sent to a lunatic asylum for compulsory treatment due to hysteria, and was only released on December the 4th, 1887. He is currently working as a porter at the dock, and may have a certain tendency to attack. Lorian briefly read this after. List of suspects. He coughed lightly, attracting the attention of other people in the conference room, and slowly said, judging from these reports, after Jack the Ripper committed his first crime in the Whitechapel police station, seemed to be very picky about their target selection, and they are all notorious gang members. But last week, they suddenly began to target us in the Whitechapel area. Is it possible that someone is imitating the crime? Aaron Hastings agrees with this speculation. It is possible. He tapped the table and analyzed. Judging from the conditions of the deceased, most of them were killed by one blow. So, Jack the Ripper must have been an adult with extraordinary physical strength. The man is about 180 centimeters tall, but the possibility of being deliberately disguised cannot be ruled out. Starting from this premise, the search scope can be greatly narrowed. The 7 suspects on the list all meet this condition and have sufficient time to commit the crime. Herman said with a smile, just arrest everyone and interrogate them once. Those who don't cooperate will be sentenced. It won't take long to find the real criminals. Lorian glanced at him. You seem to be a bit extreme. Aaron Hastings' mouth twitched slightly. Without conclusive evidence, the police department cannot arrest suspects at will, let alone torture them. Those kinds of things were all abolished during the first police reform. At least it was abolished on the surface. Next, everyone held a discussion for more than half an hour, and the time came to 12 o'clock at noon. Inspector Hastings saw that the members of the special investigation team were almost getting used to each other, and took people to investigate the latest victim. There were only 2 police cars in the Whitechapel Police Department. Aaron Hastings, Kuhn, and 3 other detectives shared one. Mann and Sergeant Griff sat in the remaining car. Hey, Herman sighed sadly. It seems you are not planning to withdraw from this investigation. Lorian's expression changed. Why do you want to quit? Even if that Jack the Ripper had extraordinary physical strength, he was just one person. Every time he committed a crime, he only dared to pick on the lone person. There are so many of us. Do you still think that criminals who can commit such crimes are ordinary people? Herman emphasized the word ordinary people. Of course I know that he is not an ordinary person. After all, ordinary people do not have the courage and ability like him. Lorian continued to pretend to be stupid, trying to extract more information. And by the way, he figured out where Jack had exposed himself. Well, since you want to die, I won't stop you. However, in order for you not to hold me back, let me give you some popular science. Herman rubbed his temples with a headache, turned his head slightly, and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, in this world, there are powers beyond ordinary people's imagination, and the source of these powers is everyone. Innate spirituality. He seemed to have no reservations, telling all the knowledge he knew. All extraordinary powers that mortals can obtain are rooted in the spirituality given by the world. This is one of the irrefutable axioms. Although the source of power is spirituality, the ways of expression are various, and warlock is the profession with the lowest risk and the most universality. Herman raised his head proudly. Obviously, I am a warlock with extraordinary abilities. Awesome. Lorian was very supportive. While playing the role of an ordinary person, he asked, "What does this have to do with Jack the Ripper?" Herman's expression froze, and he saw the clear ignorance in Lorian's eyes. "How did you become a detective?" He explained with a dark face. "Of course it's Jack the Ripper, and probably possessing extraordinary power, and hunting the dead, maybe performing some bloody ritual. Spirituality, warlocks, extraordinary rituals." Lorian quickly digested this knowledge, silent, as if shocked by the hidden corners of this world. Beside him, Herman watched him cryptically, confirming there was no abnormality, and he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Lorian's wild and restless spiritual intuition slowly calmed down, and Aaron Hastings chose to start his investigation from the S in the Whitechapel area. In the car, Herman stared out the window without saying a word. "Since you know that Jack the Ripper may be a murderer, why didn't a warlock or other extraordinary being alert Inspector Hastings?" Herman put his hands on the car window, seemingly unconcerned. "What does they have to do with me? Even if all these people are dead, I can still get the bounty from the National Police Agency. Maybe, considering how brutal the investigation process is, the police chief will give me a little extra. Why not?" "Then why are you telling me this?" Lorian seemed to be shocked because he had just come into contact with too much secret knowledge, and his expression was unnatural. "If I was killed by him while investigating Jack the Ripper, wouldn't you be able to keep the 900 pounds to yourself? Of the bounty, it took a lot of effort for him not to raise the corners of his mouth." Herman next to him glanced sideways at him. "After all, you and I are considered fellow companions. It's a pity to die like this." "Ha ha, thank you very much." Lorian suspected that because he was now a vampire, he would have certain specificities, and this specificity could easily be detected by such extraordinary people, so Herman used those words to test his reaction. However, at least now, it seems that the other party should not be able to draw a firm conclusion. A sense of urgency arose in his heart. Judging from the situations of Benson, Herman, and Oliver Winston, the extraordinary power of this world is not frequent, but not uncommon. In just a few weeks, he has encountered incidents involving extraordinary power, and he currently knows nothing about it. Moreover, it can be seen from the name and the source of power that most of them are vampires. He is on the side of chaos. Once his identity is exposed, he may be surrounded by righteous people. If he accidentally encounters a character like a demon hunter one day, he may be struck by a big sword before he is aware of the other party's existence. Even though he is the king of vampires, he can't withstand sneak attacks and righteous gang fights now. Although the instinct in his bloodline told him that when he first became a vampire, he knew that the special power was called spirituality. But he only knew it, but didn't know why. If he finally caught a sheep, of course he would kill it. What exactly is spirituality? His acting skills exploded, and he continued to play an ordinary person who had just refreshed his worldview. His eyes were full of desire for knowledge. "Ha ha," Herman sneered. "Don't think of me as a kind person who teaches others. I just don't want you to be a drag on your next actions. That's why I tell you this. The rarer something is, the more expensive it is. Don't you understand this? If it wasn't a matter of interest, who would be kind enough to give you this knowledge?" "Got it." Lorian didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he put his hand into his coat pocket, and then pulled out a banknote with white stripes on a gray background. "One question, 10 pounds. Herman's forehead veins jumped. "I'm just making a metaphor. I'm not asking you to exchange money for it." Lorian held the banknote between his two fingers and waved it in front of his eyes. 20 pounds. Herman was silent for a moment. Not enough. Just tell me the number. Herman looked Lorian up and down, and then confirmed that he really knew nothing about this. He considered it for a moment and said, 30 pounds. Make a deal. Lorian smiled. Sure enough, money is not everything, but there is nothing you can't do without money. You can just ask. Herman pointed to Sergeant Griff, who was driving in front. He won't hear it. Good. Lorian estimated that he had enough cash to ask 10 questions. He thought about it and said, what exactly is spirituality? No one can give an accurate answer to this question. Herman said easily, however, in the current, extraordinary world, the most recognized theory is spirituality is the influence that arises from the soul of living things, representing the unique soul of each person. The key that opens the door of mystery to human beings can leverage the power deep in the spirit and uplift the soul. In short, is it a kind of power similar to spiritual power and soul power? Lorian touched his chin to digest this knowledge. Because everyone's silent spirituality are unique. Therefore, after becoming a warlock, the power that can be discovered will be different. Herman stopped in time. This is the next question. Well, then. Lorian took out his wallet, took out a thick stack of banknotes, took out 3 10-pound bills and handed them to him. Second question. What is the difference between the various professions in the extraordinary world? This is more than just one question. Herman's mouth twitched. It's only 30 pounds, and you still want me to introduce all the professions to you? Then pay more. Lorian is now rich and powerful. He knows that the money he lost will always stay with him in some other way. This time Herman was silent for a while. Even paying more won't work. Don't you know it at all? Lorian looked suspicious. It seems that your warlock is very watered down. He suddenly suspected that the person in front of him was also a half-baked like him. Herman's face darkened. Of course I know, but this is not knowledge that can be revealed casually, no matter how much money you add. Okay, Lorian changed the question. Please introduce me to the profession of warlock. This can be revealed, right? Okay, Herman nodded. Warlock is a profession that has extremely low danger and is also universal so far. It is the largest group of extraordinary people in the extraordinary world. Wait, Lorian wanted to ask just now. Warlock is the least dangerous profession in the extraordinary world. In other words, all professions have a certain degree of danger, and it may be very high. Is there any problem with this? Herman said as a matter of course, even ordinary people's exercise, such as running, strength training, these exercise methods may cause physical danger, and death is not impossible. And the soul is the deepest part of every living being, and it has not been fully explored so far. Even the most cutting-edge mystic scholars have only reached the surface of the soul. Of course, there will be many unpredictable consequences to forcibly reach the depths of the soul and seek power through various means. Lorian lowered his head and thought about it, and found that it was true. From the highest to the lowest, there are 4 main levels of sorcerers: life, God, secret, and energy. Herman said proudly, and I am a power level sorcerer. Power level sorcerer. Is it the extraordinary person at the bottom of the extraordinary world? While Lorian was reading ruthlessly, he silently guessed at what stage his current ability was. Let's not talk about how to become a sorcerer for now. Anyway, you probably won't be able to get in touch with it in a short time. After becoming a sorcerer, you need to increase the quality and quantity of spirituality through meditation, and discover your own formula from the sea of consciousness. Herman deliberately said a few more unfamiliar terms, waiting for Lorian to pay for the Q&A work. Ha ha, what a profiteer. Lorian narrowed his eyes and weighed the priority of the questions. The third question is, what is the formula? Herman spread out his hands and waited for Lorian to put down 3 10-pound notes before continuing. Take the revolver as an example. If Spirituality is gunpowder and bullets. Then formulate the gun itself. Only the right formula can unleash the full potential of spirituality. Each promotion can master 1, 2, 3 formulas. However, some formulas are universal. That is, as long as they are learned and mastered, everyone can use them. Lorian handed over 6 10-pound notes expressionlessly. Meditation and sea of consciousness. Herman was a little surprised. You are really rich. These are all contributed by the enthusiastic people of East London. When Lorian was silently complaining, he suddenly thought of something. Why are you still so short of money? Since Herman is a warlock with extraordinary powers, he should have been exploiting the gang members in East London. Why would he open a small occult class for him for a mere 30 pounds? I know what you are thinking even if you don't tell me. Herman pressed the brim of his hat and smiled. As far as I know, even a warlock can't withstand the most advanced firearms and artillery shells. For example, although I am a capable warlock now, I can only run faster and jump higher than ordinary people. I will be injured or even die if I am shot. Well, the difference is probably that ordinary people will die with 1 shot, but I can withstand 2 shots. Then you really haven't seen much. Luo Liang was sure now that Herman was either a newly initiated warlock, who also had only a superficial understanding of this mystical knowledge, or he was not talented enough and had been stuck in the stage of capable warlock for a long time, unable to access the real deep secrets. Not to mention that the spiritual clone of the bright silver ring was almost immune to all bullet damage. Even his own flesh and blood regeneration could withstand a magazine without fear of pain. Well, no more. His interest in Herman immediately diminished a lot. However, Luo Liang soon thought of a new doubt. In this case, how dare you come to Hanhat, Jack the Ripper? Even ordinary people with guns can cause you fatal injuries. Who gave you the courage to hunt such an extraordinary person? Herman said faintly. What? Jack the Ripper sounds impressive, but in fact it was just a sneak attack on some ordinary people who were alone. Even if those acts were not done by him, his ability would not be that strong. What's more, he said with deep eyes, do you think that people who wantonly disrupt the order of the world will not be punished? No one has ever dared to do this, unless he is a young man who has gained some power and has expanded to the point of thinking he is invincible. Sure enough, Luo Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he was glad for his stability during this period. According to what you said, there is an agency specifically responsible for monitoring this type of extraordinary crime. Yes, Herman nodded and thought, if such an agency did not exist, the world order would have collapsed long ago. What's the name of this agency? Although the functions are similar, the specific names are different in each country and region. Herman slowed down his speech, stared at him and said word by word, and in Great Britain, it is called Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard. Luo Liang remembered that this was an alias for the London Metropolitan Police in the regional history. He didn't expect that it would become an extraordinary organization independent of the police department here. Not to mention, it sounds quite appropriate. His organization had long been guessing. Otherwise, it would not have deliberately restrained Jack Arnold's behavior and the development of members of the Cross of the Mitzvah. If it is not controlled, the latter's snowball-like expansion speed would have been exposed to the sight of Scotland Yard long ago. Even now, it is not certain that it will be safe enough. Maybe it has been secretly noticed by Scotland Yard or other extraordinary forces. Now, it seems that among the rampant esoteric believers in East London, there may be many real extraordinary people hidden. No, after this matter is done, I have to plan the future of the Cross of the Mitzvah. This will not last long. I have to find a way to get a clean surface identity. Luo Liang gathered the complicated thoughts in his mind, coughed lightly and said, let's continue to talk about the knowledge of meditation and sea of consciousness. Well, Herman turned back to the topic and said, in fact, meditation and sea of consciousness are inseparable. Meditation is basically the only way for works to increase their spirituality. It is a way to touch the soul by achieving a deep state of tranquility and the sea of consciousness where your soul is. He stopped there and didn't say a word more. Lorian also roughly constructed the outline of an extraordinary world in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he asked the last question. Are there some items with extraordinary powers in this world? You are very smart. You thought of this so quickly. Herman chuckled. If there are extraordinary people and extraordinary powers, there must be extraordinary items. And this kind of item with extraordinary power is called relic. Relics. It sounds too unlucky, like something taken from a dead person. Luo Liang complained silently, but when he thought of the bright silver ring in his hand, he felt that the name was not unacceptable. He is a firm pragmatist and take-it-ism. Whoever's things are useful, just take them. Why is this extraordinary item called a relic? Well, of course, there is a reason. Herman raised his lips slightly, his eyes dark on his bald eagle-like face. This dark corner of the world is not as beautiful as many people imagine. Good people may not be able to live, and bad people may not necessarily die. In a world of intrigue and deception, a slight mistake may lead to death. When extraordinary people die, their souls will be stranded from the sea of consciousness to the present world and will transform into relics. When Herman's mysticism class ended, the investigation team had almost arrived at their destination. 2 black police cars drove into the slums in the Whitechapel area one after another, attracting the attention of many people on the street. The Whitechapel area is the largest immigrant distribution center in the County of London. Most of these immigrants are illegal smugglers from the Romanov and Eastern Europe. They have no identity documents and can only be exploited in black factories and barely support themselves with meager income. In addition to immigrants, the most common people here are low-status British bottom-level laborers. The police car stopped in front of a red brick building. Luo Lian and Herman pushed the door and got out. Sheriff Grief came over rubbing his temple. Damn it, I feel a little carsick. Maybe I haven't had a good rest recently. Sheriff Grief nodded in agreement. Hey, I haven't slept well these days because of the Jack the Ripper thing. Luo Lian straightened his clothes and glanced at Herman calmly. It is certain that the latter has something, but not much. The only thing worth mentioning is probably the knowledge of mysticism, which helped him fill many cognitive gaps. But his frontal combat power may not be as good as Jack Arnold now. Then, this ability to affect the senses of others is probably one of the spells he mastered after becoming a powerful sorcerer. If the extraordinary powers in this world are all this kind of secret, invisible art, I have to be extra careful in the future. Otherwise, I may fall into a dangerous situation unknowingly. This kind of extraordinary power with strong secrecy and difficulty in detection is most likely to breed old cunning. Compared with ordinary people, I wonder if the body of a vampire will have a higher resistance to these influences. Speaking of which, the special abilities fed back from Jack, Benson and others are really a bit like the procedure Herman mentioned. While thinking silently, Luo Lian slowed down his pace and fell behind Herman, never letting him out of his sight. It's really sad. Herman laughed and sighed sadly. I just opened the secret veil of this world to you a few minutes ago, and you are now on guard against me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not like this to everyone. I just don't trust you. Luo Liang was very sincere. Herman choked and suddenly felt that 30 pounds for one question was too low. You are really good at talking. No way, I was born not to lie. Luo Liang said casually, seeing Aaron Hastings and other detectives waiting in front. He walked forward leisurely. This is the workplace of the latest victim, the Marilyn, a brothel called the Rose Room. When he came over, Inspector Hastings looked around and explained. The Rose Room. The name is really nice. Herman chuckled, then turned to look at Luo Lian behind him. Ah, I'm not mocking these poor people who use their bodies for money. He shook his head with regret. When I was still a gunman, I had too many enemies and thought about finding a brothel to work, but they didn't accept me. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Lorian couldn't help coughing, looked at Herman's stubble, and suddenly felt that his ears were dirty. Your experience is really rich, Aaron Hastings said with a serious expression. Let's talk about it later. Let's go to see the place where Marilyn was victimized first. Okay, Herman shut up tactfully. Except for the two detectives. Everyone else wore the uniforms of the police department, and they were very recognizable when walking on the road. As soon as she stepped into the door, the person in charge of the Rose Room who heard the news ran over in small steps. Everyone, what are you doing? The person in charge was a woman in her 40s, wearing heavy makeup and smelling of a strange perfume when she spoke. The police department is handling a case. Inspector Hastings looked down at her. Are you the boss here? I am. No, I'm not the boss here. I was just hired to manage here. You can call me Old Hawk. The nickname of the person in charge sounded like a man. She carefully glanced at the group of detectives behind Hastings, frightened by the scene, and asked stutteringly, Are you here? There is a magical phenomenon in Britain at present. That is, sex work is legal, but organized sex work will be severely cracked down. Places like the Rose Room are in the gray area on the edge of the law. Although everyone knows that this is a brothel, they do not directly provide sexual services, but open in the form of hotels and apartments. And those sex workers are the residents of the hotel, not employees. When customers come to the door, they will choose the service provider they like, and then they will get a room number and house number, and then they can negotiate the price with the residents there. Tenants who live here for a long time have to pay a fixed rent every week. In addition, the Rose Room will not charge any fees. However, this rent almost takes up 70% of their income. We are here to deal with the death of Marilyn. Inspector Hastings said in a cold voice. She lived in the Rose Room before she died, right, Marilyn? Old Hawk frowned and thought for a while. Ah, that's right. She hasn't come here for 2 days. You said she died? Before Aaron Hastings spoke, Herman was a little impatient. This old man, I fully understand that your life and time are worthless, and I am even interested in showing you your acting talent here. But my time is more precious than your cheap soul. He narrowed his narrow eyes slightly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes, and said in a low and hoarse voice, If you delay my time any longer, there may be some unpredictable consequences. I think this is something no one wants to see, don't you think? You are quite polite, and you use honorifics when scolding people. Lorian was amused by the word. This old man and almost couldn't hold back his expression. Old Hawk was frightened by Herman's fierce eyes, and he took 2 steps back unconsciously, stumbling. Huh? He squinted his eyes. Old Hawk changed his words in time and said quickly, Marilyn did work at the Rose Room. Oh, no, she did live here. Yesterday, I heard that she was murdered by a man called Jack the Ripper. Worried about affecting the business of the Rose Room, they threw away all her things. No, I guess there is nothing to see. As she spoke, she saw that everyone in the police department looked at her unkindly, and she couldn't help shrinking her neck, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Ha ha, you really know how to do business. Luo Liang twitched his nose lightly and smelled a special ink smell mixed with rust in the air of the Rose Room. Marilyn's room number is 120. Luo Liang went over with others to take a look. Sure enough, the room had been cleaned up and no clues were left. Then we have to go to Marilyn's house to take a look. He touched his chin and said, The residences of these deceased people have been checked by the police department, but since the investigation on the Rose Room could not continue, they had to go over and try their luck. Yes, Aaron Hastings nodded, and then called 2 detectives over. They were members of the Whitechapel law enforcement team. I suspect that this old Hawk is illegally organizing sex services. You can go to her house to check. The Rose's room is not needed. You really don't hold grudges. Luo Liang complained. If there is a grudge, it will be avenged on the spot, and it will not be left until tomorrow. As for why only Old Huck was dealt with and not the Rose Room, it is probably because these sex workers were tacitly approved. Old Huck, who was hanging behind the team, trembled when he heard the words. His face was pale, but he dared not say a word. When everyone passed by, she lowered her head quickly. After leaving the Rose Room, several people quickly came to Marilyn's residence. On the way, Chief Inspector Grief took some detectives to investigate several other dead ends. Only 2 detectives, Inspector Hastings, Chief Inspector Kuhn, and 2 detectives were left in the team. This room is where Marilyn lived before. The apartment manager took them upstairs. A few days ago, I saw the news that she was killed in the newspaper, and I didn't dare to touch the things inside. Yeah, Aaron Hastings, as the person in charge of this investigation, was the first to push the door open. The windows of the room were sealed tightly, and the dull air rushed out as soon as the door was opened. Luo Liang followed in and took a look. The room was clean and tidy. There was not much furniture, only a simple single bed, a dressing table, and a cabinet. There was a photo hanging on the wall in front of the window. This was a photo of a mother and daughter, and the background was this apartment. Both of them had golden hair, and the little girl put her hands behind her back, a little shy. The older woman didn't look very good, but she also managed to maintain a superficial smile. Marilyn has another daughter. Luo Liang asked casually. No, that's not Marilyn's daughter. The landlord said carefully. The little girl is Marilyn, and the older one is her mother, Mariana. Mariana. That's right. The landlord frowned and recalled. About 24 years ago. I'm not sure. Anyway, my father was still managing this apartment at that time, and Mariana moved in. According to him, Mariana brought young Marilyn with her when she moved into this apartment. In the initial period, it seemed that someone was providing them with living funds, but it stopped after almost half a year. Mariana had to go out to work. She changed many jobs in a row, but the meager salary could not support the mother and daughter at all. The most important thing is that she didn't know where she got addicted to opium tincture. After persisting for a few months, she began to secretly bring back strange adult men to the apartment. The landlord at the time ordered to prohibit this behavior, claiming that if he found out again, he would increase their rent. He saw that they were really pitiful and reduced the rent several times, almost providing them with housing for free. After that, Marianne did not bring anyone back, but worked directly in the brothel. The landlord sighed. Unexpectedly, her daughter also took this path later. In the Whitechapel area, almost 70% of the families have female members engaged in sex work to supplement the family income. Before the age of 8 to 13, they can only work in some special ways, but after their bodies are fully developed, they can start formal work. Most of them will only exchange money for this behavior when their lives are extremely difficult, and some people will specialize in this. The reason why the landlord was surprised was that Marian was very cultured when she first arrived, and she did not look like someone who grew up in Whitechapel, the garbage can of East London. Why didn't you tell the detectives who came to search yesterday? The landlord looked innocent. They just asked about Marilyn's situation and didn't ask me to provide other information. These should have nothing to do with this murder case. That happened decades ago. Well, Luo Lian didn't say much. He took a quick look and started to check the room. He opened the closet door, which contained some women's clothes and some small items under the closet. Huh? His eyes suddenly changed. Did you find anything? Aaron Hastings asked beside him. Compared with field investigations, he was better at making decisions and controlling the direction. Someone has been here. Luo Lian used his environmental perception ability to confirm carefully not long ago, maybe less than 10 minutes. Aaron turned back to look at the landlord at the door, who said in a cold sweat, I don't know about this. I have locked the door since 2 days ago. Except for the detectives yesterday, I didn't let anyone else in. Lorian reached out and flipped through the closet to check the traces, turned around and looked around, then raised the corner of his mouth and showed an inexplicable smile. He came in through the window, very professional. If it weren't for the traces of rummaging in the closet, I might have been fooled. It seems that today we can see the true face of this Ripper, he said. Ripper, not Jack the Ripper. Finally caught you. Hastings did not doubt his words, and said to Sheriff Coon seriously, seal the apartment immediately. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my permission. Okay, the sheriff agreed and hurried down with the landlord. I didn't expect you to have something. Herman didn't notice anything unusual in the room. In the past, his crime-solving process was much simpler and more brutal than this. This elegant method was not suitable for him. Can you find the Ripper who sneaked into this room? Lorian contacted Jack in his heart and asked curiously after getting a response. Herman was silent again and waited for Aaron Hastings to leave the room before gritted his teeth and whispered, Warlock is just a mortal with some special abilities. Don't think of me as omnipotent. I haven't seen such a useless beyonder. Lorian had nothing to say and turned to use his environmental perception ability with all his strength, following the slight traces in the room to find the whereabouts of the Ripper. There was a slight buzzing in his ears, and his vision seemed to be covered with a gray filter. After the name of Jack the Ripper was spread through newspapers, the ability feedback from Arnold became stronger, and at the same time, other abilities also increased to varying degrees. Concentrating all his energy, environmental perception was like the monster sense in The Witcher, dissecting all the details around him and showing them to him. While Lorian maintained the use of his ability, he moved his sight to look at Herman in front of him. He wanted to try whether the now strengthened environmental perception could distinguish between ordinary people and extraordinary people. It seemed that there was no difference from observing ordinary people, except that the temperament was more prominent. Lorian was about to look away, but Herman suddenly turned his head as if he had sensed something, and shuddered when he saw the former's straight gaze. What are you looking at? He looked suspicious. His. Lorian's sight suddenly froze. On Herman's turned face, the pupils in his eyes were no longer visible, replaced by a bright blue light, cold and emotionless. The current perception ability can indeed see the difference between extraordinary people and ordinary people, but the most special thing is the eyes. The bright blue light may be the external manifestation of spirituality. While Lorian was thinking in his heart, he said calmly on the surface, I didn't see anything. I was just looking for the traces of the Ripper. You are blocking the way. This is the truth. According to the feedback from environmental perception, the Ripper who sneaked into Marilyn's room a few minutes ago did leave from this route. Herman's mouth twitched. Didn't you ask me to walk behind you to prevent me? Lorian's face remained unchanged. You can walk faster. As Herman's face darkened and he quickened his pace, Lorian began to concentrate on exploring the imperceptible footsteps on the ground, entered the room through the window, and then tried to find something, but couldn't find it. So he used a very professional method to cover up all the traces he made, and even dealt with the smell. Maybe he saw the police car from the window, and quietly opened the door and left before we went upstairs. Ordinary thieves and murderers definitely don't have this kind of psychological quality and ability, so he must be the real murderer who killed Marilyn. In addition to the window, there is only this one way in and out of the apartment. In the case of not knowing whether there are people in the police car to guard, the Ripper is likely to be hiding somewhere in the apartment. I never thought that an inconspicuous in the Rose room could be involved in so many things. The veil that blocked the view was peeled off layer by layer, and the person who caused the trouble was right in front of him and could be found immediately. This feeling of chasing prey made Lorian feel refreshed. They walked down the stairs slowly and ran into Aaron Hastings, who had returned. The outside has been blocked, No one can get out. Are you sure that the person who sneaked into Marilyn's room is the Ripper? If nothing unexpected happens, it's him, Lorian said firmly. I speculate that it should be related to Marilyn's mother, Mariana. From the landlord's description, Mariana is very likely the mistress of a big shot. Maybe she has access to things that ordinary people can't access. Therefore, Marilyn was murdered. The other victims may just be sacrifices to cover up the truth. Herman leaned against the wall and added with an interested expression. Things are getting more and more interesting. Maybe I can make much more money than expected this time. However, Marianne moved to this apartment more than 20 years ago. Why did her lover think of taking action against Marilyn now? He didn't understand this point. Aaron Hastings was silent for a while, and suddenly said faintly, "Next month, East London will hold a new round of district council elections." Under the guidance of Lorian, the three walked to a door. The leather boots stepped on the floor, making a neat tap-tap sound. Aaron Hastings, with a serious expression, stopped at the door of room 022 of the apartment. Lorian and Herman stood behind him. "Dong dong dong. Open the door. The police department is investigating the case." Half a minute later, there was a response from inside. "Is there anything?" "Officer, it's not convenient for me to move. I'll give you 30 seconds. Inspector Hastings lowered his eyes. "Please be considerate of me, Mr. Detective." 29. "I'm really not very convenient." 26. After about 10 seconds of silence, when Aaron counted 215, there was a rustling sound behind the door. Someone walked to the door in slippers and opened the gap. The door handle was locked with an anti-theft chain. "Detective, Mr. Police." The person who opened the door was a lady in her 20s, with messy long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a cool suspender dress and dark circles under her eyes. "I need to go in and search your room." "This." The woman bit her lip, struggling on her face. "Do you have a search warrant?" Aaron narrowed his eyes, took out the inspector's warrant from the chest pocket of the inspector's uniform and held it in front of him. "I am the inspector of the Whitechapel Law Enforcement Team. Please cooperate." He put his left hand behind his back and waved it gently, hinting to the two detectives standing behind him. Someone is inside. Moreover, he held this innocent lady hostage and threatened her to block the detectives outside. Lorian's expression became serious, and he patted Herman's shoulder in front of him, signaling him with his eyes. "Wait a minute. I will protect this lady. You rush in to search the room." The content was too complicated. Herman didn't understand, and gave him a look in return. "What did you say?" Lorian blinked quickly. "Until a work. Even if the Ripper hiding inside has a gun, it shouldn't be so easy to be shot, right?" This time Herman understood part of it. "Why don't you go?" Lorian's eyes were clear and pure. "I'm just an ordinary person. If I'm unfortunately shot, I will die young." With a ready-made cannon fodder teammate here, how could he risk his identity being exposed and do it himself? Besides, Jack Arnold will be here soon, so it's a good opportunity to clear the suspicion of being a killer. Herman nodded. "Okay, wait and see what I say." After a brief eye contact, the two finished their discussion and moved slowly to both sides of the door. The lady saw this scene and her lips trembled slightly, but when Aaron Hastings shook his head gently, she didn't say anything extra and continued to talk to him. I have recently contracted lung disease, which may be transmitted to you. You should come back to search in a few days." Well, Aaron hesitated for a moment, as if he was seriously considering. "Then you should open the anti-theft chain first. Open the door and let me take a quick look." Okay. The lady in the suspender skirt took a deep breath, took off the anti-theft chain from the lock with her right hand trembling, and then gently opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, Aaron Hastings suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, and quickly pressed the ladder's back, leading her out of the room, and he also quickly dodged and covered with the door frame. Luo Liang cooperated to pull the lady behind him, and at the same time instinctively pulled out his revolver to aim, covering Herman, who rushed into the room. The people inside reacted quickly and pulled the trigger the moment the owner left his sight. The continuous gunshots rang out, and the curtains used for hiding were punched with several holes, with black burn marks on the edges. But every bullet just grazed Herman's body, not even touching the corner of his clothes. Outline master. Humph, I finally caught you. Herman did not openly use the ability of Warlock, but also took out his revolver to fight back. Wham! Wham! The two men shot passionately. The former was safe and sound, but the Reaper was shot twice in the thigh, and the sound of an empty chamber came from the revolver's barrel. No more bullets. Even the lowest ranking, powerful sorcerer has an overwhelming advantage when facing ordinary people. Ha ha, Herman put the pistol back into the holster with a relaxed look and walked towards the Reaper, who fell to the ground step by step. Look, what I saw. 900 pounds dropped on the ground. The murderer was a man with an ordinary appearance. He struggled to lean against the wall and opened his mouth to say something. At this moment, Herman's relaxed expression suddenly changed, and his spiritual intuition gave him a crazy warning. Danger! The next second, a thick darkness flowed into the room from outside the window, rolling and condensing into a majestic and silent burly figure. He clasped the face of the Reaper on the ground with his broad palm, causing the latter to wail with a terrified look. I heard that you are also called Reaper. Jack's voice was low and hoarse. He picked up the injured man lying on the ground, then raised the brim of his hat and stared at Herman, who was stiff with brass-toned eyes. Herman's eyes twitched. Feeling the crazy and restless spiritual intuition, Herman knew that he had made a fatal misjudgment. There are indeed two, Jack the Ripper. The murders that have occurred in the Whitechapel area in recent times were all created by the fake Ripper. This person is probably trying to cover up certain evidence and kill people to silence them. The main target is Marilyn, and the other dead are just smoke bombs used to interfere with the investigator site. And the one in front of him is the real Jack the Ripper, the serial killer who once sneaked into the Whitechapel police station to torture criminals, became famous in the police department, and appeared in newspapers many times. But he is not what he thought. Just a newbie who has just entered the extraordinary world. Judging from the degree of warning signs from the spiritual intuition now, even for him, a powerful sorcerer, Jack the Ripper is an extremely dangerous person. Don't talk about how many gold pounds he will earn on this trip. A misjudgment may cost him his life here. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Herman's forehead. He stood there with stiff muscles, not daring to act rashly, and regretted accepting this commission. At least the police department must increase the commission tenfold to make it worth his risk. On the other side, the Reaper held by Jack was pale and his eyes widened in disbelief. You are also a Reaper, what does it mean? Is this person the real Jack the Ripper? His worldview collapsed in an instant, and he felt a shudder deep in his soul. He instinctively struggled desperately, trying to pry open the palm of this terrifying figure with his hands, but the other party's 5 fingers, like iron clamps, did not move at all. Thump thump. Aaron Hastings walked through the door with a gun, breathing heavily and staring at the burly figure by the window, his eyes flashing with solemnity. Whether it was the other party's appearance or the almost stagnant air at this time, it was obviously beyond the scope of ordinary criminals. The shadows in the room were surging and gathering at the man's feet, constantly eroding and spreading around, like a crawling venomous snake. Luo Liang also walked in, pretending to be an ordinary detective, standing beside Inspector Hastings. He raised his gun and aimed at Jack Arnold with a vigilant look, but his eyes had another meaning. Well done, please increase your strength. Arnold knew that Mr. Devil could not reveal his identity at will for some reason, so he cooperated very well and did not show any abnormality. He raised his left hand flat in front of his eyes, and the Reaper in his hand had some difficulty breathing, and his mouth made a ho-ho sound. You shouldn't pretend to be me, Jack said in a low voice. When he thought of many innocent people who were killed because of this person pretending to be him, he couldn't suppress his bloodthirsty desire in his heart. Although, even without the excuse of Jack the Ripper, the other party would find a way to kill Marilyn. But Jack Arnold's moral level had not yet slipped to the level of a certain devil, and he still cared about it. Spare my life. The murderer, pretending to be the Ripper, squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. He felt the palm on his face was gradually tightening, and his face was squeezed red. Jack ignored him and focused his attention on Herman. When Mr. Devil contacted him just now, he had already informed him of the identity of this person as an extraordinary person and asked him to find an opportunity to test the other party's actual level. If the situation is not right, he can ignore the murderer for the time being and retreat directly. Herman felt a chill on his back when he was stared at by that gaze. While barely maintaining his expression, he slowly retreated according to the thoughts in his heart. It is not suitable to handle the case today. Let's go back and rest for 2 days. He stared at the motionless Jack the Ripper in front of him and slowly retreated step by step. He had just taken a few steps when he suddenly felt someone blocking him from behind. Looking back, the detective with a surprised face cast a look at him. Where are you going? Herman's eyes were complicated. I suddenly remembered something. Lorian was even more surprised. Didn't you say that Jack the Ripper was just a daring and reckless young man? Why don't you get rid of him first before leaving? Herman's expression froze, and he was about to convey something with his eyes, when he suddenly heard Jack the Ripper on the other side speak in a low voice. Everyone, are you here too? Hearing this, Herman was in no mood to exchange glances with Lorian. He turned around suddenly and saw the gloomy and terrifying face of Jack the Ripper, showing obvious indifference and gloom. He was about to open his mouth to defend himself, but Lorian beside him responded righteously before him. Of course, criminals like you, who disregard the law and morality, should spend the rest of your life in prison. Don't think that you can escape the pursuit of the police department by using some tricks. The voice seemed to tremble slightly because of the scene on the other side that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Then, he turned his head and gave Herman a look. The rest is up to you. Herman's face immediately darkened, and he regretted telling him his identity as a warlock on the way here. Seeing Jack the Ripper casually throw the fainted man aside, slowly walked towards this side, ready to take action at any time. Herman took a deep breath and raised his mouth with a solemn look. Since you don't want to reveal it, let's try it. He made a defensive posture and said impatiently, You two should leave quickly. Ordinary people can't help with the next thing. Aaron Hastings heard what the detective meant and understood that he, like the Jack the Ripper in front of him, had some extraordinary powers. He was silent for half a second and said, We have guns and can cover you. Thank God if you don't shoot me. The atmosphere in the apartment became more and more depressing, and a drop of sweat ran across Herman's cheek. Don't delay. This Mr. Ripper doesn't look like someone who is easy to talk to. If you wait a little longer, I won't be able to take care of you. Inspector Hastings didn't speak again, and turned his head to look at Lorian next to him. No, how can I watch the show if I leave here? Lorian slowly retreated with Inspector Aaron, while signaling Arnold to stop creating the atmosphere and get straight to the point. Arnold understood the meaning in Mr. Devil's eyes, quickened his pace, took off his wide-brimmed hat, pulled out a black-red blade as long as his forearm, and pointed it at Herman's chest. Aaron Hastings and the detective only had time to retreat to the door, and Arnold approached Herman. The latter rolled to the ground calmly and pulled the trigger continuously. When flames suddenly rose, and a large-caliber revolver bombarded the face of Jack the Ripper. The blood exploded, the flesh tore, and the white bones behind were exposed. The injury slightly blocked his forward momentum. The blood dripping on the ground made a hissing burning sound and quickly evaporated and disappeared. But that's it. Just when Herman secretly breathed a sigh of relief, Jack the Ripper wiped his face casually, wiping away the blood that blocked his sight. The flesh and blood below were wriggling and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dense white granulations danced slowly. Flesh regeneration. Hiss. Herman's pupils suddenly dilated. In this less than a second of stun time, Jack was already close to him, and the black and red tip of the knife chopped at his shoulder, tearing the skin and deeply embedded in the bones. No, Jack's eyes changed slightly, and he pulled back the blade very quickly, and found that he had just stabbed only the corner of Herman's clothes, and did not touch the flesh and blood at all. His visual sense was deceived. Is this the ability of the extraordinary? He no longer held back, put his left hand across his chest to block the bullet, and then kicked the ground and rushed forward. He got out of the sensory influence so quickly, Herman's heart twitched violently, and the next second, the blade attacked again, tearing the front of his chest and taking away a string of blood beads. He felt a burning sensation in his chest, and blood flowed out from it, soaking the damaged chest coat. Damn it! Jack the Ripper attacked fiercely, and each attack was accompanied by a whistling sound. Herman's current skill was not good at frontal combat. He relied on the instincts he had developed in life and death crises for many years, plus the continuous use of sensory influence on him to barely parry it. Less than a minute into the fight, Herman was about to collapse. Just when he was about to be beheaded on the spot, Jack the Ripper in front of him suddenly paused for some reason, immediately gave up the attack, and pulled back. He grabbed the dying criminal on the ground, stared at Herman with an inexplicable expression, then swung his rope violently, blocked everyone's sight with a black shadow, and stood up and jumped to the window. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering glass rang out. Under Herman's vigilant sight, a gap was knocked out of the window and the wooden frame. Jack the Ripper was in a backward position and jumped into the street with the surging black shadow, leaving a word with a faint look. Let's stop here for today. We'll see you again. Herman's tense spirit finally relaxed when he saw Jack the Ripper leave a puzzling remark and leave with the murderer who pretended to be him. I almost fell here. He pumped his chest and breathed hard. His facial skin looked pale and shriveled due to excessive blood loss. It seems that Jack can still deal with ordinary, extraordinary people independently. Well, at least there will be no pressure to deal with a warlock of Herman's level. During the brief fight between the two, Lorian roughly figured out his current strength positioning. It's hard to say about the distance, but he should be able to walk sideways among low-level warlocks and try to solve Oliver Winston's problem. He raised the corners of his mouth obscurely, then put away his revolver and walked up to check Herman's injuries. Take a deep breath. It's normal to feel dizzy. Herman waved his hand to indicate that he was not in big trouble. Don't worry, I won't die for the time being. Jack the Ripper obviously held back later. Otherwise, I would have been beheaded directly. It's just a little flesh wound. Just lie in bed for half a month to heal. Compared to the physical injuries, the psychological damage is more serious. In just a few minutes, he thought he was going to die here several times, but he didn't expect to be able to save his life in the end. The commission from the police department is too risky. I won't accept it next time. As expected of an extraordinary person, it's not a big deal to be injured like this. Lorian was a little surprised. The white sternum could be faintly seen in the scarlet wound. For ordinary people, it would be half a life directly, but Herman could still remain calm. Putting aside the direct combat ability, the resistance is still very high. It can be called the London Endurance King. Jack the Ripper is indeed an extraordinary person, but I didn't expect him to be so difficult. Even you suffered a great loss. Lorian asked indirectly, what level do you think he belongs to in the extraordinary world? The apartment was in a mess during the fight between the two men. Herman found an empty space to sit down, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Actually, I don't know much either. I became a warlock only half a year ago, and I haven't found an opportunity for promotion, so I have limited knowledge of the extraordinary world. I knew it. Lorian suddenly felt that he had lost more than 100 pounds. At this time, Aaron Hastings walked through the window and looked down. Several passers-by on the street were attracted by the movement here and gathered across the street, and Jack the Ripper, who did all this, had disappeared. Hearing the conversation between the two, he turned around with a solemn and puzzled look on his face. Oh, Jack the Ripper and Mr. Herman both a kind of existence called Warlock. That's right. Herman nodded weakly. Since you have been inadvertently involved in a case involving extraordinary powers, and you are an inspector of the police department, Scotland Yard will definitely send someone to contact you. Scotland Yard. Inspector Hastings raised his eyebrows. That's the agency in Great Britain that specializes in dealing with such incidents. Herman sighed. I wanted to catch Jack the Ripper before them in exchange for the 900 pounds. As a result, a fatal misjudgment was made and he almost lost his life. Jack the Ripper was not a rookie who had just entered the extraordinary world, but a senior, extraordinary person who had a certain confidence in his own strengths. Herman even thought that the other party might already be a secret warlock. It's just that there is a lack of comparison and it cannot be confirmed. Inspector Aaron Hastings was as taciturn as always. He asked a simple question and then nothing happened. Lorian touched his chin and thought quietly. Even a folk warlock like Herman could detect that Jack the Ripper was not an ordinary person. As a professional, the investigators of Scotland Yard must have noticed it a long time ago, and they might have grasped a lot of clues. It might be a good choice to take this opportunity to temporarily retire. It just so happens that Jack and I can go to deal with Tapish Manor to gather the tale left by the garden murder case. Having set a goal, Lorian tore a piece of cloth from the curtain to stop Herman's bleeding. Aaron found a detective to comfort the unfortunate lady. At the same time, he borrowed a phone from the apartment manager, contacted the police chief Douglas, and told him everything. About 15 minutes later, a superintendent and more than a dozen detectives rushed to the scene and surrounded the apartment. According to Douglas' instructions, Hastings concealed the existence of the extraordinary when reporting to the middle-aged superintendent, and only said that Jack the Ripper broke in brazenly, seriously injured Herman, and left in a hurry. The superintendent did not doubt it, but asked the detective to search everywhere for suspicious clues. Lorian left the scene first when he saw that there was nothing for him to do. He still had business to do. In the evening, on the second floor of a base of the cross on the right, Lorian wore a pure black coat, lazily leaning on the soft sofa, holding an unlit high-end cigar in his hand. He didn't smoke, but felt that the atmosphere was here, and it would be a pity if he didn't have a cigarette. Next to him, Jack Arnold, who had returned to his normal appearance, stood silently, and in the middle of the room was the murderer who pretended to be him. Who asked you to pretend to be Jack the Ripper to commit a crime? The murderer trembled all over and stammered, This. Forget it. Lorian waved his hand uninterested. Take him down for interrogation, and tell me the results directly later. Leave him to Evans to deal with. Don't kill him. Understood. Arnold responded in a low voice, and in the desperate eyes of the murderer, he lifted his neck with one hand and took him out of the room. Soon, faint screams came from outside. 10 minutes later, Arnold wiped his palms with a white towel with an indifferent expression and walked back alone. He is a professional killer who does things for money and doesn't ask much about his employer's information. He knows nothing except that his target is called Marilyn. It was his own idea to use the name of Jack the Ripper to commit crimes. Really? Lorian's eyes flickered. The employer should have told him what to find, right? Arnold whispered respectfully. According to him, the employer asked him to find the green jade necklace in Marilyn's room, but he didn't find it. He was lurking in the lady's apartment at the time to see if we would find anything. Yeah, Lorian gently waved the cigar in his hand, like a gang leader. Go tell Evans. It's time for the vampires to take action. I want to know all the information about the employer within 2 days. I understand, sir. Arnold responded in a deep voice, but did not leave immediately. He stood silently beside Lorian. Anything else? Arnold was silent for a moment. Then he lowered his eyes and thought, I want to give the blood of the first ambassador to the deceased, named Marilyn. Okay, East London. Late at night, Whitechapel Police Station. A deep black shadow walked through the night, bypassing the detective on duty in the guard booth, and entered the morgue of the police station from an unnoticed corner. The bodies of S who died in the Jack the Ripper case in recent days have been temporarily placed here after being processed. Quick! The rusty iron door was gently pushed open. A chill escaped from it, and Jack Arnold walked in slowly and gently. There was no light in the morgue. Only a little cold moonlight came in from the narrow window on the wall, and in the corner special refrigerants are stacked, and the indoor environment is very low, which can keep the corpse for a longer time. There are a total of 12 beds in the slightly narrow room, 7 of which are covered with white cloth, vaguely revealing the outline of a human figure, and the overall environment is eerie. In the mysterious atmosphere, Arnold began to check from the bed closest to the door, lifted the white cloth, and looked for tonight's target. On the first bed was a bloated woman with purple eye sockets, swollen and black skin, and the strong smell of death on the corpse. Not this one. After receiving the order from Mr. Devil, Evans has begun to organize peripheral personnel to investigate Marilyn and her mother Maria. In just half a day, he has collected a lot of information. Because the time is too long, the members of the Cross of the Order are currently limited to the lower class of East London. No valuable clues have been found for Marianne, but Marilyn herself has been almost investigated. Marilyn is 27 years old and has worked in the Rose Room for more than 7 years. Because of her good looks, she is very popular with customers and has quite a reputation in the Whitechapel area. At the same time, Evans also gave Arnold a photo of Marilyn, which was much clearer than the black and white photo in the police report. Arnold walked to the next bed while recalling Marilyn's appearance. This one isn't either. On this bed is a thin, short, lame woman, not very old, about 17 years old. Her left foot is much shorter than her right foot, and her skin is tightly attached to her bones. She should have been dead for more than a week. Arnold carefully covered her with the white cloth again and walked to the next bed. The shroud was lifted, revealing a hideous face of a young woman, with her original pretty face vaguely discernible between her eyebrows. Her eyelids were half closed. Her hands were naturally placed on both sides of her body. Her golden curly hair was pressed under the back of her head, and there were centipede-like sutures on her neck and left face, maintaining the last decency for the empty body that had no life. The face of the corpse basically matched Evans' photo. Jack Arnold confirmed that this person was the Marilyn he was looking for. After standing there in silence for a while, he recited her name in a deep voice. Marilyn. The first embrace blood-containing spirituality flowed down from the palm of his hand and fell into the cold pupils of the corpse, splashing crimson ripples. Click! The stiff eyelids blinked gently, and Marilyn opened her eyes in a trance, seeing the layers of darkness silently surging in front of her. Behind the dark and burly figure stood a scarlet silhouette covering the night, and behind it were shadowy shadows, circling and dormant gray-white haze. The merciless cold gaze seemed to reach her soul from the depths of hell. H2. In the base of the cross of meditation, Lorian sneezed heavily, and Evans handed him a handkerchief sensibly. Lorian wiped his itchy nose and could sense that Jack Arnold had completed the blood donation and was now rushing here with the newborn vampire. Have you found out the identity of the employer behind the killer? It's almost done. Evans lowered his head and said, based on his confession, I asked Michelle to take two senior members to find the middleman behind the killer. The middleman is called Pace. He has not joined any gang organization, but he has some credibility in East London. Many people are willing to hire him to kill people. He has a lot of information about killers. The employer behind him contacted the killer through Pace. Yeah, Lorian nodded slightly. Evans continued. Pace is not a tough guy. Under Michelle's threat, he quickly revealed the employer behind him. However, the employer was very cautious and used a fake identity when contacting Pace. Fortunately, Michelle was careful enough to guess the employer's true identity through some inconspicuous details. Who is it? It's a wealthy businessman named Zenoni. At the same time, he is also the alternate member of East London this term. As long as he passes the parliamentary election next month, he can successfully become one of the district councillors of East London, alternate member of parliament. In this way, it can match what the apartment manager said. Mariana should be the mistress of this Zenoni. After being abandoned for some unknown reason, he lived in that apartment with Marilyn. He may have black material about Zenoni in his hands. If it is exposed in the near future, it may affect his election. However, according to the status gap between Zenoni and Marilyn, what kind of black material is it to do this? Even hiring a killer to kill. Once discovered, this is also a big thunder that will interrupt his career. Forget it. Let him say it himself when the time comes. Lorian narrowed his eyes and turned to look out the window. A shadow poured into the room and gathered in the center to form Arnold's tall and burly figure. However, this time, there was a woman who was a head shorter than him beside Jack Arnold. She stood a little stiffly, controlling her sight, and did not dare to look up at Lorian on the sofa. Marilyn. Lorian saw that there were still fine black sutures on her face and neck, which combined with the scarlet pupils gave her a strange beauty. Hearing him call out her name, Marilyn trembled, lowered her head stiffly, and shouted respectfully, "My lord!" Lorian's expression froze, and he squinted at Jack Arnold, who was standing silently. He had just turned the other party into a second-generation vampire and hadn't said anything useful, but he taught her this title first. There was no need to be so royal. Bring that man up here. He waved his hand helplessly. After all, he is the murderer who killed Marilyn. Let her deal with it herself. Yes, my lord. Evans walked out without hesitation and brought the dying Reaper in. The Reaper had swollen eyelids and could only reveal a small gap and could hardly see the road. But when he was brought into the room and saw Marilyn with a cold look, he still reluctantly opened his eyes. You. His eyes showed visible panic and fear. Marilyn looked at him expressionlessly, and then turned to the great devil in Arnold's mouth. My lord, can I kill him? Of course. Lorian said indifferently. Everything is up to you. No. The Reaper raised a little strength, and seeing that no one stopped him, he ran out of the room. But the next second, he suddenly froze in place, covering his throat with his hand. His face flushed. A subtle puff sound was heard, and a stream of blood suddenly spurted out of his eyes, followed by his nose, mouth, and ears. Under Marilyn's control, streams of boiling blood fled from the owner's body frantically, bursting the skin and blood vessels. Soon, the man's shriveled body fell powerlessly, and the scarlet blood covered the floor, emitting a strong smell of rust. What a bloody scene! Lorian smiled, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. In that case, I'll call you Bloody Mary. As the first, second-generation vampire transformed by Jack Arnold, Marilyn gave Lorian the source of blood, the ability at the moment of birth. There are two in total, named Blood Flow and Broken Zombie. As the name suggests, the former can manipulate blood, transform blood into a special state with attack power, or strip the blood from the enemy's body with a certain distance limit. The latter can awaken the corpse and obey its orders in a short period of time. At present, Marilyn's limit is probably to control 3 at a time. Lorian speculated that he could control at least 7. Jack's abilities such as Reaper does not die with bare hands and regeneration of flesh and blood are more inclined to close-range combat. I didn't expect that as the second-generation vampire transformed, Marilyn's abilities are actually closer to those of wizards. Lorian closed his eyes and felt that compared with the huge physical fitness increase he gained when he resurrected Jack Arnold, the physical gain brought to him by Marilyn was negligible. At this time, when the human body is close to its limit, it can be almost ignored, which is better than nothing. The most important thing is the feedback at the spiritual level. He could feel that his spirituality suddenly gained both qualitative and quantitative growth, and naturally had a spiritual intuition that could be turned on at any time, which could detect the source of danger in advance. If used with environmental perception, the perception ability would be directly raised to a terrifying level. In addition to spiritual intuition, these two abilities are also very useful, urging blood and awakening corpses. Lorian's eyes fell on the corpse lying on the ground in the middle of the room. Under the influence of the invisible art, the shrunken corpse suddenly twitched its fingers, and the remaining frightened eyes suddenly opened, then twisted its limbs stiffly, slowly stood up from the ground, and stood hunched in front of Lorian. It was irrational and tireless, and would obey the summoner's orders until its flesh, rocks and bones were completely damaged, and it would fall into a deep sleep again. What supported its actions was the summoner's spirituality. The more spirituality it had, the longer it could be active. With Lorian's current spirituality level, it was estimated that it would not have any negative effects for more than a week. However, its body would not be strengthened like the blood servant and corpse servant, and would remain at the level before its death. It might even reduce some of its body functions due to the loss of vitality. Very scientific. Compared with ordinary people, the advantage of the broken zombie is that it has no pain and no fear. At the same time, it only retains simple human instincts, cannot think, and will not resist, and will strictly execute the orders given to it by the summoner, no matter what order it receives. To put it bluntly, it is a cold, dead thing and cannot be regarded as a living person. Lorian observed for a moment, waved his hand, and the zombies followed his order and began to clean up the blood in the room. Do you know, Zenoni? He looked at Marilyn, who was standing stiffly. Marilyn bit her lip and said, I heard his name from Mariana. She didn't call her mother, but directly said the full name of Mariana. It seems that their relationship between mother and daughter is not good. Lorian thought, since Mariana is his mistress, why did Zenani hire a killer to murder you? When the two of them were still in contact, I was still young and didn't know the whole story. However, I guess that when Marina was getting along with Zenoni, she secretly got some evidence against him. Well, it's almost what I guessed. Lorian thought for a moment and continued to ask, did Marina give you the evidence she had? No, Marilyn denied. Until she died of illness, she didn't give these things to me, but took them to the grave. She lowered her scarlet eyes. Most of the time, Marianne is not a wise woman, but if necessary, she will become scheming. East London, Whitechapel area. The shadow entered the apartment and stopped in Marilyn's room. Hurry up, you have 10 minutes, Jack Arnold said in a deep voice. I don't need that long. Marilyn walked out of the shadows and looked at the apartment inexplicably, without sadness or pain, like a pure bystander. She walked to the window, took down the photo with Mariana, and carefully wiped the dust off it. Then she raised it above her head and threw it hard on the ground. Wham! An unbridgeable crack instantly appeared in the photo frame. Broken glass flew everywhere. White marks were scratched on the yellowed old photo, and the face under the broken glass was distorted in the moonlight. A silver-green jade necklace fell out of it. What is this necklace? This is the gift that Zenoni gave to Mariana when he first met her. Marilyn bent down to pick up the green jade necklace on the ground. Mariana was addicted to opium, and it was arranged by Zenoni. Arnold remained silent. Let's go. Marilyn put away the necklace, and her face returned to normal. We should go to complete the task ordered by the Lord. At this point, she suddenly hesitated for a moment and said, "What kind of existence is the Lord?" She thought of the scarlet silhouette and gray haze she saw when she woke up. Jack Arnold's face became serious. "Since you are now a vampire, you should also know the greatness of the Lord." There was a rare wave of emotion on his serious face. Action. The Lord is a god living in hell, and also a great devil. His body at this moment is just a tiny wisp of his consciousness. Even so, it contains a great power that surpasses everything. After he came to the world, he resurrected the dead and spread the blood of vampires. He will rule the night and day of the world, rule the heaven and the earth, and eliminate sin and brutal rule. Us, minions of the devil, we are the sharp blades in his hands. No matter who is standing on the opposite side, we only need to kill him completely and regain victory for the Lord. The great devil, God. Marilyn's pupils shrank slightly, and her heart was shaken. Combined with the picture she saw when she woke up, she had no doubts about these statements, but whispered, "I'm afraid that many people will not want to have a devil standing above everyone in the world. There will be great obstacles to spreading the Lord's teachings throughout the world. Of course, mortals cannot understand the truth of the devil, and fools are destined to become stumbling blocks for us to move forward." But Arnold's eyes were like knives, and his brass-tone sight burned the vast night. They don't need to understand, they will obey. The city of London under the night was silent and solemn, and crows with green eyes were perched on the spire of the cold moonlight sprinkled on the foggy streets, and the dark streetlights on the lamp-posts stood silently. The drizzle floated in the bright yellow light, soaking the dark wooden benches. A cold wind blew up the hem of Jack Arnold's coat, and the wide-brimmed hat became deeper because it was soaked in rain. There was no expression on his sharp face like a sculpture. Ahead was a Scottish-style mansion. The sentries in black clothes held flashlights and checked the surroundings of the mansion according to the established patrol route. These people were well-trained, with gun handles exposed on their waists. "This is my first time here," Marilyn said softly. In name, this was the residence of her biological father. According to the inheritance law of Great Britain at that time, she could inherit part of the property, but not to mention her. Even Mariana had never been here. When he was young, Zenoni was a playboy. He flirted with girls everywhere as a down-and-out painter and sometimes had in-depth exchanges with beautiful boys, who often did not know his true identity. He played very lavishly. Mariana lost contact with her family because of Zenoni and was still renting a cheap apartment when she gave birth to Marilyn. "This should be the last time you come here." Arnold looked at the heavily guarded mansion in front and called Evans behind. "How are the others preparing?" Evans came over. "Michelle and Green have already arrived at the expected location with their own people, and they can start the action at any time." "Yes," Arnold nodded. "If it is just to deal with an ordinary wealthy businessman, there is no need to mobilize so many elite members of the Cross of the Order, and he can handle it perfectly by himself. Even from Herman's situation, there should be many warlocks hidden in East London, but with the identity and status of Zenoni, it is probably impossible to contact any high-level power. What's more, if it is just a low-level warlock, Arnold alone can solve it. And if there is a higher-level warlock present, all members of the Cross of the Order, including Evans, Michelle, Green, and others, will come to the scene, but it will not have any effect. Instead, it may become a burden to Jack Arnold. Therefore, in addition to solving the Zenoni who hired a killer, this trip also has another goal, which is to test the current members of the Cross of the Order capabilities. Then do it. We have limited time. Arnold walked forward with heavy steps. Thick darkness gathered under his feet, licking the wet street. The subtle rustling sound approached under the cover of darkness, and the guard holding a flashlight suddenly realized that something was wrong. He turned his head vigilantly and met a pair of burning brass eyes. Whoa! His eyes suddenly widened. Before he could warn others, a pair of big hands clamped his neck. His face flushed instantly, and a faint whimpering sound came from his throat. Arnold took a step forward with a cold face, and the surging black shadow flowed into the guard's throat, crushing his internal organs while he was dumbfounded. Then, the body lying on its back fell gently to the ground. Blood seeped into the lawn through the cracks in the cobblestone road. These guards. Marilyn's lips moved slightly. Vampire should not have any unnecessary mercy. That is something the Lord should consider. Arnold retracted his hand, and after a brief silence, he stared at Marilyn with a cold gaze. We just need to be an absolutely sharp blade. I know, Marilyn nodded gently. Warlocks with extraordinary power have an overwhelming advantage when facing ordinary people. The same is true for vampires. When Arnold and Marilyn ran straight to the gate of the mansion, blood recipients Michelle and Green each took for senior members to sneak into the buildings on both sides of the mansion to be alert to the possible arrival of the third party. Evans took 2 senior members to quickly deal with the guards. He was much more brutal than Jack Arnold and directly pierced their necks with sharp nails. These guards completely lost their lives before they could react. Corpses were piled up one by senior members wearing hoods in a solemn atmosphere, and the piles became higher and higher. These senior members are all candidate blood recipients. Although they have not received Arnold's blood granting, they have received strict training and will never question Evans' orders. You two stay outside and keep watch. I'll go in first. Evans threw the last corpse on the ground, his face slightly flushed with excitement. He was more excited than ever before. The so-called vampires should reap leaves and grab souls at midnight. Let God be afraid. Let the sky be afraid of us. What a famous candidate for parliament, but just a clown who doesn't know what he is. Just when Evans was immersed in the glory of the vampire clan, Lorian, who had disguised himself, had come to the interior of the mansion, hiding in the dark and watching Arnold and Marilyn kill their way into the hall. All the witnesses along the way were strangled directly and turned into cold corpses. 2 of them were awakened by Marilyn and turned into zombies, moving forward with her. What a perfect assassination. Lorian was very satisfied with the efficiency of these henchmen. The development of the cross of the meditation was indeed beyond his expectation. Just talking about these senior members, it is a force that cannot be ignored. Not to mention that there are a large number of ordinary members and peripheral members below. We can speed up appropriately. He suspected that Scotland Yard may have already set its sights on this emerging vampire clan. After all, no matter how covert the actions are, it is impossible to leave no traces. Before those people come to the door, Jack must develop a few more blood recipients to expand the vitality of the cross of the meditation as much as possible. No one can say what will happen at that time. However, let's solve the current problems first. He collected his scattered thoughts and walked unhurriedly along the bloodstains, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. In the bedroom of the mansion, Zenoni hummed a tune softly, painting in front of the drawing board in expensive silk pajamas. The model was a naked young woman. She remained lying on her side, with a look of fear between her eyebrows, and didn't dare to make a sound. Put your right hand on your waist. Yes, move it up a little. Good, that's it. Zenoni smiled. You are very talented, and you have mastered the key to being a model so quickly. The canvas slowly outlined the girl's appearance under the light. It has to be said that if you only look at the skills, Zenoni is very professional. If you apply for the Academy of Fine Arts, the chance of failing is very small. At this moment, the bedroom door was suddenly kicked open. Arnold in the Reaper state walked in with his hat brim pressed down, and warm blood continued to flow down the corners of his clothes. Ah! The woman screamed, grabbed a piece of white cloth and wrapped her body, shivering and curled up in place, her eyes wandering between Arnold and Zanoni. "Who are you?" Zanoni stood up suddenly, staring at the terrifying figure who had rashly barged in with a serious expression, focusing on the blood that was winding into a path under his feet. Arnold's eyes also fell on him. Zenon's temples were gray, but he was well maintained. His skin was tight, and he was morbidly pale. "I don't have the habit of reporting my name to the dead." He stepped aside, and two crooked, broken zombies walked in. Behind them, Marilyn, expressionless, raised her head and looked at Zenoni, who was nervous in front of the drawing board. "Mr. Zenoni, do you know me? Who are you?" Zenoni frowned. Marilyn's face now is very different from when she was alive. Dense corpse lines crawl all over her cheeks, eye sockets and neck, and there is no clear and discernible emotion in her calm crimson pupils. The only remaining identifying feature is the slightly curled golden hair. However, Zenoni may not be able to recognize Marilyn even before she became a next-generation vampire. "Well, forget it if you don't know me. Anyway, I don't care too much." Marilyn's face did not change. Under her control, two terrifying, broken zombies moved slowly and awkwardly, approaching Zenoni, who threw down his paintbrush and ignored the girl. "Who are you two?" Zenoni narrowed his eyes warily. "I shouldn't have offended anyone recently, right? If someone hired you to take my life, at least let me know his name, so that even if I go to hell, I can die with a clear mind." Arnold stood at the door without saying a word, leaving the matter entirely to Marilyn. "It seems that your memory is really not that good." Facing Zenon's question, Marilyn took out the green jade necklace from her coat and threw it in front of him. "Do you still remember Mariana? That poor woman who was never very rational." Mariana. Zenon's breath quickened, and his brain was working rapidly. He remembered the thing he had asked someone to do a few days ago. He stared at the silver necklace on the floor, and the exquisite green jade inlaid on it reflected the light. "Are you Marilyn, Mariana's daughter, and also the target of your murder?" Marilyn looked at him with her eyes downcast. "I'm sorry about this." Zenoni thought of a solution in a very short time. A trace of pain appeared on his face, and he said, "Although you may not believe it, please allow me to defend myself. Actually, I just wanted to find someone to check on you, but I didn't expect someone to misinterpret my meaning. You know, people like me are always surrounded by dangers. Countless people are watching my every move, hoping to pull me down from the heights to the sewers and trample me hard. And you are the victim they chose. The original intention was good, but the people below executed it wrongly. It was just used by people with bad intentions. Besides, you look much better now, don't you?" Zenoni glanced at the majestic figure at the door carefully, "and I met some new friends. Your lying skills really haven't improved at all." Marilyn sighed faintly. "I really don't know how Mariana was deceived by you. She was still hoping that you would find your conscience until she died." The two broken zombies were already close at hand. After screaming a few times, the girl fainted. Zenoni still maintained his rationality. Even if he found that the two zombies were the security guards he hired, he didn't care too much. "I don't ask for your forgiveness, but please at least let me explain what happened clearly, okay?" "Oh, of course." Marilyn nodded softly. "It doesn't matter how long you want to talk, but I'm not interested in it. You should go down and tell Mariana." As soon as the voice fell, the two broken zombies suddenly quickened their pace, howling and rushing towards Zenoni, who was standing in place. The latter seemed to be frightened by this horrifying scene, and had no intention of dodging at all. However, just when the broken zombies with red eyes were about to touch Zenoni, a fierce gunshot rang out. A fist-sized hole was blasted in the chest of one of the zombies, and the body staggered back a few steps uncontrollably. Bang bang. Two more gunshots rang out. The remaining broken zombie was knocked to the ground, and his muscle tissue was almost completely destroyed. He struggled several times but couldn't get up. Click. The gunman jumped in from the window slowly, swung open the barrel, and pushed new bullets into the double-barreled shotgun. TSK, TSK, you have so many enemies. Let me count. How many times has this been in a month? He exclaimed in amazement. The fourth time, or the fifth time? I said, Counselor, oh no, Mr. Candidate Counselor, you are really good at offending people. It seems that your character is really bad. Just like a rat in the gutter, everyone hates you, and you are really a failure in life. Now, this seems to be a family ethics drama. To be honest, you are the most shameless person I have ever seen. If I hadn't received the money in advance, I really don't want to care about this matter. I am still happy to see one less comeback in the world. The visitor wore a red mask, with only two eyes showing through a slit. He held a shotgun from Zenana's collection room in his hand and mocked his employer without hesitation. 1,500 pounds is not enough for the labor I have put in these days. At least it must be increased to 2,000 pounds, otherwise I will go to court to sue you for exploiting employees. He added, I will increase it to 2,500 pounds. Get rid of them all for me. Zenoni was obviously not as relaxed as he had just shown. His chest rose and fell greatly, and he selectively ignored the other party's mocking tone. For someone who can sit in this position, thick skin is the most basic ability, not to mention just a few words that don't hurt. In this case, even if you slap him directly, he will greet it with a smile and offer his other cheek to him. Just like this. This gentleman's hands are dirty. There are a bunch of useless things outside, and people actually came here unknowingly. It's okay if they die. When the time comes, bury the bodies on the spot and use them as natural fertilizer. Fortunately, you are in my mansion tonight, otherwise, they will really succeed. After Zenoni finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Marilyn. It is always stupid to talk nonsense with the enemy. This is the last lesson I teach you. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't think that you can eat me steadily just because you have mastered some weird tricks. Mr. Winston is also an extraordinary person, although he didn't know what kind of existence the extraordinary the other party was talking about. He only knew that the bodyguard he hired had many abilities beyond the imagination of ordinary people, but the abilities Winston showed in the past few days gave him enough confidence. After this matter is over, he must find a way to see if he can become an extraordinary. He doesn't want to encounter this situation where his life and death are easily controlled by others again. Zenoni thought so, and suddenly found that breathing was a little difficult. Then there were waves of itching under the skin. The blood in his body was out of his control in an instant, surging restlessly, involving blood vessels and muscles. Win, Mr. Winston. He hurriedly looked at the bodyguard behind him. Don't do it quietly in front of me, this beautiful lady. The masked man holding a double-barreled shotgun said helplessly, if you had come a day later, it would be better. Today is still within the contract period. It's really difficult. Hey, it seems that I have to be a bad guy for once. He sighed, then walked forward and hit Zenana's neck with the butt of the shotgun without hesitation, with a bright white light in his eyes. Ah! Zenoni screamed, half knelt on the ground, driven by severe pain, with a fishy taste rolling in his throat and spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Marilyn found that there was a kind of barrier between him and her, isolating the influence of the blood flow ability. Let me introduce myself first, both of you. He took off the white gloves on his hands and belt. My name is Wade Winston, an unprofessional liquidator. In order to make a living, I occasionally take some private work, such as now. Hey, you know, the prices in London are too high. Before coming here, I didn't know that even being a killer had to pay taxes. Unfortunately, the tracking mission had some unexpected situations and I couldn't get the reward. In order not to sleep on the streets, I had to find these expensive and not very smart guys to make some extra money. He said a lot, and then said in a negotiating tone, or We just wait here. No one will do anything, and you can kill him after 12 o'clock. How about it? Well, Zenoni, who was retching with his hands on the ground, listened and suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned around and looked at Wade Winston wearing a red mask. Are you kidding, right? What do you think? Wade Winston squatted in front of him with a grin. When Zenon's Adam's apple moved in horror, he suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. Of course it's a joke. I still have some professional ethics. I can't do such a thing anyway. If it gets out accidentally, no one will be willing to give me money. Zenoni didn't laugh much. His face twitched stiffly a few times, and he agreed casually, "You are right." Wade Winston turned to look at Marilyn and Jack Arnold at the door. Besides these two, friends don't look willing to discuss. You talk too much. Arnold walked forward with his hat brim pressed down. The development of things was somewhat beyond his expectations, but it was not out of control. He did not intend to retreat, nor did he want to waste time waiting here for 12 o'clock. No matter who it is, no one can delay the task assigned by Mr. Devil. Either leave or do it. Okay, don't get too excited. Wade Winston raised his hand to his chest and sighed helplessly. Please be gentle. He and I are not in the same group. I just do things for money. Marilyn stepped back silently, giving the home court to Jack Arnold, ready to assist him. She urged the blood flow ability, and 3 more broken zombies came out of the darkness. Arnold took off his wide-brimmed hat and threw it aside. Countless sticky darkness condensed into entities, surging around his body, turning into tentacles, slapping the ground. Zenoni saw this horrifying scene, and while no one was paying attention to him, he quietly ran to the open window and tried to climb over to the yard. It's terrible. Wade Winston still looked indifferent. Arnold took a deep breath, staring at the strange warlock in front of him, and took the initiative to attack after finding the right time. He swung his coat, took out the black and red blade from it, swung it hard, and made a sound of breaking through the air. At the same time, he waved his hand to summon the darkness to wrap himself up and avoid the bullets fired from the large-caliber shotgun. When the black shadow fluctuated for a moment under the shooting of the bullet, but the next second Arnold walked out of it unscathed, only consuming a little physical strength. Blades were constantly thrown out by him, making bursts of explosions. The Reaper does not die barehanded, can condense more than just one blade. As long as his spirituality and physical strength are sufficient, he can continuously transform the shadow into a sharp blade. Wade Winston rolled over to avoid the flying blade. After firing the last bullet in the double-barreled shotgun, he threw it down casually and stood up quickly, with a spiritual glow flashing in his eyes. Spiritual wall. The 2 broken zombies that were running towards him suddenly stopped in front of him, standing there in a daze without moving. Boom! At this moment, a solid black shadow spread to Wade Winston's back, turning into more than a dozen sharp thorns, like spider appendages, piercing down fiercely. His ears moved slightly, and he dodged it as he had noticed it long ago, and turned around to launch a ritual to fight back. Invisible curse. Arnold, who came with the darkness, was keenly aware that he had lost some of his physical strength in an instant. His vision was blurred, and invisible threads were wrapped around him, gradually tightening. He tried to blend into the darkness, but those threads still bound his body tightly. HMPH. Arnold groaned, and a large number of black shadows gathered to his torso. At the cost of a large number of bloodstains on his body, he forcibly broke those invisible threads. The pain from the scars dispelled the drowsiness in his mind. After a short delay, he quickly approached Wade Winston and swung his knife. The latter suddenly stared, and a bright white glow burst out of his eyes. Roaring skin. Thunder exploded from Wade Winston's body, and the terrifying sound waves resounded throughout the mansion. The 3 awakened. Broken zombies fell down wailing, and blood began to flow out. This warlock seemed to have infinite energy, with lightning and power filling his skin and flesh. He dodged the blade by leaning sideways, then grabbed Arnold's wrist with his hand and punched him hard, with lightning flashing from his fist. Arnold quickly raised his chin to avoid it, summoning a dark tentacle to block in front of him and wrapping around Wade Winston's right hand. The next moment, the blood that quietly meandered to the feet of the two suddenly condensed into a red crystalline object, whoosh, stabbing up Wade Winston's eyes, ears, lower body, and other vulnerable parts. With Marilyn's cooperation, Arnold fled into the shadows with a flash in his eyes, then moved to Wade Winston's right side and slashed with his knife again. Pin! The latter raised his left arm, and the dagger hidden under his sleeve blocked the black and red tip of the knife, and kicked fiercely at the burly figure in front of him. Arnold swung his knife backhand and slashed horizontally, and the blade brushed Wade Winston's nose. The two separated as soon as they touched each other, both breathing heavily. It is worthy of the famous city of London. Even a person seeking revenge can have such strength. Wade Winston grinned. Even if he faced two vampires at the same time, he still had the upper hand. Arnold frowned. Judging from the physical strength alone, the two were actually not much different. But Wade Winston's fighting skills were much higher than his, and he could easily resolve his attacks. He also had an endless stream of invisible formulas, and it was difficult to tell the winner in a short time. He was not a reckless and impulsive person. After thinking for a moment, he decided to hold back the unknown warlock alone, and let Marilyn chase the fleeing Zenoni first, and retreat after completing the goal. Before Arnold signaled to Marilyn, the sound of dong 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 came from outside the window. The thick black pointer turned to the 12 scale, and the evening bell on the clock tower rang on time, and 12 consecutive bells rang in the night. The crow on the spire flapped its wings and flew up, circling in the dark sky. A light footstep was approaching here. Wade Winston narrowed his eyes and saw a tall, unseen figure slowly approaching, with a thick black shadow lurking behind him. The man raised his hand and applauded with a smile on his face. Excellent, really wonderful. Lorian stood beside Marilyn, and the shadow behind him squirmed, and Zenoni, with a terrified face, was vomited out of it. Don't hit me. Zenoni waved his hands in a somewhat confused manner. You stink so bad. I'm not interested in eating you. Lorian walked past him with disdain and said to Marilyn beside him, Take it and deal with it yourself. Well, Marilyn didn't dare to look him in the eye, and lowered her head and whispered in response. Jack Arnold, who was still bleeding, walked over with a gloomy face, without saying a word, but wrath and anger were written on his face. Mr. Devil gave him a formal task for the first time, and he actually delayed it for so long and didn't complete it. In the end, he had to come here in person, which was unworthy of the identity of the first-generation vampire. Don't blame yourself. Lorian saw what he was thinking at a glance. After all, no one expected that this guy would spend a lot of money to hire a extraordinary bodyguard. You have done enough. As early as when Wade Winston just appeared, Lorian was hiding outside the door and watched his fight with Jack Arnold. This extraordinary is obviously much more professional than Herman, who I met a few days ago. Although I don't know what level he is, he can at least be 10 Hermans. On the other side, Wade Winston saw Lorian coming towards him, and laughed dryly. You guys talk slowly. I won't bother you. He had no intention of continuing to protect Zenoni. The man who just walked in was ridiculously strong just from his standing posture. The unrestrained crazy spirituality was about to pounce on his face. Don't you have a strong sense of professional ethics? Lorian raised his lips. How can you just give up on Zenoni after receiving so much money from him? He wants to leave after pretending. How can it be so easy? Lorian estimated that the level of this warlock is higher than that of his current chief minion Jack Arnold, but not to the extent of crushing him. At this time, he received feedback from Arnold, Benson, Marilyn, and others at the same time. In addition to these, His own abilities are also growing at any time, stacking his physical fitness and extraordinary abilities to a terrifying level. To be quantified, it should be equal to about 4.5 Jack Arnold's. It's just an ordinary, extraordinary person, no problem. Wait, Winston rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his watch, pretending to be surprised and staring at Zenoni. I'm so sorry, Mr. Candidate Counselor. It's 5 minutes past 12 o'clock now, which means that the contract between us has ended. Oh, you still have to wait for me to give me the remaining commission, but now I have no obligation to protect you. Your moral level is too flexible. Lorian was ashamed of Zenoni's ability to judge people, until afraid that he will tell others about your abandonment of your employer and ruin your reputation. Winston waved his hand indifferently. It would be better to let him die. If you don't plan to do it, you can hand it over to me later. To be honest, I also look down on this kind of scum. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Besides, my reputation among the extraordinary has never been very good. If other warlocks hear about this, they might be curious about why I am so conscientious this time. Zenoni widened his eyes, full of disbelief. You didn't say that when you collected the money. Luo Liang's tone was stagnant. In the silent silence, Winston quietly moved towards the window. Do you think I'm blind? Luo Liang squinted at him. Why did the two extraordinary people he met in succession look so unserious? Where do you want to go? Ha ha. Winston stopped awkwardly and turned stiffly. I suddenly remembered that I had an appointment with someone else tonight. Why are you in such a hurry? Let him wait a little longer. Luo Liang moved forward slowly, and the spirituality in his pupils dissipated. It's not too late to leave after we finish dealing with the things between us. He didn't say any more nonsense, and waved his hand gently. The whole room was suddenly wrapped in a thick black shadow, blocking all exits. Gudong, Winston swallowed his saliva. At this moment, Zenoni, who was bound by the black silkworm chrysalis, suddenly spoke loudly. 5,000 pounds. Mr. Winston, I will give you a reward of 5,000 pounds if you rescue me. What a tempting offer, but it's not an easy thing to do. Winston turned around and faced Luo Liang with a headache. He knew he couldn't avoid it, so he prepared for the battle. This time, he didn't choose to passively fight back, but took the initiative to attack. The lightning that had been silent for a short time exploded again, and white arcs burst out from the skin of the warlock, and his muscles swelled suddenly. Boom! He pushed forward and burst out all his strength in an instant without reservation. Luo Liang narrowed his eyes, and countless black shadows poured into his robes, swaying silently, and the hems of his clothes rustled. Just as he was about to fight back, he watched Winston suddenly change direction and rush towards the open window without looking back. Huh? His face darkened, his body sank into the shadows, and he instantly flashed in front of Winston, raising his leg and shooting. With the help of shadow manipulation, Luo Liang's strength increased greatly. Before the latter could react, he was hit hard in the face and thrown back into the room, smashing the exquisite picture frames on the wall. Ahem. Winston coughed violently twice, rolled his body with difficulty, and dodged the flying black and red sharp blade. Bang, bang, bang. After the blade pierced into the wall, the remaining force did not decrease, and it went straight through and turned into a shadow again in the darkness. Winston, who had narrowly avoided the fatal attack, had not yet stood firm, and the shadow with a high speed entangled and bound his left leg. He rolled violently and used the spell again. Night Flame. The surging black flames, condensed from in front of him, quickly grew in the wind, expanded to the thickness of an adult's torso, and rushed straight to Luo Liang, who was approaching quickly. He had not even tried his best just now. Jack Arnold was silent like a statue, and had no intention of intervening in the battle of Mr. Devil. Even if this warlock has good means, he can never stop the great devil who has taken back a certain amount of power from the original body at this time. This. Zenoni stared blankly at the bodyguard he hired, who was emitting a majestic glow as if possessed by the Holy Spirit, spewing scorching flames with every move, and was unstoppable. Then a trace of relief for surviving the disaster appeared on his face. There is still hope for a comeback. However, Lorian ruthlessly shattered his fantasy in the next second. Infinite darkness surged in from outside the mansion, turning into huge black tentacles to collide with the flames burning the air, forcibly suppressing the spiritual fire released by Wade Winston. When Lorian strode forward, crushing the wailing, broken zombie body on the ground with one foot without any fluctuation in his eyes. Under the effect of blood flow, the splattered scarlet blood quickly transformed into a large amount of blood-colored crystals mixed with fishy smell, flying towards Wade Winston, who was dodging in a hurry. Under Zenon's incredulous gaze, the warlock who had just shown his power rolled on the ground in a mess. He moved quickly, but was still hit by many blood-colored crystals, and a lot of blood flowed out. These bloods that lost control after leaving the body were transformed into sharp crystals, whistling towards him. Wade Winston gritted his teeth and decisively chose to sacrifice his left hand to resist these blood-colored crystals. Then he solemnly summoned Night Flame to burn the scars on his body, and his skin instantly turned black and red. A burnt smell came from him, and the flowing blood instantly solidified into black scars. Facing a warlock with extraordinary power, Lorian could not directly control it without the blood leaving the owner's body. Zenoni watched the battle between the warlock and the vampire with fear. Even though he had no knowledge of the extraordinary world, he clearly realized that the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and Wade Winston fell into an absolute disadvantage, not as relaxed as when facing those two people just now. Arnold's eyes flickered, and his peripheral vision always paid attention to Zenoni, who was Poopa on the ground. Who? The battle in the room came to a temporary stagnation, and Wade Winston gasped heavily, forcing himself to endure the burning pain in his body. Hey, can we reconcile? The continuous use of multiple formulas put a great burden on his spirit, and his face was a little listless at this time. What are you talking about again? Lorian grinned, feeling a trace of excitement for the first time in a long time, and the vampire blood in his body was restless and excited. He skillfully urged the abilities of blood flow and shadow manipulation at the same time, and the terrifying dark shadows danced on the walls around the room, ready to transform into tentacles to attack at any time. Wade Winston took a deep breath, and the Thunder Skin was activated again. With the rapid consumption of spirituality, he had a short-term physical strengthening. He pushed the ground forward again and rushed straight to Lorian, who was standing in the same place. From his observation just now, the ability of this extraordinary was more inclined to casting spells, and his fighting skills and physical strength must be different from his own. As long as he entered the field of close combat, he might find a way to break the situation, as he wished. Under the expansion power brought by the Thunder Skin, he easily dodged the shadow tentacles and sharp blades that kept hitting him, and was only one step away from Lorian. Boom! Night Flame burst out on his fist, and in an instant it was close to Lorian's face. Lorian's eyes straightened, and he took a short breath without dodging. Then he suddenly moved his Adam's apple, and a sharp vibration suddenly broke out. The sound of glass friction, which seemed to be amplified hundreds of times, rang out in the room. Even Jack Arnold and Marilyn turned pale and covered their ears with their mouths. Marilyn's physical fitness was the worst among the few people. A bloody tear dripped from her eyes, and her eyes looked at the battle in the center of the room with shock. Just a tiny consciousness could actually have such a powerful force. She bit her lips slightly. Zenoni, who was terrified on the ground, fainted with his eyes rolled back the moment the Ghost Echo was launched. Wade Winston, who was the first to bear the brunt, faced the whistling sharp echo head on before he could react. It was as if his brain was pierced by countless ghosts with a strong breath of death, and his spirituality was delayed for half a second. In the blink of an eye, Luo quickly seized the opportunity, waved his hand, and threw out a solid shadow spear, the tip of which was tied with a black and red blade made by the Reaper does not die barehanded, and stabbed at the dizzy Wade Winston. Boom! Lightning flashed, and the storm surged. A thick, blazing white light exploded in the night, containing the principle of never stopping. Even though Luo had been prepared to call for the shadow, he did not have time to dodge and was penetrated by the lightning. Wade Winston was barely free from the influence of Ghost Echo at this time. He gritted his teeth and leaned forward, punching and attacking under the lightning. It was too late to call for the shadow. Luo instinctively raised his left arm to resist. He staggered back a step under the overwhelming force. He narrowed his eyes, his mind surged, and the shadow swept over again, condensing into tentacles around the two of them, ready to go. Wade Winston approached quickly with a solemn expression, not daring to relax his attention. This man is really ridiculously strong. Not only is he proficient in multiple spells, his physical strength is also not inferior, and his crisis instinct is even stronger. Obviously, he is a dangerous person who is proficient in physical skills and combat, and has been wandering on the edge of death for many years. He didn't want to waste the close-range opportunity he had fought so hard for, so he suddenly opened his charred arms and a flash of lightning burst out. Luo, who had suffered a loss, had been paying attention to his every move. Before the lightning appeared, he summoned a dark shadow to hide in it, and the flashing lightning seemed to be sandwiched between the world and the spirituality, and a part of it still hit his body. The shadow silently shattered, and Luo's body reappeared in the room. Just as Wade Winston was about to continue chasing, Luo moved his Adam's apple again, and Ghost Echo was activated again. Wade Winston's pupils suddenly dilated, and a strong sense of crisis lingered in his heart. The next second, invisible waves spread out, impacting his muscles and bones all over his body. Ugh! He opened his mouth uncontrollably and retched, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Scarlet blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and ears. Blood flow. Luo keenly seized the opportunity to activate his ability, and the red crystal scratched Mr. Warlock's cheek, revealing a gap. Then, as the shadow crawled, several tentacles bound Wade Winston. That's it, Mr. Liquidator. Luo stepped forward and hit the opponent's face under the instinctive drive of his muscles, splashing blood again. He didn't intend to kill the opponent. After all, he obviously didn't use his full strength when stopping Jack Arnold and Marilyn just now. As he said, it was just because of the professional ethics that probably didn't exist. But Luo couldn't just lightly expose this matter. Otherwise, wouldn't I, the King of Vampires, be very embarrassed? When, the shadow tentacles grabbed Wade Winston's left foot and repeatedly smashed it on the ground, stopping 7 or 8 times in a row. You are the weakest Warlock have ever seen. Luo dispersed the shadow and squatted in front of Wade Winston, who was bruised and swollen, with a devilish smile on his face. Mr. Liquidator, how much do you think your life is worth? How much is my life worth? Wade Winston was sweating profusely. He felt vaguely that he might have worked for half a month in vain, and might even have to pay a large sum of money. 2,000 pounds. Wade Winston hesitated for half a second. He knew that the other party would definitely raise the price. If he said the number he could accept at the beginning, it would inevitably become a sky-high price in the end. 2,000 pounds was close to half of his psychological expectations. Too low. Luo shook his head gently. With your ability, let me think. At least 5,000 pounds. This level of extraordinary would not be as short of money as the half-baked Herman, and 5,000 pounds was a reasonable number. Wade Winston deliberately kept silent for a while before gritting his teeth and said, "Deal." When will you pay? Tomorrow. No, an hour later. Wade Winston wiped his sweat and said, You can have someone follow me to pick it up, or I can send it here. Okay, Mr. Liquidator, you are free. Luo Liang stood up with satisfaction. Well, let's talk about the compensation between us now. Wade Winston was stunned. What compensation? Didn't I promise to give you 5,000 pounds? Luo Liang looked at him strangely. 5,000 pounds is used to redeem your freedom, but you just wasted so much of my time and injured my people. Shouldn't you pay the due compensation? Wade Winston's eyes widened, and his worldview was severely impacted. What are buying freedom and compensation, usually speaking, on these two counted together? Damn, the extraordinary people in London are too dark. They are simply vampires. From head to toe, every pore is flowing with blood and dirty things. I don't have so much money. His skin, which had just been burned by the spiritual flame, turned darker, and he simply lay down on the ground. It's only 5,000 pounds at most, which is all my assets, not a pound more. Otherwise, just kill me. It looked like he really couldn't pay so much money. Luo Liang didn't force him, and thought of a compromise. How about this? You give me 5,000 pounds first, and the rest can be deducted with other things. Other things. Wade Winston's eyes became alert. I don't have any relics or extraordinary materials on me. Relics and extraordinary materials must be much more valuable than gold pounds. Even if Wade Winston has them, he would not be willing to give them to him as compensation. However, these are not what Luo Liang wants. Compared with items that enhance strength, he currently lacks understanding of the extraordinary world. The information he got from Herman was really limited, basically just some superficial entry-level knowledge. Now he not only has to face the Scotland Yard that may come to his door at any time, but also has to deal with Oliver Winston's affairs. It is easy to suffer losses under the huge information gap. Since you don't have extraordinary materials and relics, then exchange them for the information you know. Luo Liang waved his hand kindly. Hearing this, Wade Winston thought about it carefully with a hesitant look, and found that just sharing some information would not make him lose anything. Okay. He nodded in agreement to this condition. The nature of the extraordinary people is always to reconcile and compromise. For example, if you ask him to provide some valuable information on the basis of 5,000 pounds, he will definitely not allow it. But if you insist on taking away his extraordinary items, they will come to reconcile and are willing to give you this information. Luo Liang smiled and stretched out his right hand to the warlock lying on the floor. Happy cooperation. Zenona's bedroom was almost completely destroyed in the battle just now. There were holes and burn marks left by sharp blades everywhere. The exquisite solid wood rocks and table were still burning. Fortunately, Jack Arnold sent the model lady out when the battle just started. Otherwise, let alone 2 consecutive ghost echoes, the constantly gushing spiritual flames and the radiating blood-colored crystals would directly take her life. Zenoni was not so lucky. He lay motionless on the ground with his hands behind his back, mumbling in his mouth, foaming, and his face covered in blood. Luo Liang took a rough look and thought there should be no risk of recovery. Decide for yourself how you want to deal with it. He didn't bother himself with this person and handed it over to Marilyn to handle. The latter said, hum softly and took Zenoni, whose life or death was unknown on the ground, out. Wade Winston also spat fiercely. If he hadn't accepted the commission of this alternate congressman, he should be sleeping in the temporary apartment he rented. Now not only has he paid 5,000 pounds, but he has also provoked a powerful, extraordinary person of unknown identity. He wanted to beat Zenoni on the spot to vent his frustration. Go and get the money now, in cash. Luo Liang interrupted his thoughts and motioned Jack Arnold to go with him. If he encountered an accident, he could call him at any time. Okay, Wade Winston still wore the red mask and found the coat from Zenona's other room and put it on. Don't worry about me defaulting on the debt. Knowing that the creditor is much stronger than himself, he still dares to play tricks. Wouldn't that make him a clown? The implication is that if Lorian hadn't been better at fighting than him, he would have just run away. Lorian glanced at the arm of the warlock. The burn marks caused by the spiritual flame and the gaps caused by the blood flow had completely disappeared, and the new skin was white and tender. It was very similar to the effect of flesh and blood regeneration, which should be a new procure or the effect of relic, together with roaring skin, night flame, invisible curse. He has displayed more than 3 procures. Wade Winston did not shout out his name loudly during the battle. No, however, Lorian speculated that these should be several different formulas based on his performance at that time. According to Herman, a warlock can discover 1, 2, 3 formulas from the sea of consciousness when he is promoted. If this information is correct, if these are not universal formulas, it means that Wade Winston's rank must be higher than that of a capable warlock. Lorian secretly speculated, without showing any doubts on his face, and played the role of a powerful, extraordinary person with a deep look. Life is one stupid thing after another. Who knows what will happen in the next second? It's better to be steady. Whatever you want. Wade Winston shrugged indifferently. Then you wait here for a while. I'm very fast. Although the battle just now was huge, it ended quickly. After Wade Winston and Jack Arnold left the mansion, Evans, who was late, arrived here. My lord. He looked at the messy bedroom with a look of surprise on his face. What is this? Zenoni hired a bodyguard to protect him closely. He is a sorcerer with extraordinary abilities. Lorian said casually. Could it be that Elder Arnold had a battle with this sorcerer? Evan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he regretted that he had spent too much time dealing with the guards. It was me, Lorian said in a relaxed tone. The ability of the sorcerer hired by Zenoni is quite good. A little stronger than the current Arnold. He can't handle it for the time being. Huh? Evan's breathing quickened. The Lord actually dealt with a powerful, extraordinary person personally. He looked around and found that the whole room had suffered great damage. Before he arrived here, he had already felt the flashing white lightning and violent sound waves here. It can be seen that the power of both sides in the battle is very strong. He saw that Jack Arnold was fighting with the enemy, but he didn't expect that it was the Lord who did it himself and gave the other party an evaluation of extraordinary ability. No, the extraordinary ability in the mouth of the Lord must be only for us mortals. Evan's eyes showed enthusiasm. From the appearance of the battle to the end, it took less than 5 minutes. In other words, the Lord effortlessly killed a warlock who was more powerful than Elder Arnold. And this is even just a tiny bit of consciousness. Even if Evans has changed from the initial worship of power to worship of the devil itself, he can't help but feel excited and enthusiastic about the great power of the Lord. This is the great devil of our Order Cross faith. Lorian saw that he was thinking about something again, and coughed lightly and said, "What's the situation outside?" Evans was shocked to realize that he had lost his mind in front of the great devil. He lowered his head in panic and reported, "The guards outside have all been harmless by us. No one should notice anything unusual in a short time. In addition, there are some servants living in the mansion, and they are now controlled by 2 senior members." Well, Lorian nodded lightly. Well done. When Evans showed a happy look on his face, he continued, "Now I have another thing for you. Please give me your orders." Lorian raised his chin and pointed to the fainted young model outside. "You send her to the others, and then find someone to search the mansion and collect all the valuable things that can be taken away as the development funds of the organization." Finally, it was time for the house search link that everyone liked to see. Although it sounded a bit immoral and didn't seem like something a decent person should do, Zenoni himself didn't say anything, and I think he agreed. Okay, after Evans left, Marilyn came back with a cold look. My lord. She bowed her head and greeted him. She hesitated whether to tell the devil about Zanoni. After a brief thought, she said, Zanoni is dead. I know Lorian was not interested in this matter and didn't care much. Instead, he told Marilyn another thing. You go and organize people to gather all the bodies in the mansion in one place, and then leave the name of Jack the Ripper. The traces of fighting in the bedroom are difficult to erase. After sending people to check, the police department will definitely report it up the chain of command and finally reach Scotland Yard. It is a failure to be unmasked by others, but it is a victory to unmask yourself. Since you will be exposed in the end, it is better to be more ostentatious at the beginning. Grab as much fame as possible and enhance your strengths. After this incident, the people of Scotland Yard will definitely realize that Jack the Ripper is not a Lone Ranger, but a member of a secret society. The possibility of Border Cross being exposed is a little higher, but the increase in fear and popularity can almost make up for this. Luo Liang frowned and thought carefully. After making sure that there was nothing missing, he waved his hand and asked Marilyn to do the work. Okay, you do it. I understand. Marilyn responded in a low voice and turned to walk out of Zanoni's bedroom. Scotland Yard. Extraordinary. Oh, it's really troublesome. Luo Liang found a relatively intact chair from the ruins and sat down. 10 minutes later, a shadow poured into the room. My lord. Jack Arnold walked out with a solemn face. After a few seconds, Wade Winston climbed in through the window with a suitcase. Hey, why are you running so fast? He panted. I don't have a convenient procedure like yours. After a while, he came over with the suitcase and opened it in front of Luo Liang. Yes, please count it. It's 5,000 pounds in total, not a penny less. Luo Liang glanced at it. The 10-pound bills with grey background and white lines filled the black suitcase. It was not overpackaged like the bounty on the police department. He was no longer as happy as he was at the beginning when he received the commission of 200 pounds. He said expressionlessly, there is no need to count it. I think you are also a smart man. Let's proceed with our other cooperation first. Oh, it's so cruel. You don't even want to let me rest for a minute. Wade Winston suppressed the surging emotions in his heart with complaints. Just now, when he left Zanoni's mansion, he suddenly realized that the formula used by this unidentified experienced extraordinary in battle was almost exactly the same as his subordinates. Or it should be said the other way round. The formula used by the subordinate was all owned by him. The special function of a certain relic. Or Wade Winston didn't dare to think about it. His original idea of mixing some fake money into the suitcase disappeared immediately, and he started to worry about his future. He knew that he was in big trouble. These people were obviously members of a certain extraordinary organization, and the powerful extraordinary was one of the leaders, and they were carrying out a secret operation. He happened to run into them because he accepted the commission to protect Zanoni. It was simply an unprovoked disaster. If he had known earlier, when someone came to him, he should have ignored Zanoni's thoughts and left directly. Zanoni was going to die anyway, and no one would ask him to return the commission. Forget it. Fortunately, it was just some external things that he had paid now, and he would hand over some information later and fool around. Wade Winston thought with gritted teeth, and suddenly found that the powerful extraordinary opposite him took out a thick blank notebook from somewhere and threw it to him casually. He took it subconsciously and said in astonishment, "What is this?" "It's for you to record information." Luo Liang chuckled and said, "You have a whole night. You can write slowly." "What?" Wade Winston was dumbfounded. "Isn't it enough to ask some questions? How long do you want me to finish such a thick notebook?" "These two things are not contradictory." Luo Liang asked Arnold to take the suitcase, and raised his mouth and said, "You write while I ask." "It's too much." Wade Winston chose to do it in extreme anger. There was no way. The other party's reason was too big. Then honest study. Write faster. So slow. How much can you write in one night? Lorian sat leisurely on the sofa, fully exploiting Wade Winston's labor, thinking that this time, not only did he not have to spend money, but the other party would also give him money. He was in a good mood. Why do you need so much basic, extraordinary knowledge? Wade Winston complained while writing furiously. Of course, it's for my subordinates. Lorian did not forget his current identity as a senior, extraordinary person. Please write carefully. I will check it personally after you finish writing. Got it, got it. Wade Winston took a deep breath. Lorian asked casually, Are you a liquidator? Yes, Wade Winston responded absent-mindedly by hunting down some extraordinary criminals. I exchanged gold pounds, intelligence, and materials from the liquidator organization, but I didn't make much all year round. Now, all my wealth has been taken away by you. Oh, Lorian looked curious. Then you came to London to track down an extraordinary criminal? Wade Winston thought about it and found that there was nothing to hide. Anyone who paid attention to these fields would know, so he nodded and said, I am tracking a sorcerer named Stein. I have already got some clues and found that he seems to control a wealthy businessman named Oliver Winston, and he is hiding in the dark. Bah, it's really unlucky that he has the same surname as me. As Lorian listened, his lazy expression suddenly changed, and his pupils dilated. Who is controlled? A sorcerer named Stein fled to London and controlled Oliver Winston? No, it is not necessarily control. It is also possible that a certain degree of cooperation was reached under some common interests. For example, Oliver Winston provided money, and Stein provided some extraordinary items and knowledge. Lorian suddenly remembered that when Jack Arnold just resurrected from the dead, he said that he saw Oliver Winston talking to the air. This also directly led to Oliver Winston's decision to get rid of him. So there was a series of things that happened later, such as hypnotizing Evans to commit murder and Rudolph Hill inviting him to investigate. After Wade Winston added the key clue of sorcerer, everything made sense. There was indeed a third party in the room that day. Now it seems that it is very likely the wanted sorcerer Stein. In order not to expose Stein's existence, this well-known wealthy businessman in East London even killed Jack Arnold, his personal butler who had worked for him for many years. Then, the pocket watch he used to hypnotize Evans might have been obtained from the evil wizard Stein after paying a certain price. Lorian showed a moment of surprise on his face, but soon suppressed it with a strong mentality. Wade Winston, who was writing furiously on a blank notebook, was still thinking hard about what to write, and did not notice the change in Lorian's expression at all. Unexpectedly, just when he was about to solve the matter of Tepish Manor, he happened to meet someone who knew the inside story. It would be best to ask him for more information indirectly. Lorian stopped what he was doing and narrowed his eyes. Evil wizard Stein. Wade Winston did not even turn his head, but he heard the question in the tone of this powerful warlock. Why, you don't know this person? I rarely pay attention to these things. Lorian pondered. It sounds like this. Stein is not a lawful, extraordinary. Of course, why would he be called a witch? These unruly warlocks are all the same, either wantonly slaughtering ordinary people or performing some bloody rituals that are not allowed in private. None of them are quiet. Wade Winston moved his wrist. I even heard that someone held a sin ritual in London a while ago. If this is true, at least hundreds of people will die, and the number of people implicated may reach thousands. Unruly, warlock, illegal ritual. Lorian pondered secretly with deep eyes. Which is not a profession, but a group of warlocks, just like criminals and villains among ordinary people. What did this Stein do? He asked casually without leaving any trace. Why are you interested in this? Wade Winston looked suspicious. You don't want to steal my commission, do you? Why should I steal your commission? Lorian's thoughts stagnated, and he continued to ask after a while, doesn't he control a wealthy businessman named Oliver Winston? Yes, Wade Winston didn't understand the relationship between the two. Are you interested in this Oliver Winston? No, I'm not interested in either of them. Lorian shook his head slightly, and then changed the subject. However, I am very interested in his money. If this wealthy businessman named Oliver Winston is indeed connected with the witch Stein, I don't mind helping the police department deal with this potential criminal, and then dispose of his property by the way. Wade Winston glanced out the window with a twitching eye. Two muscular senior members of the ordained cross were passing by outside with a box of valuable collections. Wade Winston remembered that he had seen these things in the nunne's collection room just an hour ago. He once again felt that London was a magical place. No wonder when he first came here, he felt that the air here was a little more oppressive than other cities. If the extraordinary people here are all this kind of people, it will instantly become reasonable. While he silently complained, he explained briefly, the financier wanted the sorcerer's team chose to entrust anonymously and did not reveal his identity. However, judging from the details of the commission given by the liquidator organization, Steen was wanted and rewarded because he stole a certain relic of the financier. The commission is not high, only £2,500 and two ordinary extraordinary materials, which you probably don't care about. This is partly because Stein was seriously injured during the theft, and partly because the stolen relics are not very important. £2,500 is not high. It seems that among extraordinaries, gold pounds are no longer so important, and extraordinary materials, secret knowledge and relics are the truly valuable things. Lorian showed great interest. What level of extraordinary is Stein? Probably a powerful warlock who is about to be promoted, not much different from me. Wade Winston answered casually while writing. He is actually just a powerful warlock who is close to being promoted. So, the ability of the extraordinary is much stronger than I originally speculated, and Herman is just a special case. Lorian thought and continued to ask, when did you track Stein to London? Wade Winston paused, about a month. However, Stein's commission has been on the bounty list of the liquidator organization for several months. The time is also very consistent. As Rudolph Hill said, Oliver Winston dismissed most of the servants in typish manner in the first half of this year on the grounds of poor management of the company, leaving only a dozen people to maintain the daily operation of the manor. It was at that time that his eldest son Richard Winston also stopped running the business and suddenly came to typish manor to live for a long time. Was it to prevent his offspring from being caught by the enemies of which Stein and the hunter who was chasing him as a handle? Or was it simply to worry about the safety of his offspring? Lorian's mind suddenly opened up, and the sense of urgency faded a lot. Since even the evil wizard Steen behind Oliver Winston is only at the level of Wade Winston, it will not be difficult to deal with him with his current strength. Not to mention that the former is probably just an ordinary person who has been in contact with the extraordinary world for a short time. However, we must be careful about the unknown relic in Steen's hand. Maybe the financier who offered a reward for him was just worried that someone would be tempted by the money, so he deliberately showed no concern. In short, it is better to be cautious. It is best to wait until tonight's events begin to ferment and the strength is improved again before dealing with this matter. Just as Lorian made a decision, Wade Winston, who was writing furiously, suddenly stopped and looked up at him. You want this extraordinary non-judges to train subordinates and develop power in London, right? That's right, Lorian said calmly. Any questions? Wade Winston took a deep breath. Then why don't you go directly to the nearby extraordinary gathering to buy a basic introductory knowledge? Extraordinary gathering? There is such a thing? I don't know. Lorian's acting skills burst in an instant. I just came to London not long ago, and I don't know much about these places. Wade Winston stood up and angrily threw down his notebook and pen. You can ask me. He was so busy thinking about the identity of this extraordinary that he even forgot about it and wasted so much time writing these things. Wade Bridge, East London. Is this the extraordinary got mentioned? After Lorian explained to Jack Arnold, Marilyn and Evans, he and Wade Winston left Synonymous Mansion first. To be precise, it should be the Mystic Gathering. Wade Winston pushed the door and walked into the bar, explaining, because I found that most of the people in this gathering are just ordinary people who yearn for mysticism, and the real extraordinary only account for a very small part. It doesn't sound very professional, but it should be enough for me. Lorian nodded silently and walked in with him. The name of this bar is Seeker's Bar. While organizing the Mystic Gathering, it will also be open to the public as usual. Outside are ordinary customers who don't know the inside story. Wade Winston walked to the bar with ease. It seems that he is a regular here. When the bartender behind saw him, he immediately came over attentively and spoke with a smile on his face. Mr. Winston, he actually used his real name. Well, it is also possible that Wade Winston was originally a pseudonym. Lorian saw this. Warlock come forward carelessly. I brought a friend here. Is it convenient now? Friend? The bartender's eyes changed instantly, and he looked at Lorian next to Winston with some awe. This gentleman is also... Yes, Wade Winston said casually. He is also a real, extraordinary, and he is much stronger than me. His. The bartender's eyes were more respectful, and Lorian had goosebumps. Convenient. The rally is going on now. You two can go over at any time. We will provide you with the best service. Then let's go. I don't have much time to waste. Lorian took the dominant position very strongly. He estimated that because he witnessed the battle between Jack the Ripper and Herman, Scotland Yard should find someone to contact him, but he didn't know in what form. But the time would probably be within these 2 days. In addition, he had to pay attention to the development of the Cross of the Meditation. In addition to Oliver Winston's affairs, he was really busy recently. Please follow me, both of you. The bartender came over with his head down excitedly and carefully led the two extraordinaries to the second floor of the bar. The bar was well soundproofed, and even if the first floor was very noisy, no sound could be heard on the second floor. This place was divided into 7 rooms, and there was a sign hanging on the door of each room. Lorian roughly scanned it and found that they were places with different functions, such as witchcraft, divination room, and dream analysis room. At the door of the room at the end of the corridor, there was a sign saying Seeker's Gathering. It was a bit simple, but considering that this place was not only open to extraordinaries but also to mysticism enthusiasts, it was normal. I won't bother you two. The bartender bowed respectfully and said, and then went back downstairs very tactfully. This is the way of survival for ordinary people. Wade Winston grinned and said, keep the desire to explore, but know how to control your curiosity. This sentence also applies to extraordinaries. Lorian glanced at him expressionlessly. Is this warning me? Wade Winston didn't dare to speculate on Lorian's identity anymore, and said angrily, you are right. He planned to solve the wanted order of Stein immediately after tonight, and leave London immediately after getting the bounty. The water here is too deep. It's not suitable for ordinary, extraordinary people like him who are honest and decent. The door of the Seeker's Gathering was pushed open, and several eyes were cast over immediately. The room was very large, arranged into more than a dozen independent small stalls. There was a small table at the entrance. The host was wearing a hood and covered his whole body tightly. Judging from his body shape, he should be an adult male. Oh, seeing Wade Winston walking in front, he raised his eyebrows. You have something to sell so soon? No, Wade Winston waved his hand irritably. Just bring a gentleman to visit. After that, he walked to the host and sat down, without disturbing Lorian's thoughts at all. A gentleman? The host looked at Lorian in surprise, and his attitude was very low. Welcome to the Knowledge Seekers Gathering, sir. We will try our best to meet your needs and hope that you will be satisfied with this trip. Much more modest than the black market he met last time. Lorian nodded solemnly, based on the principle of the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. The less you talk, the fewer mistakes you make. He walked straight to several stalls in the gathering without any nonsense. Sir, what do you need? The stall owner greeted him warmly. Wade Winston has been coming here to sell stolen goods recently. Many people know that he is a powerful, extraordinary person, so the person who is traveling with him must also be a real, extraordinary person. The host's reaction also confirmed this. However, Luo Liang's answer was a little unexpected. I need some basic, mystical materials. Well, if there are more advanced ones, I can also pay for them. Entry-level, mystical materials. The stall owner thought for half a second and nodded suddenly. This gentleman should be buying for someone else. Of course, I have something that can meet your requirements. He rubbed his hands and introduced, no matter what field of secret books, I have some here. Really? Luo Liang took a look and found that what he sold here were indeed books and periodicals. In addition to popular science works, there are also some more interesting urban legends, biographies of extraordinary people, and travel notes. He picked up a book and flipped through it. The content was very basic, mostly about spirituality and inspiration. The author seemed to be afraid that the reader would not understand, so he wrote every concept very clearly, and even spent 4 or 5 pages to specifically introduce the existence of extraordinary people. It was almost the same as what Herman sold to me last time, basically no difference. Luo Liang glanced at the title of the book. It was called Alistair's Tips, and the author was Alistair. You have a good eye. The stall owner should be an ordinary person without extraordinary powers, but he remembered this knowledge very clearly, and said with a smile, You should have heard of Mr. Alistair, right? Luo Liang flipped through the book casually without saying anything. The stall owner paused awkwardly, and then continued skillfully, Mr. Alistair is a very legendary warlock, a polymath and a mystic scholar, and is known as the initiator of modern mysticism. Luo Liang listened with relish, and then put the book down and said, How much? The stall owner raised a finger. 100 pounds. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and then felt that the price was reasonable. It is normal to be a little expensive for knowledge involving the extraordinary world. After all, I only asked a few questions from Herman last time, and it cost more than 100 pounds. And those contents can be found in this Alistair's Tips, which also contains a lot of other knowledge. Spending another 100 pounds is completely acceptable. No. The stall owner laughed embarrassedly. You don't need so much money. This book, Alistair's Guide, is very widely circulated. It is almost the brief introduction to British customs in mysticism. Because Luo Liang is likely to be an extraordinary person, he dare not sell him such a popular science work at a high price. So, only 10 pounds is enough. 10 pounds. Luo Liang's heart suddenly twitched, and a bad guess emerged. He quickly flipped through the part about the profession of extraordinary person in this book, Alistair's Guide. There is only one profession, warlock. Is there anything wrong? The stall owner was stunned and found that the extraordinary person in front of him suddenly looked unfriendly and exuded a dangerous atmosphere. No, it's okay. Luo Liang took a deep breath, without any expression on his face. I just suddenly remembered an old friend and planned to visit him. The last time I bought intelligence from Herman, he sold me information worth less than 10 pounds for more than 100 pounds. Luo Liang narrowed his eyes. No, I've always been the one who cheated others, and I've never been cheated by anyone. I have to let Herman see what a vampire is. However, when he faced Jack the Ripper last time, he was quite loyal. Although he might not want Aaron Hastings and I to drag him down, this kind of thing is always judged by deeds rather than intentions, and we can't go too far. I want this, a Leicester's Guide. Lorian thought while picking up a few books that looked useful. Okay, let me see. The bookseller rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. The total is, £21 and 14 pence. I'll charge you £21 and 1 shilling. Okay, while Lorian took out his wallet to pay, he secretly used environmental perception to observe, and found that, except for the host, there was no other extraordinary person in the whole room, and there was no trace of spirituality on the extraordinary items and relics sold by the vendors. It seems that this is not really a real, extraordinary gathering. Is it because Wade Winston does not want to expose the channels he controls, or is it because he is new here and does not know much about it? Seeing that there is nothing else valuable here, Lorian put away a few books and planned to leave. It's over so soon. Wade Winston stood up in surprise. I have limited time. Well, it happens that I am a little sleepy. Goodbye, Robert. He waved to the host casually and took Lorian out of the Seekers of Knowledge bar. When there was no one, Wade Winston asked cautiously, "Then I will. The transaction is completed. You can leave now." Lorian was quite satisfied with the gains of this trip and did not mean to embarrass him. Hearing this, Wade Winston breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. "Then goodbye, this powerful warlock. I hope we will never meet again. He changed his words in time. I mean, I hope we can see each other again one day. If nothing unexpected happens, we will indeed see each other again." Lorian glanced at him with interest. Who can predict the future? In the reception room of Herman Detective Agency, Brent, West London. Recently, we plan to conduct a clean up in East London, so Mr. Herman, please do not disclose the fact that Jack the Ripper is an extraordinary person for the time being, so as not to arouse the vigilance of these secret cult groups. A man in a black windbreaker sat on the sofa in the reception room. He looked young, with sharp features, and his eyes were filled with a strong force that could not be refused. "Clean up? I don't quite understand what you mean, Mr. Henry." Herman took a sip of tea to cover up his inner shock. Just half an hour ago, the man who claimed to be the inspector of Scotland Yard suddenly came to the door. He had only participated in a few extraordinary person gatherings. Although he knew about these things, it was the first time he really met them. He was both excited and terrified. At present, the illegal beliefs and secret societies in East London have reached an intolerable level. Henry's voice was cold and hard, because some time ago, the executors of Scotland Yard were all transferred to handle other matters, so that these secret believers had a chance to breathe. Not only were several new secret cults born one after another, but some people dared to openly talk about the invisible art in an attempt to expose the extraordinary world to the public. In any case, this is absolutely impossible to allow. Ha ha, Herman's forehead was covered with sweat. Speaking of which, he sold some information he knew to an ordinary detective some time ago. Even if the words of this Scotland Yard were not directed at him, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Henry seemed to see through his heart. Scotland Yard has always been tolerant of ordinary, extraordinary people, as long as they don't use these forces to carry out illegal activities. We will not arrest or force control. Is that so? Herman then figured out why those extraordinary gatherings could exist. I'm afraid that, on the one hand, Scotland Yard has a relaxed attitude towards these activities, and on the other hand, there are too many of these gatherings, so Scotland Yard can only focus on more important things. For example, those secret cults. Although I don't know why, Scotland Yard seems to care more about things related to faith. These days, we have also discovered a new secret society that seems to have a tendency to use extraordinary powers to interfere with the world of ordinary people. It has secretly controlled several small gangs to make money and engage in some unknown secret activities. Henry snorted heavily. We can never tolerate this kind of illegal belief. We must strike hard, bring all these evil forces to justice. East London is indeed very dangerous. Not only are there powerful, extraordinary criminals like Jack the Ripper, but there are also various secret sects. Herman couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, I have decided never to go to East London again. So, are you going to clear out this secret cult that interferes with the world of ordinary people? He asked curiously. Henry shook his head. Although the behavior of this group of secret followers is intolerable, their strength is nothing in East London, and it is not worth our special action against them. Oh, Herman puzzled. Yes. Since we want to wipe out, we must completely wipe out all the secret sects, rather than targeting any one of them. Henry's eyes were deep. Anything that may affect the stability of the present world must be strangled in the cradle. He spoke vaguely and hid a lot of key information, but Herman still understood part of it. Compared with ordinary, extraordinary people, the things that secret cults can do seem to be much more serious and harmful. So the attitude of Scotland Yard is so resolute. By the way, Henry interrupted his thinking and added, Mr. Herman had better not go to East London in the next half-month. If you don't say it, I can't go. Herman tried, because Scotland Yard is about to launch a siege against these secret cults. Yes, Henry nodded, his golden eyes shining under the light. By then, there will definitely be large-scale, extraordinary people fighting. Even if we work with the police department to control it, we can't guarantee that we can stabilize the situation. In other words, it is very likely that many ordinary people will die. Herman nodded solemnly. I see, Henry added. In addition to this, there is another factor. A secret code. Wolfward seems to have the idea of annexing the new secret. Wolfward. This is a secret that has been hiding in East London for a long time. It worships a secret existence called Wolf of Pain. Because these people have always been very restrained, they have escaped many cleansing. This time, for some reason, they suddenly want to take action against the new secret. Henry said coldly. So, we plan to wait until they bite you and consume a certain amount of manpower before we carry out the encirclement and suppression. How did you know this? As soon as Herman asked, he noticed. Oh, sorry, it doesn't matter if you don't answer. Stupid people. Those who are secretly taught are thoughtful and will not let others join the at will. Therefore, even if we enter it, we cannot reach the high position and provide higher value information. You can have such a powerful strength. I don't know what level of power will the Scotland, of the Scottish field, of the Great British Official Agency. Since it is a tank for the entire East London, there must be not only the extraordinary level of the energy warlock. Maybe multiple secret warlocks will be dispatched. It is even possible that this inspector is a secret sorcerer. I can't even feel the slightest spiritual fluctuation in him, but he is definitely not an ordinary person without extraordinary power, because the gap is too big. The spiritual intuition is blinded. Herman took a deep breath and said, I will try to stay away from East London. Well, Henry stood up and said goodbye. Then I won't bother you anymore. Tomorrow morning, I have to meet the detective, Lorian. Herman sent the inspector who came late at night to the door of the office and watched him drive away. He blew the evening breeze for a few minutes before turning around and preparing to walk back to the office. At this moment, his spiritual intuition suddenly became restless, and there was a shiver behind his head, and the coldness ran through his body from the soles of his feet. He turned around suddenly and saw a tide of shadows rushing towards him, with wildly dancing tentacles blocking his vision and licking the night, and it seemed that there was a pair of glowing scarlet eyes hidden in it. What a dirty thing! Herman's heart beat hard, blood rushed up, and the instinct he developed when he was on the run urged him to quickly get out of his dazed state. Without the slightest thought of trying to resist, he ran away, shouting loudly, "Henry! Mr. Henry!" He hoped that the inspector of the secret warlock could hear the movement here. However, after 4 or 5 seconds, no one appeared in front of him. Instead, the terrifying shadow behind him was getting closer and closer, and a sinister voice came from it. "SHH, you are too noisy. What if someone reports you for disturbing the public in the middle of the night?" When Herman froze in despair, Lorian, wearing a hood, stepped out of the darkness step by step and appeared in front of him. Herman glanced carefully and found that there were no facial features under the hood, but an invisible shadow surging. "Gudong," he swallowed uncontrollably. "Why is it so dangerous in West London at night? Are you scared?" Luo Liang's voice was low and hoarse, with a chill that penetrated his bones. Shadow tentacles stretched out from under his robe, and the shadow behind him crawled silently, like a poisonous snake that was ready to bite its prey. He was getting more and more adept at playing the role of a villain. You, Herman's voice trembled. "Who are you? Damn it, if I can survive tonight, I will move to Inner London immediately and never come out again. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is what I want to do." Luo Liang approached slowly, destroying Herman's psychological defenses and moving forward on his heartbeat. "What are you going to do?" Herman's Adam's apple moved and his body trembled. Luo Liang did not speak, but just stared at him quietly, his scarlet gaze reaching deep into his soul. In the eerie silence, Herman was sweating profusely, and the clothes on his back were almost completely soaked with sweat. In despair, he suddenly had an idea, and an absurd guess emerged in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered tentatively, "I still have some savings on me, if you need it." "Did you figure it out so quickly?" Luo Liang neither refuted nor agreed, and continued to remain silent. Could it be true? Herman gritted his teeth, took out the wallet from his brand-new Chester coat, and handed the entire wallet to the terrifying figure opposite without even looking at it. "Well," Luo Liang took the wallet expressionlessly, "you are very smart." "Oh my god, they really are here to rob." Herman was dumbfounded and breathed a sigh of relief. The pleasure of surviving a disaster surged from the bottom of his heart, making his face abnormally rosy. "Now, can I go?" "Who were you calling just now?" Luo Liang asked suddenly. "This." Herman hesitated for a while, and finally the desire to survive took over. "That's an inspector from Scotland Yard." "Inspector of Scotland Yard. He should be here for the matter of Jack the Ripper. Maybe he will come to me later. It seems that I have to solve the problem here quickly. Otherwise, it will be a bit troublesome when he arrives at the apartment and finds that I am not there." Luo Liang's mind turned quickly, and he said in a deep voice, "Well, I know." He's not surprised at all. It seems that he doesn't take this inspector seriously at all. This shows that he is at least an extraordinary person at the same level as Mr. Henry. Herman lowered his head in fear, not daring to spy on the shadow under the other's hood. "Then you are a detective, right?" Luo Liang said faintly. "Yes, this is an obvious fact, and Herman didn't dare to lie. I have something I need you to do." "It's over." Herman's heart sank, and he forced a smile and said, "Just say it." "I'm tracking down an extraordinary criminal with outstanding abilities, and found that he seems to have reached a cooperation with a wealthy businessman named Oliver Winston." Herman understood what he meant. "You want me to investigate this Oliver Winston?" "Yeah," Luo Liang nodded gently. "This, I'm afraid." Herman struggled. "My ability is limited, and I may mess up your business." "Don't worry." Luo Liang knew what he was worried about. "You only need to investigate the people around Oliver Winston, such as his butler and servants. You don't have to face the extraordinary criminal directly. If you encounter danger, you can retreat as soon as possible. That's much simpler. Besides, I don't seem to have the power to refuse." It's so unlucky that Winston seems to be a wealthy businessman in East London. He seems to have been in the newspaper before. Herman agreed with a bitter face. I understand. Don't worry. I won't let you work for nothing. There is still a reward. Herman was surprised and wondered if he had heard it wrong. At this time, Luo Liang opened the wallet he had just received, took out half of the banknotes from it, and raised the corners of his mouth with pleasure. Is this enough? You used the money that originally belonged to me to hire me to do things, even only half of the original amount. Herman fell into silence, and finally did not dare to show his dissatisfaction. He lowered his head and said, Enough. So honest. No, from the brief contact, he is not the kind of person who will just accept things passively. Maybe he is now thinking about how to report me to Scotland Yard. Forget it. I just wanted a little revenge. The commission is just a cover. It would be best if there is a result, but there is no loss if there is no result. Luo Liang said in a relaxed tone. Then do it quickly. I will come again at this time tomorrow. After leaving the Herman Detective Agency and returning to the apartment, Luo Liang did not wait, but took out a book, a Leicester's Guide to Read. This occult book has metal anti-collision corners on all four corners. The background is black, with gold-plated patterns around it and mysterious runes of unknown meaning. When the title page is opened, what comes into view is the introduction of the author, a Leicester. He was born in 1814. His parents were both members of the Plymouth Brethren and were devout Christians. However, Leicester despised the words of Christ. He called himself the Great Beast. In the extraordinary world, others prefer to call him the Beast of Revelation or Mr. 666. He once joined an extraordinary organization called Golden Dawn and served as a senior executive. Later, he broke away from the organization due to betrayal, traveled to Egypt, was inspired by Horus, wrote the Book of Law, and returned to Britain to create an extraordinary organization called the Lamp of Hidden Light. In this book, a Leicester's Guide was written by him during the Golden Dawn period. It is a comprehensive guide to occult science. 1814. This year is 1888, which means that 74 years have passed. Even ordinary people may not have died yet, not to mention that Leicester is a powerful, extraordinary person known as the enlightener of modern occult science. This world is getting more and more interesting. Luo Liang browsed the catalog and turned directly to the part that interested him the most: how to restrain one's own spirituality. Since accepting Marilyn's feedback, his spirituality has become stronger. At present, when the ranks are similar, extraordinary people can judge whether someone has extraordinary power in a specific way, and the basis is the dissipated spirituality. Although it cannot be ruled out that some people are gifted and have a huge scale of spirituality even if they have not become extraordinary people. Most of the time, only real, extraordinary people can have such a conspicuous spirituality. If you want to temporarily hide the identity of extraordinary people, you must learn how to restrain spirituality. Spirituality is the influence that grows from the soul of a living thing. Representing everyone, the unique soul is the key for humans to open the mysterious door. It can pry the power deep in the spirit and elevate the soul. This extraordinary knowledge is not obscure. Luo Liang read it very easily and soon had a basic understanding of this part. He found a mirror and used environmental perception. As expected, he could see that the eyes on the thin face were emitting a brass-colored glow, and around him was a scarlet mist. Concentrate your energy and gather your spirituality into your skull. Luo Liang tried to do it, and his gray-blue eyes immediately flashed for a moment. The scorching brass tone disappeared, and the scarlet glow around him gradually faded. Is it because of the specificity of vampires? If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not master it so quickly. Luo Liang nodded with satisfaction. It seems that it won't take long. I can digest this, a Leicester's Guide by myself. At that time, I can try meditation, which should bring me certain benefits. I can also give it to senior members of the Ordered Cross to learn and supplement enough knowledge. In the future, I will not be at a loss when encountering extraordinary enemies. Well, after solving the Scotland Yard matter, it is time to arrange people to contact the extraordinary world. I can't work in isolation. As for trying to become a warlock, forget it. Vampire itself is a new extraordinary system with unlimited potential, and warlock not only has certain dangers, but also has a very fatal problem. As recorded in Aleister's Guide, warlocks of the four ranks of life, God, secret, and power will have a period of silence every year. Silent Day, unable to use rituals, will become very vulnerable and can only use relics to protect themselves. Therefore, warlocks need to always pay attention to hiding their silent daytime to avoid being targeted by enemies. Even so, warlocks are the least dangerous profession in mysticism. Could it be that it is because of the existence of silent day that some dangers are avoided? What is the source of the danger? With limited understanding, it is better not to contact easily. Simple meditation should not be dangerous. However, speaking of vampires, Lorian looked out the window with a serious look. Calculating the time, the Order Cross operation should have been successfully completed, and Jack Arnold, Marilyn, Evans and others should have returned to the base camp now. The fact that the mention of the candidate for parliament was bloodbath by a serial killer cannot be concealed. Reporters who smell the scent of gold pounds will hover around Zenana's body like vultures until the last bit of value is squeezed out. Lorian is happy to see this happen. When this incident is reported in the newspapers, people will be angry that the respected candidate for parliament would actually hire someone to kill someone and frame the recently famous Jack the Ripper. On the other hand, they will be terrified that even the candidate for parliament will die at home because of angering Jack the Ripper. After fermentation, the name of Jack the Ripper will surely surpass any killer or murderer in history and become the most terrifying serial killer in Britain. It won't be long, either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, or no later than a week. This incident will be all over the newspapers in London and stuffed into every citizen's home. By then, with the huge amount of fame that will come back to me, the many abilities I have now will surely achieve a qualitative leap. And even if I face the inspector of Scotland Yard, I will be able to deal with it calmly. It's settled. Lorian estimated that after receiving this wave of feedback, he would be able to grant a specific ability to the lower-level members through blood granting. This will greatly enhance the power of the vampire clan. The method of spreading reputation is ultimately auxiliary, and the most important thing is the talent of the blood recipient itself. If every member of the Cross of Reseda is like Arnold, there is no need to worry about these things now. If there were dozens of first-generation and second-generation vampires, let alone a small Scotland Yard, it would not be a problem for the vampire forces to directly sweep across most of Britain. As the king of vampires, his strength would surely be raised to a terrifying level. Relying on his own strength, he could defeat the entire TM world. Fortunately, the feedback from these blood-eating spiders is pretty good. Lorian retracted his gaze, opened the drawer, revealing the dense spider webs inside and the house ghost spiders hanging upside down under the table. Compared to the previous few days, the size of these blood-eating spiders has shrunk a lot, only 3 times the size of ordinary individuals. But it directly gave him two abilities: crisis warning and static absorption. The former seems to overlap with the functions of environmental perception and spiritual intuition, but focuses more on perceiving the source of crisis, just like the spider sense of a Tides hero living at 20 Ingram Street in the forest community of New York, which can sense the upcoming crisis 0.51 seconds in advance. The effect is very large. In comparison, the effect of static absorption is limited and has few application environments. Let's see if I can get a mutation in the future. Maybe I can cultivate a Spider-Man. Lorian has high expectations for this. If he can decide to give a certain ability to his subordinates and then let them develop and promote, then the speed of his strength growth will be much faster than now. The abilities of subordinates will also be more diverse and comprehensive. The compatibility between spiders and vampire blood is quite high. Only 1/3 of the individuals have died so far. The remaining ones may be able to survive. Next time, you can find some animals such as owls and crows to try and see if you can give birth to flying-related abilities. Wait, since you are a vampire, how can you not try bats? After finishing the matter of Oliver Winston, find a few and see. Because there can't be too many individuals or species to control at one time. Lorian will only choose one animal each time he tries. Before these spiders, he also tried with mice, but found that mice would fall into madness after absorbing the blood of vampires, and even tend to affect his spirit. He is not sure about the reason for the time being, but he doesn't dare to try it easily. He is very careful every time he chooses blood-eating animals. The two blood recipients of the ordination cross-performed well. You can consider converting them into vampires as well. There are also Benson. Well, Arnold can now convert about 3 next-generation vampires. In addition to Marilyn, there are 2 left. Lorian waited silently. When the cooling team is over, gave one of Arnold's places to Benson. I don't know what kind of changes will occur with the Ghost plus the next-generation vampire. As for Michelle and Green, let Marilyn convert them into 3rd-generation vampires one by one. After making the decision, he communicated with Jack Arnold through the connection in his blood and told him his plan. After that, Lorian waited for the arrival of the inspector of Scotland Yard. However, it was not until 7 o'clock in the morning that he saw a black car parked downstairs of the apartment building from the window. Henry, who looked a little tired, pushed the door and got out of the car, walking along the quiet corridor to room 204 of the apartment. Dong dong dong. Half a minute later, in the lobby of the apartment, Scotland Yard, Lorian pretended to be puzzled. I don't know much about these. Henry, who was opposite the desk, rubbed his eyebrows. Scotland Yard was officially established in the Hanover period. Its predecessor was the court swordsman left by King Arthur. The members are all professional extraordinaries. They only accept the dispatch and orders of the King of Britain and specialize in dealing with extraordinary affairs within the country. Lorian nodded in understanding. So, you are here for the matter of Jack the Ripper? That's right. Henry lowered his eyes and glanced at the detective opposite. Mr. Lorian should not be an extraordinary person, right? He just has a certain understanding of this knowledge. Yeah, Lorian smiled and said, Herman told me all these things. I see. Henry did not waste much time on this topic, and instead told the mediocre detective about the cleansing of the secret cult and the wolf word. He also advised him to stay away from East London for some time in the future, not to get involved in this muddy water, and come back after the storm is over. He seemed to be in a hurry and spoke very quickly. The great crackdown, Wolfward, tried to annex the ordained cross. Lorian's expression was natural, but his heart was uncontrollably shaken. Evans and the others had indeed been targeted by Scotland Yard for a long time. There is even a Wolfward. A secret sect also intends to take action against the Cross of the Mitzvah. Moreover, has Scotland Yard planted spies in most of the secret sects. Evans' ability to do things can still be trusted. Even if someone sneaks into the Cross of the Mitzvah, he must be just the most basic peripheral member or ordinary member, and it is impossible for him to enter the upper echelons. However, we still have to investigate and find this person out. Wolf's word, Wolf of Pain, are really rare nutrients. Lorian suppressed the restless vampire blood, maintained a normal expression and responded, I'll pay attention. Well, then I'll go first. Henry stood up and said goodbye without any hesitation, without any intention of greeting. It has been less than 5 minutes since he entered the door. This inspector is very anxious. It seems that the staff of Scotland Yard is very short, or in other words, in order to prepare for the big crackdown, they have sent most of the people out and cannot spare more manpower. However, there is no need to let an inspector do such things as passing messages. Ordinary members are enough. Well, maybe passing the message is just a side job. Otherwise, he should have come to me after finding Herman last night. And there is no need to wait until now. When he comes to notify us, it may be his rare rest time. Lorian's mind raced, and he stood up politely to see him off. Thank you for the notice, Mr. Henry. You are welcome. I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you. Henry hurried downstairs and declined Lorian's kindness to send him off. Lorian did not force it. He returned to his desk and sat down. He saw the car downstairs of the apartment slowly driving away. Leave East London and avoid the next storm. Ha, I have already stood at the core of this storm, and it would be too boring to just have some secret believers. Lorian tapped the table lightly, calling Jack Arnold with deep eyes. Now, summon all members of the ordained cross immediately. I will review them in person. The stronghold of the ordained cross. It was just dawn, and the cold mist shrouded the building. The senior members, who had been busy all night, were gathered together, and everyone's face revealed obvious fatigue. But no one expressed dissatisfaction with the summons of the blood-granting priest. In addition to last night's action, the last summons of all members was for the blood-granting ceremony. Their eyes were fanatical, full of longing for the holy blood. In the action against Zenoni, each of these senior members, who were selected from layer by layer, showed sufficient qualities. In the selection process, the most important indicator is the belief in the devil. It can be said that, apart from Evans, Jack Arnold, and Marilyn, these 13 people are the most devout believers in Lorian. They are fully qualified to be blood recipients. The 13 senior members stood solemnly in the room, without anxiety and desire written on their faces, quietly waiting for the admonitions of the blood-giving priest. Evans, who was standing in front of the window and looking at the gray mist outside the window, turned around, suppressing his inner anger, his face as gloomy as water. I received the oracle of the Lord and will conduct the second blood-giving today. As expected, the 13 people took a breath, and Evans immediately took up another sentence. But this time the blood-giving will no longer be presided over by me. What? Someone's face showed a brief confusion. Since Evans was the blood-granting priest appointed by the Lord, he should be responsible for all the blood-granting ceremonies. Besides him, who else is qualified to grant blood to them? Could it be our spiritual father, Holy Blood Father, the eldest Son of God? Although the organizational structure of the Cross of Ordination is centered on Jack Arnold, the other party has never appeared directly in front of these people. Every time he asked Evans to pass on the message. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost brewing, Evans found his nose, took a deep breath and said, "This time, the great Mr. Devil, Lord of Holy Blood, ruler of the night, the God we worship, will personally descend to incarnate and make a gift. The Lord of Holy Blood." Everyone in the room changed color, unable to contain the turbulent waves in their hearts, and their eyes immediately turned red with burning desire. Don't delay any longer, Constantine. The blood priest is already summoning all members. I see. You go first. I'll take care of something and catch up soon. There are still more than 10 minutes. In the dormitory of ordinary members, a man with ordinary looks stood on the balcony and waved to his urging companions. Well, don't be late, or I can't control you if something happens. His companion ignored him and walked out on his own, rushing to the gathering place. Watching him leave, Constantine on the balcony subconsciously reached into his pocket, trying to light a cigarette, but found nothing. Darn, I've never seen any Secret secret forbids smoking and drinking. I haven't smoked for more than 10 days. Constantine leaned against the wall with a headache, frowning. What do they want to do by gathering everyone at this time? It seems that many senior members were organized to participate in an action last night. Alas, the status of ordinary members is still too low, and they can't get involved in many things. They have to find a way to get in. Henry has urged them several times. He sniffed, intoxicatedly imagining the smell of tobacco, and exhaled a breath of white air with a dazed look. Forget it. Let's go and take a look first, so as not to reveal any flaws. When Constantine arrived at the assembly hall, he found that 80% of the members of the Cross of the Ordination had already arrived, and the rest were also walking into the hall one after another. The senior executive named even stood on the podium without saying a word, his eyes lowered, as if waiting for something. 5 minutes later, everyone was there. There was a clear distinction between senior members and ordinary members, and the class was clear. There were still only 13 of the former, while the latter had swelled to 24. As for the larger number of peripheral members, they were not eligible to participate in this meeting. This hall is exquisitely decorated with a classical decorative style. Before it was purchased by the Cross of the Ordination, it was used specifically for performing dramas. Constantine chose a position in the corner, with familiar faces in front and behind. He was about to ask for news when he heard the priest on the podium speak solemnly. Last night, I was inspired by the Holy Spirit, and the great Father of the Holy Blood sent down an oracle, setting today as our ordination day. Holy Spirit. Constantine looked around inconspicuously and found that the 13 people were like wax figures, sitting in their seats motionless, staring at the priest who was giving a speech. Oh, a group of papas brainwashed by lies probably regard the so-called Holy Spirit as more important than their own lives, and don't know that it may be just an evil existence in the other world. He retracted his gaze, and the ordinary members were much noisier, whispering to each other in groups of 3 or 2. Well, these people are not yet. Even if he is hopeless, he still has his own thoughts. After this secret cult is wiped out, he can be sent to a mental hospital for psychiatric treatment, and it depends on the situation whether he can return to normal society. While he was silently speculating, Evans on the high platform spoke again. Perhaps some people still don't know why the Lord of Holy Blood worship is so great. He closed his eyes slightly, and his pupils reflected a sharp light. He is the Lord of thousands of demons who have lived in hell for a long time, and he is also the Holy Spirit who descended from heaven. At the same time, the Lord of Holy Blood is also one of his thousands of faces. Humph, this kind of fanatics can't wait to stuff all the words of praise on those evil spirits. I'm afraid they even believe it. Constantine was disdainful in his heart, but his face shone surprise. He is the Lord of Hosts. He is the King of Victory. While chanting the honorific name of the great devil, Evan's true appearance gradually emerged. He descended from heaven to the earth, transformed into the King of Vampires, spreading the glory of decay, and will lead us to create great achievements. Fangs and claws slowly grew out, and his scarlet pupils, which were very different from ordinary people, emitted a faint light. As his bones crackled, his body slowly rose taller. Some ordinary members who had never seen the true face of the vampire were so shocked that they dared not speak, and their eyes were dull. Tear off your hypocritical faces. Evans raised his hands high, and his low and hoarse voice echoed in the assembly hall. Today, the great King of Vampires will descend on his future country to bestow the holy blood of infinite power and to grant the commandments. Ha ha, how could those evil spirits come to the world so easily? Are the silent hunters of the Night Shift Bureau just eating for free? I'm afraid they found an extraordinary person to play the role, and then lied that it was a miracle. Constantine curled his lips in disdain. However, the next second, his eyes suddenly froze and his pupils trembled. On the high platform, when Ivan's voice fell, a scarlet mist suddenly spread, and a terrifying crimson spirit was outlined from the infinite darkness. The shadows of the entire hall were crawling and leaping with his sight, and gathered at his feet. The restless, spiritual intuition told Constantine that this was not a pretender with only appearance. He looked around in disbelief and found that except for the 13 people on the left, all the remaining members behaved the same as him. Under dozens of horrified gazes, Lorian stood expressionlessly on the high platform. He waited for a minute before narrowing his eyes and saying word by word, "Someone among you betrayed me. Someone among you has betrayed me." After hearing the words from the great devil himself, Evans, who had already received the news, could no longer contain his boiling anger. The Lord and Elder Arnold trusted him so much that they handed over all the affairs of the cross of the meditation to him. What an honor! But he was deceived and let in the malicious spy. It was a great shame that he did not fulfill his due responsibilities at all. In addition to the self-blaming and angry Evans, the expressions of the 13 senior members were also different. After a few seconds, the natural barriers made them all turn their eyes to the ordinary members at the same time. What's going on? Has the evil spirit from the other world really come to the world? Constantine in the corner took a breath of cold air. It shouldn't be like this. There should be a lot of silent hunters in London recently. Which evil spirit is so bold? Although the spirit projected by the bright silver ring has only a part of the ability of the main body, in actual combat, its strength is far inferior to that of the flesh and blood body. But this kind of showing off in front of people is very suitable for playing tricks. The easiest thing to leave a first impression on people is always the external image. A hideous and terrifying huge spirit is much more attractive than an ordinary person. Even Constantine, a professional investigator of Scotland Yard, did not notice anything unusual. When there was a silence in the field, Lorian silently urged the environmental perception, and the dissipated spirituality made the crimson spirit even more terrifying. The gray-white curtain was lifted, and everything in front of him became extremely clear. Among the dim glow, a bright purple, spiritual light was very conspicuous. "I found you, without any disguise." No, the effect of my environmental perception in the spirit state seems to be much stronger than that of my body. Scotland Yard does not attach too much importance to the current cross of meditation. The people sent should be of average level, so I saw through their disguise directly. Constantine noticed that the King of Vampires glanced at him lightly, and cold sweat oozed from his back. He almost couldn't control the idea of getting up and running away immediately. No, this is their lair. If you show any abnormality, you will definitely be beaten by a group of people. In addition to the Blood Priest, I have seen at least 2 extraordinaries with special powers in the past 2 days. There may be more, just hiding in the dark. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Seeing that the oppressive gaze was lightly swept away, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Didn't you notice me?" Constantine looked at the King of Vampires in surprise as he looked away and continued to convey the oracle to his followers. "Among you, some do not fully believe in me, some are devout to me, and some intend to betray me. However, I will forgive your sins." Lorian gently raised his hand, and the shadow tentacles slowly stretched out from the darkness behind him, with the ends wrapped in 13 portions of ordinary blood stored by Arnold. "As long as you drink the holy blood, you will be my disciples, obtain the promotion of the soul, ascend to the position of extraordinary, and become the blood recipient who served the knight in blood." Evans followed the process that Lorian had ordered, walked up and said coldly, "Edwards, Sorkin, Brandon, Gloria, come forward." He read out the names of the 13 senior members in turn, among which only Gloria was the woman. Lorian condensed the shape of his spirit body, gradually condensed into a tall and thin figure. and the shadows gathered into his robes and shawls, dragging behind him, dancing silently. The 13 people in front of him were taken by the terrifying momentum and gritted their teeth. Some words are not suitable for him to say, so Evans can only do it for him. You 13 have proved your loyalty and ability, and will be the second group to drink the holy blood. Evans said coldly, "This is an order, not an inquiry. Let me go first, Master Priest." Gloria was the first to speak. Evans turned his head to ask for the opinion of Mr. Devil. Seeing that he nodded lightly without paying much attention, he turned back to respond to Gloria. "Then you start." He bent down respectfully and took a portion of holy blood from the end of the shadow tentacle and put it in Gloria's hand under her eager eyes. "Drink it." The other 12 people looked at this place excitedly. Gloria drank the holy blood in her hand without hesitation. Like Michelle and Green, her body began to slowly rise. The power of vampire surged in her blood vessels, transforming this weak human body bit by bit. She bit her lips tightly. Her pupils were stained with a layer of crimson, and her spirituality grew rapidly. In addition to her body, her soul was also undergoing earth-shaking changes under the influence of the vampire blood. Compared with the last time, Arnold's strength has increased again, and the power contained in the vampire blood he bestowed is also greater than the last time. Gloria had just completed the transformation from an ordinary human to a blood recipient, and her physical strength reached the level of Michelle and Green at the moment. She felt the boiling power in her body, and a drop of blood-red tears slid down from the corner of her eyes, and her face became more firm. Next, having been the top leader in the Order Cross for so long, Ivan's temperament has already changed drastically. Even if he does not use the ability of the corpse servant, his every move is quite majestic. Edwards, with a beard, walked up with his head down, took the second holy blood from Evans, opened his mouth and drank it, and also became a blood recipient. Sorkin, Brandon. Soon, all 13 people completed the transformation and stood in front of Lorian with fanatical eyes. "Very good." Lorian grinned with satisfaction, his eyes cold, and said, "I will start a war. And you are the first vampire army of the Cross of Ordination. We will become the sharp blade in your hands." The 13 newly born blood recipients said in unison, no matter who is standing on the opposite side. "Really?" Lorian narrowed his eyes and said, "What if the opposite side is an alien god and his minions?" The 13 blood recipients still had no hesitation. "Even if we sacrifice our lives, we will spread your glory with blood." 13 special extraordinaries were created so easily. This is not like an ordinary evil spirit. No wonder he is not worried about the silent hunters and dares to come to the world now. Vampire Legion, Vampire King. It's over. I seem to have waded into a pool of muddy water. Constantine felt cold in his heart and regretted taking the initiative to take on this seemingly simple task. When he was complaining about himself, he suddenly found that the Vampire King on the podium suddenly looked at this side with a smile. "Mr. Spy from Scotland Yard, after listening for so long, are you interested in becoming my disciple?" "Huh?" Constantine's eyes widened, his heart stopped, and his neck, which had just turned back, froze in place, not daring to move. Did he find me? Or is he just tricking me? The unfriendly eyes of the 13 blood recipients have been cast in this direction. Constantine is under tremendous psychological pressure, and his face is a little stiff. He shrank back into the corner cautiously, and found that the meaningful gaze of the Vampire King also moved with him. Several companions around him finally came to their senses and understood the situation at this time. A traitor has appeared among us. Looking at the endless stream of people who hated Constantine's heart finally died when he saw the sight of someone who was going to eat him alive. He weighed the pros and cons and found that if he directly revealed his hostile identity and used all his trump cards, it should not be a problem to get rid of the pursuit of the 13 new blood recipients and the priests. But with the Vampire King who came directly and carried an unknown amount of strength, it might be a bit dangerous. After less than half a second of psychological struggle, Constantine made a decision immediately and stood up with righteousness. Great, Vampire King, please allow me to become one of your disciples and become a sharp blade in your hand. Sorry, Henry. In this situation, there is no need to care about the pre-court oath. Saving my life is the most important thing. So decisive. It doesn't fit the image of the Scotland Yard investigator shown by the inspector. Forget it. As long as he accepts the blood of the vampire, he can't betray again. Lorian motioned Evans to bring the person up. No need to bother, priest. Constantine walked up very tactfully, not caring about the hostile looks of the 13 people at all. The closer he got, the more he could sense the crazy spirit emanating from the inhuman body in front of him. His spiritual intuition was restless, urging him to stay away from here all the time. It is impossible for humans to give birth to such a terrifying spirituality. Vampire. Constantine's face became solemn, and he lowered his head respectfully, but he felt that this was not enough, so he simply knelt on one knee in front of the King of Vampires, like a knight waiting to be crowned by the king. Your devout believer, Constantine, is willing to offer you my heart. As an exorcist who defected to Scotland Yard halfway, he had no loyalty to this organization, let alone any lofty ideals. In the face of a crisis involving life and death, he didn't mind changing his boss at all. You are very tactful. Lorian stared at him for 2 seconds, then waved his fingers gently, and the shadow fell on Constantine's shoulder from behind. Swish! The end of the tentacle pierced Constantine's shoulder fiercely, and the vampire blood bestowed by Lorian himself was injected into his flesh and blood. At the moment when the pain came, Constantine had an idea of getting up and fleeing for a moment, but was firmly suppressed by reason. When he felt the power of the vampire begin to flow in his body, he gritted his teeth and accepted the transformation. Is this a vampire? Or just a subordinate of a vampire? There was no big change in Constantine's body, but the power surging under his skin and flesh. The strength of the vampire has increased a lot, and the spirituality has also changed significantly. The human part has disappeared silently, and the vampire part has grown wildly. Compared with before, his strength has obviously increased a lot, but when facing the King of Vampires, the sense of oppression has become heavier. It is really a strict and cruel hierarchy. If you want to be unrestricted, you can only climb up step by step, but he stands naturally at the top of this pyramid made of flesh and blood, watching the vampires below bite each other and pay tribute to him with blood. He didn't dare to think about it, and held back the throbbing in his heart, and knelt on one knee in silence. Come with me, I have something to ask you. Lorian gave the rest of the meeting to Evans, and paused when he walked in front of the 13 disciples. As for you, since it is the first vampire army, it will be called He thought of a name with a little bit of bad taste. Let's call it Sons of Jacob, which happens to be 13 people. Those with outstanding merits will become the commander. He did not intend to insert Michelle and Green into this vampire army. As third-generation vampires, they can perform more difficult and dangerous tasks. If they are placed among these ordinary blood recipients, they cannot play their greatest value. Of course, if these 13 people show enough talent, they can also get the opportunity to become real vampires. Practicing your will is the meaning of all your lives. The bodies of the 13 blood recipients were motionless like statues, and their burning eyes made Constantine, who was following behind Lorian, feel uneasy. What level of extraordinary are you? In the room carefully prepared by Evans, Lorian's spirit leaned leisurely on the sofa, and 2 tentacles condensed from shadows gently kneaded his shoulders. He took out a high-end cigar from the cigar box, and Constantine immediately bent down and walked up, swooshed with a kerosene lighter, lit the cigar for him, and then carefully stepped back. I am a wizard, not quite like those warlocks. I am better at witchcraft, extraordinary rituals, and alchemy. I must be well prepared to form combat effectiveness. Constantine said without reservation. If it is changed to a warlock, it is probably equivalent to a capable warlock. Wizards do not have clear and definite ranks like warlocks, but rely on learning and practice to improve their abilities. Before joining Scotland Yard, my main job was to be an exorcist. Wizard, a new, extraordinary profession. This is a pleasant surprise. Lorian originally wanted to see what kind of changes would occur after the warlock became a vampire, but now it seems that it is impossible to know for the time being. Exorcist plus vampire. It sounds really weird. What are the ranks of the high-end forces of Scotland Yard? He said casually. I heard that the leader of the court swordsman, King Arthur's valet, Lancelot, is a fate warlock at the top of the extraordinary world. In addition, the other 12 knights of the Round Table are at least as powerful as him. Constantine sniffed the cigar in the room intoxicatedly. However, these are all legends. The current leader of Scotland Yard should only be a divine warlock. Oh, Lorian put the lit cigar on the corner of the table. Is the gap in Britain's extraordinary power so big? His current identity is a devil descended from hell, so he can ask these questions at will. Constantine scratched his head. In fact, in the current extraordinary world, there are very few extraordinary people about the level of secret warlock. At least, I can't contact them at my level. So, in the current world, secret warlock is considered a mid to high-end force. No, inactivity does not mean non-existence. Those higher-level extraordinaries cannot choose to hide from the world for no reason. There must be something driving them to make this decision. And it may also be that Constantine's rank is too low, and he cannot contact this level of the world for the time being. Lorian nodded dimly. I understand.